Hello, good morning. Can I just test if you can hear my voice?
Yes, good morning, everybody.
Thank you.
Good morning. Marco speaking. Can I also do my test? Can you hear me?
Yes, we do. I don't know if you can hear me as well.
Yes, we
Very
can.
well.
And from here, can you hear me?
Yes.
Very well.
Thank you.
Hello,
Thank
can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
sound like you. Good. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. A very good morning to you. Well, thank you for joining us at the thematic session on water's role in early warning systems. Well, before we officially open the session, I'd like to take this opportunity to extend our gratitude to WMO for leading a thematic session since 2020. We are very impressed that WMO has been so committed in promoting knowledge, technologies, and practices in addressing water issues, which concerns the life and the lifeline of millions of people. So I'm very pleased to introduce to you the moderator, Maria Coslin, the coordinator of members on the activities of the Water and Climate Coalition at WMO. And over to you, Maria.
Thank you so much, Christine, and it's an honor to be organizing this with you. So thank you very much for having WMO and inviting us to again co-host this session with you. Welcome to all the participants, panelists, organizers. It's lovely to be here this morning with you. This session is on water's role in early warning systems, how to harness the integrated water resources management to provide early warnings for all. And let me just give you a quick run of the show. Today, our session will be opened by remarks from Dr. Stefan Uhlenbruck. And then we will go to our speakers. We have 4 speakers today. Our first speaker, Dr. Firas Al-Janabi. He'll be explaining why, especially in urban conditions, water management and early warning systems are related and what is the relevance there. Our second speaker, Mr. Henrik Larsen, will bring together the connections on IWRM and early warnings. And then after that, our third speaker is Dr. Sulagna Mishra. She will have a little overview of how globally connected hydrological systems and better data could have a role in all of this. And then finally, we will finish with Dr. Marco Massabo, who will conclude on discussing how to better disseminate data, especially hydrological data, and how to make it user-friendly and accessible and relevant for early warnings. After those presentations, we will have a few presentations, and then after those, we'll go to a panel discussion together with the panelists. And we want to keep this session very interactive, so I have prepared some tools for us to work together and also for all the participants to be engaged. So I hope this will work. We'll see soon. And so Dr. Uhlenbruck, he is the Director of Hydrology, Water and Cryosphere branch at the WMO. And previously, he's been a professor at IHE Delft on hydrology and water resources since 2005. And he also used to work as a program director at the International Water Management Institute. So I would like to start off the session with Dr. Uhlenbruck's remarks. Please, the floor is yours.
Morning. Colleagues, could you kindly confirm if you see my screen or?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Yeah, sorry.
Perfect. No worries.
No, we don't want to start with the thank you.
Yeah, that's okay.
Sorry.
Also at the top, you have top left, there's the play button you could put in because now we can see only your It's a wrong mode actually. We see your notes right now, so it's okay. Always these technicalities.
My apologies.
So
Better now?
Perfect. That's
Good.
excellent. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Maria. Colleagues, good morning, or at least early morning here in Europe. Instead of opening remarks, I prepared a couple of slides, and I thought it's good to in the next 10 minutes or so to set the scene about early warning for olds, and particularly give a perspective on the importance of the water-related warnings that are necessary for floods and droughts. And many colleagues contributed to this presentation. Big thank you to all of them. At WMO, we follow 8 long-term strategic objectives. You can see them here. No one is surprised by a flood, and everybody is prepared for a drought. These are the 2 long-term ambitions that are most relevant for my presentation this morning. The other long-term ambitions that we have relate to food security, to the quality of data. 5 and 6 are related to science and knowledge, and 7 to sustainable development, while finally 8 relates to water quality. But I really would like to concentrate today on floods and droughts. Earlier this year, on the 23rd of March, on World Met Day, the UN Secretary General came up with a challenge, and he made a statement, and he said, in 5 years from now, though by the end of 2027, everyone around the world should be covered by an early warning system. You know that every year thousands of people die because of a lack of early warning. If it's not millions, we come to some numbers later. Infrastructure damage, ecosystem damages, etc., which could be prevented if we improve our early warning capacity. An interesting study I found from the Global Commission on Adaptation. You might know this organization. I think that the headquarters in the Netherlands, and they made a comparison, and they looked at, it's the Global Commission on Climate Adaptation. So they made a comparison about different climate adaptation techniques, and they compared making infrastructure, for instance, more resilient, and they found the cost-benefit ratio roughly 5 to 1. Yeah, you see this, the upper figure here. For improving dryland agriculture, more drought-resistant crops, etc., that's also about 5 to 1. Protecting mangroves and making water resources management more resilient. You have different cost-benefit ratios. While I agree there's a huge spread of these cost-benefit ratios, and to calculate all the indirect costs is very, very difficult, I know. So there's a significant spread. But interesting is by far the largest cost-benefit ratio they found for strengthening early warning systems. So it's 1 to 9 on average, and in many case studies they found the cost-benefit ratios above 10. So it's a really a safe investment, a good bet if you invest in early warning systems on average. But what is the status of current early warning systems? You see here some recent data where they mapped, as part of the Sendai framework, mapped the reported multi-hazard early warning system, and you see where we have blue and where we have gray areas. No surprise, the gray areas are mainly in the global south. Interesting also, WMO made a study roughly a year ago where they compared water-related early warning systems, and you see here the percentage. Green means 2/3 up to 100% of the population are covered by early warning system, and for riverine floods it's more than half. However, as we learned by some bigger flooding in Western Europe, and so even if you are in the green category, it doesn't mean that everybody is really well protected. But you see here the different numbers, but you also see that particularly in the fields of flash floods and droughts, it's less than half of the population of the countries that is covered, and also the population at risk is then increasingly high. So early warning system is really a necessary investment. Some even call that I recently heard that it's a low-hanging fruit in climate change adaptation. Well, I find that is a bit misleading because it sounds so simple. A low-hanging fruit is the fruit that you can pick so easily, but which is not always that easy. We know that, but it's really a good investment with a higher return of investment for society and the economies. The Secretary General of the UN then entrusted WMO to lead a process to develop an early warning system for all proposal, and then we at the COP he published an executive plan of that initiative, and we calculated some quite high numbers. It's more than 3 billion probably. But if you include all the hydrology related costs, which we calculate, which is not all of them are in the 3 billion, then you'll probably end up with an investment needed of about 5 billion. Maybe keep in mind 5 billion for a second. We come to some higher numbers in a second. It has 4 main pillars. The one is to understand the risks, understand the knowledge, pillar 1. Second pillar is on observing, monitoring, but also forecasting extremes. Again, this is multi-hazard only running. It's not only floods and droughts, but I want to put the water perspective again in a minute. And the other 2 pillars are about preparedness and response. While the last one on the bottom right is on dissemination and communication. And you see some numbers of investments that were calculated. And I'm sure these are kind of quick and dirty calculations, and the real numbers is very difficult, needs a very case-by-case decision. But the order of magnitude might not be completely off. Coming back to floods and droughts, I really believe this is very important. This is a figure which I borrowed from the annual State of the Water report that we published just a month ago, and no, less than a month ago. And you see here some major hazards on in floods and droughts that were calculated with more than 200 casualties. And also you see here significant costs, and these are only the significant events in 2021. For instance, there had been major flooding in Western Europe, 200 casualties. Mainly in Germany and Belgium, and the total costs were more than 40 billion. Or the Hurricane Ida in North America was more than 70 billion. In India, many casualties. China had many floods in that year, etc. You see the numbers. But coming back to the earlier numbers that I said, we probably need to invest some 5 billion to provide better early warning. Then 5 billion put that all in perspective, I believe. And it's not that if we invest the 5 billion, we don't have hazards anymore, no disasters, of course not. But if you're able through early warning to reduce the damage, the impact of these events, that would be already a big success and would pay off economically. Here in 2022, yes, the year didn't finish, but these are some major events you see in 2022 so far, and a major drought in the Greater Horn of Africa. Floods in Pakistan, I come to that in a second. Heat wave and drought, which is always a combination. It's not that one hazard happens alone, or they always often happen in parallel or trigger each other or are cascading. And the heat wave often is related to major drought, which significant impact for economy, for agriculture, etc. Droughts in China and Hurricane Ida in the US and Cuba. So all of these have a strong water footprint. They're not only water events, heat waves, obviously, but with a lot of implications from a water point of view. The floods and droughts is an interesting story. Here you see a slide which I borrowed from my friend Kenzo Hiroki. I happened to be there in May, June earlier this year, and it was an unprecedented heat wave in South Asia. In Pakistan and India, it was hot. I was walking around there, and we looked at some gauging station, and everything was dry. It was more than 49 degrees. A station nearby, I wasn't at the station, it was measured more than 50 degrees Celsius. It was really hot. And so while we had this heat wave, there was still flooding in the river, and that was because of the extremely strong melt what we had from the Himalaya mountains. So we had a very strong flooding during the heat wave because of snow and ice melt, which was not as disastrous as the later main flooding, but it also caused a damage of infrastructure. And then just after that heat wave, with a significant drought, a flooding happened where the whole monsoon rainfall, which normally Pakistan receives, was falling in less than a week, and a total estimated damage was in the order of 40 billion. And a colleague recently told me, living in Pakistan, that the flooding is still not completely gone. There are still areas which are inundated with the significant impact for the people. I think I'm running a little bit out of time. So this is just one more point. These are the total numbers of people that are affected by floods, and you see here, by disasters, and you see here again that about 2/3 are impacted by floods and droughts. Droughts is also a major killer in Africa as well as in Asia. It's the floods. So you see the significance of floods and droughts in this early warning, in the multiple hazard perspective. There's a strong impact on water. I skip a couple of slides and would like to say, while I was speaking today mainly about floods and droughts, I would like to say that better understanding of water and data information, being able to make better predictions is beneficial for society at large. While many of you know that, I just want to remind us it's benefiting many sectors, and last but not least, peace and security. With this, I would like to thank you, and I'm looking forward to the discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Stefan. You really showed that there's a connection between water and hydrology and early warning. So I'm really looking forward to also our presentations from our speakers now on this topic. So thank you for setting the scene. Very well. Let's move on to the next part of the session now. So I actually wanted to demonstrate a little bit how we will do some engagement today with you. So I'll just quickly show you what we will be doing today between each of the presentations, so you have a little idea. So let me share my slide first. So if you can see at the top of your Zoom screen, there is this view options button. Please press that one. And under that one, you can find this annotate. And from that annotate, you can choose a stamp. So in the activities today, we will need to use this one. So it might be even a good idea to take a little picture of this one so you can see it later on in the session. Perfect. And yes, if you manage to find it, you can put a little note here. Are you ready to start the session? Are you still sleeping? So we can see if people have found it. Perfect. You're able to find the button. Excellent. Thanks. I will be showing this also a little bit later to you, so don't worry, but I hope this is a little idea. This is what we will be doing. Do a little engagement this way. Try to keep you all active, and also please, if you have any questions to our panelists, as Christine kindly mentioned in the chat, you can put them in the chat, or you can also raise your hand after any of the presentations if any questions were raised. So we'll be happy to have a bit more of an interaction with the panelists there. So our first speaker of today will be Dr. Firas Al-Janabi. He's the coordinator of Global Water and Climate Adaptation Center. He's been working with the TU Dresden, Germany, as a senior lecturer for many years, has a broad experience in project management in the global context. So please, Dr. Al-Janabi, whenever you're ready, I would like to welcome you to the stage.
Thank you very much, Maria. Can you see my slide?
Perfect. We can see it.
Yes. Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity, actually. It's quite interesting, these 2 days discussion, and I was following the discussion of yesterday, and now we are focusing more in details on some aspects. Now, let me start my presentation with some pictures for brainstorming. As we see here, we are seeing these kind of pictures now everywhere. It's not only in Europe, it's not only in Africa, it's everywhere. So this is from Baghdad. This is also from Iraq, where I come from. It's from Basra city. Here you see this is flood events after the Adai cyclone in Mozambique areas. And we can see also here, this is in North Berlin in Germany 2 years ago. See this size of damage in the small town. Now, from the other side, we have a lot of droughts. It's clear more and more now because of climate change, we have already droughts everywhere. And this problem with droughts increasing in different places. Europe also, although there is already not a very extreme, so to say, effects of the droughts, but we already started to see the effects of droughts in many places in Germany. And what's this drought doing actually is two things. First is disturb the actual amount of providing food and agriculture. At the same time, put more pressure on our urban areas, because most of the people living in the rural areas, because of the long-term droughts, they try to shift and move to the urban areas and put more pressure on the cities, and makes our cities more sensitive to the terms of floods, and make it also difficult when we talk about early warning system in the cities. Now, let us talk about some facts here. The urban population is increasing more and more, and we have now something like 55% of the urban population. This is globally, but in some cases, if you go to some countries, you find the numbers reaching maybe 90% of the population living only in urban areas. What's this doing actually? If you have more increased urban areas, and most of the time you increase the impervious surfaces. What does this mean? It means that most of the rainfall will be as a runoff. It's not going to go to the groundwater. It's not going to be a percolation or infiltration, but most of the time will be very difficult to manage because it will be directly rainfall runoff. And also because of due to climate change, that we have already increase of extreme events. Before we had sometimes long-term or long events like 1 day, 2 days of precipitation. Now we are facing in many places change of the precipitation patterns. So we have, instead of having the amount of precipitation that comes maybe in 5 hours or 6 hours, we have now the same amount that comes in half an hour, which puts a lot of pressure on our urban drainage systems. Yeah, and it's always needed to have a clear, reliable methods when we come to talk about hazard and vulnerability. Now, if you see this figure, this is the usual way of the end-to-end early warning system. You start with real-time data collection, modeling, forecasting, early warning dissemination, decision, and then response. So this is the general one. If you talk about floods, if you talk about droughts, if you talk about other things, and it differs actually from one place to another place based on the size of the catchment, based on the size of the city, which kind of element that you have. So this is one of the important figures from the WMO publication. Thank you, ABFM, for that. And then when we come to speak about the droughts early warning system, it's actually differ a lot from the floods early warning system. We will talk about it. We have here long-term impact that we need to think about to decide, for example, for the seasonal forecasting. If you go to observation monitoring, and then how to make the research application, communication, outreach. So this is the round, but for the droughts, we have more time to react. And we need to differ between if this is a hydrological or meteorological droughts. So this is we have to focus on. But when it comes to flood risk analysis, we have more or less the same element, the hazard, the exposure, and variability, but we have a less response time. If we talk about the cities, most of our cities now located either around rivers or close to coastal areas, where we face all the usual types of floods, fluvial, the river, coastal, urban, or flash floods. We are suffering in many places in our cities, and make of course, the damage based on the events, on the risk also need to be calculated. Now, for the early warning system components, we need to focus on the 4 basic elements that the risk knowledge, monitoring and forecasting, warning dissemination, and community acceptance. These 4 elements, if we start with the risk knowledge, of course, without understanding what we have from precipitation, we are expecting, we are not really going to give the correct response or to give the right information when we talk about early warning system. So we need really high quality data that we are able to manage. Of course, this is one of the problems. Now, data sometimes becomes either there are no data at all in some places, or there are data, but you are not able to access these data because most of the water data considered to be classified data. You cannot share this information, for example, with neighboring countries, which normally you need sometimes when you talk about early warning system, if this river is a river basin in 1 or 2 or 3 countries. We don't have clear flood hazard maps that we should have for our cities. And of course, this is the financial values that we are going also to talk as one of the challenges. Monitoring of forecasting now actually is getting better and better. If you see, for example, the overall programs, international programs, for example, the flash flood guidance system from the WMO, some other regional and local programs in many countries, you see that there is already advance in the forecasting and monitoring. One of the problem is most of these forecast system based on the satellite data, which is from one side is okay because it provide accessible, cheap to many countries that they don't have the data, but from the other side does not really provide the correct information when you talk about early warning system and response. Now, one of the attempts that we are doing here at the TU Dresden, we are designing one of our projects. We are designing the virtual city model that we are using a digital urban twin by using 2D model and 3D model to make it a little bit more to understand better the risk and also to try to use the technologies in designing the future urban flooding and early warning system. So this is our main background of the model, virtual city model, 2D model, 3D models, and then after that we will go to damage model that you can understand. And when we talk about digital twin model, we talk about having high quality information about our buildings, about our cities, where we can really then rely on when we have a flood events, and we try to distribute the information regarding the flood events. Here, this is the 2D model in urban area, where you can decide and select the city and see the risk. At the beginning, this is just an analysis for the city called Florissimo, and then after that, you can also use the technology to even have the information about the flooded buildings, and you see how much water is entering and when exactly the limit. So it's really high technology, needs a lot of information, of course. It's not that easy to manage, but and then after that, of course, then you can see the damage, which kind of damage that you have, where is this damage located, and how you can deal with this damage. And of course, you can use different types of sensors because most of the time in the urban areas, it's not easy to quantify and manage all the information. You need a lot of sensors to put in the city, in the buildings, in the urban drainage system to monitor and get more information about the floods, and also to provide correct information. Now, this basic model actually was connected with another model to make it more early warning system. It's satellite data ground station. We call it Urban. It's already a running project now, and this can be combined and can be used in different cities. Of course, then you need to provide high information. So we took Dresden in Germany as a city for the model itself, but could be also used for another places. Now, after talking about all these models and this information, we talk about in case of floods. Most of the time, we need to give the correct information. How we can reach this information, there's always a lack of the information. One of the for example, what happens a few days ago in Germany, we have received all on our mobile system, just a test of the warning to know how they can disseminate the information for the people. And was on the 8th of December, where everybody mobile got the information. This is a way. Of course, there are different ways to disseminate and communicate the information regarding this, but might sometimes make it very difficult if you are in the cities. Now, another point is community acceptance. One of the things when I was in Mozambique after this cyclone, there was a mission from WMO to see what happened after this events. Actually, although there was already, they have a early warning system, they gave the information, but the community did not accept this information. Some of them, they don't trust the government. So from the other point, even if you have the information and you know your house is going to be flooded, you are not going to leave it because you are afraid that someone will come and steal your things. So a lot of people died because they didn't want to respond to the action needed. Now, this is my last slide, actually. If we talk about challenges, there are a lot of challenges, but I think the situation, if you compare the situation now and 5 years ago or 10 years ago, we are really much more advanced in early warning systems. Still, a lot of problems need to be solved. Data is still really a big challenge, sharing the data. If we talk about models, then we talk about hundreds of models, which is not really clear which one is the best and how to deal with this. We have always a financial challenges that normally makes it very difficult, because if we talk about developed countries, then we are on the safe side because they have the money, they have the models. If you go to the poor countries, then this is not only about using the technology, but also to train the people and to find the disseminate the correct information and have to the correct coordination. Challenges, social challenges, as I said, this is one of the problems where people need to understand and accept the risk, and institutional challenges also, because sometimes many countries, they have different departments, they are not really related. At the end, you don't know from where you get this correct information and which one to trust. And with that, I would like to thank everybody, and I hope I didn't take a lot of time.
Thank you very much, Dr. Al-Janabi. It was a very interesting presentation, and I love how you can show us how to do a virtual city model, which is like very high tech, do 3D and 2D models, and then take it all the way to the community level. That's like, there are so many. I think this would also make it different in different regional settings, most likely. As you mentioned, in different countries, you would respond differently. We actually have one question here from the audience. I wonder if you would like to answer this one. So you already might have touched on it a little bit, but Lee Jun has asked if early warning systems would also apply for bushfires or other similar events. I know we talked a lot about floods especially, so would that also apply to different kinds of hazards? And would the early warning system be widely accessible by public or just the governments, for example?
Thank you for the question. Actually, if you talk about early warning system, you can put it for everything. Now, which kind of information actually you need to consider this as an early warning system? Is it how much time you have for response? So if you talk about fire, then how much time you have response to this fire? So it's always about time and information. And if you talk about sensors or info, I don't know, for me, it's not my area to speak about fire, but I think it's always about the response time and the technology. The second question, if this is accessible for the public, and of course, some of the models need to be only for the government, because general public does not understand all the terms inside these models, so they need to have received only the final message from one side. From the other side, we see still some of the models that are owned by companies, and these are most of the time black box. So they don't want to share the information. So this is a company responsible. At the end, you get the final products, but you don't know what's going on inside this model. So 2 points. But I think should not be accessible all the information from the modeling, but at least the correct information that the government should disseminate after receiving this early warning information. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. So ideally, we could make this accessible for everyone, but there are some challenges that might not make it possible.
Sure.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Any other participants, if you have questions, please feel to put them again in the chat. Thank you so much again, Firas Al-Janabi, for your presentation, and we'll get back to you with the panel. We can ask more questions in the end. I'll again do a little engagement to see if we can have people here active. So let me again show, we might have had some new, you can see just the application now. There we go. So again, I'll just show you quickly what we're going to do. We can annotate by using the annotate button at the top. Finding the view options, annotate, and then I would recommend using the stamp for the activities that we do, so you can put a mark on wherever is relevant. So please open the top of the annotate and take the stamp, and then you can answer this. So why do we need to consider urban population when planning early warning systems? Is it A, because more than half of the world's population live in urban areas? B, because increased urban cover leads to more impervious surfaces, which can lead to more widespread urban flooding? Or C, extreme precipitation will increase significantly due to climate change and lead to more flooding? So which one do you think is the reason? It's kind of might be a little bit of a compact question because perfect. We've got some answers in all of them, which is correct because all of them have an impact actually. Because of the extreme precipitation, we can get more floods, and that can be more dangerous in the cities, and we have more population in cities. So all of these play actually a role in this connection. Let me clear the clear, and then second question. You might have had an idea about this based on already Uhlenbrook's and Al-Janabi's. So what is a multi-hazard early warning system? Is it A, just the technical part, having observations and forecasting? Or B, does it consist of 4 parts, having disaster risk knowledge, observation and forecasting, dissemination and communication, and preparedness and response? Or is it just C, how the warnings is disseminated? Perfect. So you have been listening. That's great. Thank you so much. I'll stop sharing now. So we can move on to the next panelist. So our next panelist will be Mr. Henrik Larsen. He's the Senior Water Resources Management Expert at DHI Water and Environment. He has over 25 years of experience as a consultant and advisor in more than 25 countries. And he's helped develop policies and plans for implementation of the integrated water resources management at national and river basin levels. And most recently, he has spent 3 years as the Chief Technical Advisor of the Mekong River Commission. Mr. Larsen, you're warmly welcome to give us your presentation. Hi. I think you're still muted.
I'm so sorry. Sorry.
No worries.
Thanks for having this opportunity to talk to you about early warning systems. Do you see my presentation on the screen?
Yes, however, I don't know if it's in the presentation mode.
No,
Yes.
it will be in a moment.
Okay, perfect.
Now it's in presentation mode, right?
Yes, excellent. Thanks.
Good. Let me just get started. Okay, just 2 words about the UNEP DHI Center, because I'm representing here today the UNEP DHI Center. UNEP couldn't be here. They asked us to present on their behalf. But we are a collaboration center supporting UNEP in its global mandate. We have at DHI the technical capacity. We're a global research/consultancy organization with more than 1,000 experts in water and environment, and we help UNEP in their 3 main themes on water management action, environment action, and climate action. And we draw on DHI's expertise in water management and project implementation. So this is about UNEP DHI Center in a nutshell. This presentation will cover the link between IWM, climate change adaptation, and early warning systems. And I'll start by talking about what is an early warning system, and my colleague Dr. Al-Janabi already mentioned that, so maybe we can move fast on that. I'll show some examples of application and some of my assessments of what are the challenges and requirements in moving forward on early warning systems. But we all know the situation, the water cycle is at risk, which means our societies is at risk. Global warming and increasing pressure on surface and groundwater are affecting all ecosystems and the water cycle. And we have heard talks about extreme weather events, and which is becoming the new normal, so to speak, in both urban and rural areas. And most responses to climate change are actually about improving how water resources are managed and used. So it means that integrated water resources management is actually an adaptation solution to reduce society's vulnerability to climate change. And early warning systems for floods and droughts are contributing to IWM implementation, I believe. So we need to take action to better understand and manage water resources. That is one of our best ways to proactively manage the impacts of climate change. So in a nutshell, early warning systems is about planning and acting for the water cycle, or to take account of water cycle uncertainty across different sectors. This could be for household purposes, it could be protecting irrigation, manage flood and drought control systems, take action on how to operate hydropower systems and how to protect ecosystems. Early warning systems work at different timescales. Short term, maybe up to a week or 10 days. We're talking about forecasting, about warning, impact assessment. We can maybe do some mitigation on how we operate various sluices, gates, and so on. But it's about predicting in detail what is going to happen where in the short term, and how can we warn those affected by those impacts. And then there are seasonal timescales, maybe up to a year, where we're talking about storage facilities. If we are forecasting droughts in 3 or 6 months, how can we operate our infrastructure to save water, to store more water? How can we adjust our agricultural practices or managing actions we can take in the agricultural field? How can we conserve wetlands? How can we protect wetlands? And in the long term, larger than a year, up to decades, we're talking about development of infrastructure. If we see a more stronger tendency for droughts or increased floods, we can mitigate that by investing in relevant infrastructure. We can build different climate change adaptation measures. We can take account of, or we can design changes in our catchment to mitigate those impacts that we see coming. So we can talk about early warnings at a range of timescales here. And the components of an early warning flood system, I think Dr. Al-Janabi already presented this essentially the same slide in a different layout with the different aspects. So I won't go into detail about that. You just heard from Dr. Al-Janabi these components. But what is it used for, this early warning system? And I'm focusing on flood warning systems. I'll come back a little bit on droughts as well. But it's basically about alerting authorities, stakeholders, and communities well in advance of the actual arrival of a flood, so that people in their various circumstances, they have time to act, to move, or to protect their belongings, to reinforce their protection mechanism, or to operate structures, gauge, sluices, whatever. Excuse me. Can it prevent floods, an early warning system? No, it cannot. But it can predict the spatial and temporal evolution of potential floods, and in this way assist people in taking the right and the timely actions. So what are the actions that a flood early warning system can trigger? Well, it could be fast emergency relief. If you know where the flood is hitting, you know where people will need help. You can direct vehicles. You can direct transport of first aid kits and so on. And you can have more efficient water management operations. So there are very valuable actions that can be instigated, and Stefan also mentioned the economic impacts, the economic value of those actions that can be taken at the back of an early warning system. So I think that the case has been made for that. There's a very important element of a dissemination system in the early warning system, and maybe something that has not always received enough attention, but that is the link to really the recipients of the information that needs to come or go to the population, because the population in flood-prone areas, they require timely warnings. And the infrastructure operators need guidance for how they can operate their various infrastructure. So we need to, as designers and managers of those systems, we need to determine appropriate messaging content and formats and timing for the right target groups. And we need to implement and operationalize the workflows that enable the authorities to inform key stakeholders on a timely basis. So one example of an application that we did, we helped the authorities in the Chao Phraya Basin in Thailand. The challenge was that in 2011 there were abnormal monsoon rainfalls that caused severe flooding in Thailand. Maybe you remember that it was a very famous incident, more than 800 dead, and many industries heavily impacted. So the authorities really knew that they had to act to mitigate the consequences from future flooding scenarios. And we helped them establish an early warning system with real-time flood prediction, a warning system based on real-time hydrometeorological and weather forecast data, that provided a 7-day forecasting window for them. And the outcome was that the authorities can now prioritize, they can plan, they can initiate emergency actions days and hours ahead of incidents. And the impacts of flooding caused by heavy monsoons are now reduced significantly. Lives are saved and industry production remains stable. Agricultural damages are limited. So that's one example. Another example is a drought early warning system based on our global hydrological model that is based on available water in the root zone, where we estimate on a scale from no drought risk to drought is very likely. It's about water content for plants in the root zone. And we can simulate for the entire globe actually, but here we have shown Africa on a 3-month scale from June to March last year, where the risk is deemed to be highest and lowest for drought. So that could help agricultural extension services to know where the risk of drought is high, where they need to take action. So what are some of the challenges and requirements for successful implementation of early warning system? I think that we need to make sure that users have the required skills. So we need hands-on and training and capacity building. We need systems that can be used easily and effectively. So we need a thorough understanding of the decisions to be supported and how the day-to-day use of the system works with the surrounding environment. There are some outdated IT systems out there, and we need updated information technology, computers, equipment, and we need data, quick access to data that can be easily analyzed and reported, and not least, we need appropriate and effective dissemination mechanisms. Because if we just do the calculation, do the math, and get it to no one, it doesn't help anything. And we need to make sustainable planning for the post-assistance period. So we need to plan for sustainability of the institutional, the financing aspects that also Dr. Al-Junabi alluded to. So I think those are the most important things here. And with that, I want to conclude my presentation. I don't know if there are any questions or whether we take it under the panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I think what at least struck out to me was the fact that we need to think about like the time scale as well. Like it's not always just something that happens very quickly. You can also have events that or things that you need to think about for infrastructure development for the long term with the water, and with also how important still water plays a very key role in the whole early warning. Any questions for our dear panelist, Mr. Larsen, from the audience? Feel free to put them in the chat, and otherwise we'll go to some more questions at this point for audience. Thank you very much for your presentation again, and we'll get back to you in the panel part. Thank you. I'll jump over the previous questions, and please let me share. So please, at the top of your screen, you can find the view options, and then under that, the annotate, and then you can find I recommend using STAMP. So how much of the climate change impacts do you think is water related? This is just an idea, because I know there's different views on this. So from 0 to 100%, you can put your, hang on. Yeah, put your estimate on the scale. Yeah. Some people say 100%, some say 90%, maybe the other ones are almost like 70%. Yeah. I mean, as I said, there's like different estimates on this. So it's, I've heard anything between, let's say, 75 to 90%. So it kind of depends on how we calculate what is water related and what is an impact of climate change and all of that. But good guesses or guesstimates here. Let's have the next question. So we talked about the different times. So here's an example of, for example, a flash flood, which can be a very deadly one. How quickly do you think a flash flood is considered to occur? This wasn't exactly shown, but I think this will give you an idea of how quick this can be.
I think, Maria, for this question, maybe also how big the catchment is.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that always depends. But actually, usually it's considered like to be within 6 hours, but it can also happen within a few minutes, or depending on exactly how big the catchment or what the impact is. So I think we'll be hearing more about this in actually the following presentation. So maybe they can shed some more light on this topic. So our next presenter, thank you everyone for participating in that. And I hope you're enjoying also having some engagement here. And let's see. So next speaker, we have Dr. Sulagna Mishra. She's a scientific officer in hydrology, water and cryosphere branch at the World Meteorological Organization. Before this, she worked on her PhD at the TU Dresden and developed models and tools for monitoring and mitigating pollution in river networks. And at WMO, she works with technical activities such as the hydrological status and outlook system. So please welcome Dr. Sulagna Mishra on our virtual stage.
Thank you, Maria.
You have your presentation on already. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I would just like to move to another screen. Just give me a second. You see the presenter view, right? Okay, perfect. Okay. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I'm very happy to follow up on the presentations that have already been made. Hendrik already spoke about the different kinds of forecastings that needs to be done, short-term, seasonal, or long-term. Stefan spoke in length about how floods and droughts are in the most predicting floods and droughts are in the ambitions of WMO. And if I would take from there on that water data is in fact very critical, and this is a slide that I stole from Stefan, that it's really critical for all these infrastructures that you see. It's necessary for climate analysis, for WASH, for food and agriculture, for any sector you name, and we need water data and information. However, we see that today 60% of the countries report the observing stations are declining. The amount of information that is being produced is either not of optimum quality or quantity, or it's not reliable enough to be able to produce information from there. And it's clear that we cannot manage something well that we don't measure. This is shedding lights on this one more time. So the surface observation that you see here, it's really fragmented. You see that there is the capacity all over is really not consistent. So it's also clear that the kind of information that we can produce from this kind of data is also not consistent at a global scale or even at a regional scale. And this figure shows us that the network is again in a declining state, or it's not adequate to meet all the user needs that we identify our members or the users mentioning us in different forums. But we do not have the infrastructure right now to be able to address all these issues at this stage. And not just that the observing stations need improvement, but also we need improvement in how the data is managed, how we then produce information with this data. So the observing networks plus the data management system also needs improvement. And this brings us to this cycle of gaps, so to say. So why does this really happen? Why do we don't have enough investments when we know that from these kind of disasters, from a flood or a cyclone, we have losses running into billions, into tens of hundreds of billions? Why don't we really have the kind of investment that's intuitive, that we should have it? It always starts with awareness, the lack of awareness in both societal and political level, and then this results in a lack of political and societal will to be able to invest in these systems. And this then leads to lack of capacity, leading to, again, lack of infrastructure, which includes monitoring network. And when we don't have infrastructure, we don't produce enough data. And then, of course, this results that we do not have the products and the services to be able to produce not just tools for planning, also for early warning. And then this cycle just continues. And really, at this point, what can we really do? Do we have the time to wait until we fix all these blobs and then start from some point? I don't think we are probably 10 years already too late. So from WMO standpoint, what we try to promote at this point is we really start from what we have. So we take the information that's in our hand and we start producing the data, and we start producing the products and the services that we can from whatever we have, from whatever infrastructure we have right now. We produce whatever we can the best way we can. So the idea is we support the decision and the policy by producing information that's globally consistent and is also accessible in form of different water information services in form of different products that's needed by the users of that particular basin, of that particular region. So the idea is to then take observe the ground-based observations, whatever is existing, to top it up with remotely sensed information, to take weather and climate forecast, use models. Firaz showed us very good examples of models that are already available, and this is just one of them. There are really a lot of models that are available, and based on what kind of information and what kind of data we have in our hands, we can choose what kind of models we can go for. So it ranges from simple rainfall runoff models to really complicated models. So based on what we have on hand, we can choose wisely what we can use. And there are also global models that we can make ensembles of, and then use all of this that we have in hand to produce information. And at this stage, what from WMO standpoint we are trying to promote is whatever information we produce should follow a certain guidelines, should be produced in a certain standard, so that it's then comparable and consistent in a global scale. So the idea is not to reinvent the wheel, definitely not. What we are trying to do here is take the local and national products, to take the basin, regional, and the global products, put them all together in one envelope, make sure that the products that are coming out of it have a similar look. They're calculated in a similar fashion. They have a similar look, so that they can be really compared. And when we are making a map at a global scale, I give you some examples after, when we make a map at a global scale, we can really compare one part to another. This will really then help us to find out which parts of the world needs more investment, which parts of the world are being more affected than the others. So what we want to start with at this stage, when we talk about this globally consistent information system, we want to start with a nowcast. That's basically where we are right now. What's the current status of our hydrology right now? And then we want to give a seasonal, sub-seasonal forecast. Of course, seasonal, sub-seasonal forecast serves more as a drought indicator, because if you see already in the next 3 to 6 months, our system is going to be more drier than wetter, you can plan plan in a certain way. However, it's also not just for early warning systems, but it's also empirical that this information can be used for better planning of our resources. So not just early warning, this serves as a envelope for the entire end-to-end planning for the entire hydrological value chain. So it gives us an idea of the current status, the current hydrological status. It shows us where we are in the term of normalcy. Are we significantly different from the normal of that particular area? And it gives us whether it's going to get worse or better. So how we need to plan our resources. And this information is not just important to be able to adapt, but also to mitigate. So, for example, let's say we want to mitigate climate change, we need and take some decisions like can we re-wet some of these wetlands? For that, these kind of decisions to be taken, you need to know whether the resources are going to be available over the next 3 to 6 months or not. And therefore, these kind of systems are really really useful to help us fight or adapt best against climate change. And Firas mentioned something about hydrological information being confidential, and this is also one issue we are trying to navigate through this kind of a system, because we don't share data, we don't share raw data we don't encourage countries to share raw data in this platform. What we try to show here is really whether or not the condition is normal or different than normal. So it's really an indicator and not data. So in some, of course, we propose, and WMO has a unified data policy. We encourage sharing of data, but of course we understand that many countries they don't want to share the data. So we don't need to wait until that happens, but we can start and we can navigate through this problem through these kind of indicators. And we don't have to get stuck that data cannot be shared anymore. So these are some of the examples of what I spoke about. So maps like this is an example from UK that I borrowed from our colleague Alan Jenkins from the UK CEH office. And what you see here is the different colors. And we know that UK had a significant drought this year. And this is what also the map shows. In the month of August, as you see here, August 2022, the colors basically show that the hydrological conditions in UK and most of the areas was significantly notably dry than the normal of that particular area. So this is the kind of map that we want to produce at a global scale. This is for soil moisture. This should show that we are not just talking about one variable, not just we are not focusing on a stream flow or a groundwater or a soil moisture, but we're really encompassing all of them and focusing on what the region or the country or what is really important for that particular area. So what's needed? We need to have data sharing in the area where the models are being run. We of course need the research to find out what kind of model needs to be, or what kind of model works best, what are the parameters that needs to be taken into account. We need the systems in place, we need communication, and before and after all of these processes, we need to assess the user needs. So before defining the products, we need to assess the user needs, what's required for that area. And then after we start producing the information, we again need to go back and assess whether we addressed the needs of the users right now or at this stage or not, or if it needs, if that needs improvement. And in the background, you see some pictures of emergency services, you see some models and all of that. And all of this is a byproduct of a system like this. You can only help people at the right time if you give them the right information in the right time, and only then we can be ready to produce, to help or to produce better early warning when we have the entire system strengthened. So this is a kind of a global map that we're talking about. This is from the annual State of the Water report that was launched recently from WMO, and the scale here is quite rough. As you can see, every basin has one color, because this is also the first time that this was being produced. But once we have a system like HydroSOS in place, it's going to be more finer. The grids are going to be more finer, and you see much detailed and much better information in terms of spatial disintegration. So the previous one was stream flow, and what you see here is trends of total terrestrial water storage, and how these global maps can really help us. You see this, it's very clear where the global hotspots are, and when you produce this information in a yearly basis, you can really compare which ones are moving, which ones are getting bigger, and where we need to focus more and where we need to adapt better. So HydroSOS, the hydrological status and outlook system of WMO, the idea is to give baseline hydrological data, statistics, information that's all necessary for the decision making and the policy making processes. And in the process of doing all of this, we of course enhance the national capabilities of the local capabilities of the national agencies, of the regional organizations, and it basically helps in an entirely developed value chain, so to say. And the shared information products in a basin scale informs decision making, plus also prevents conflicts. So once there is more harmony in the data between the different countries, there is definitely less conflict. And of course, all of this then helps us to see a global overview to help us assist in the aid and development sector, and so to say, to help us overall in security and in achieving the global mandates, and in our preparation, of course, for the climate change, the fight against climate change. And that was my last slide, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you so much, Sulagna. There's actually a question from Isabel, if there are some countries that have too little data available. Do you think there are some countries? Yeah.
Many. So that, I mean, of course, this is not a stage to say who and what, but I can give some statistics. In 2020, WMO conducted a hydrological survey. So we had a kind of a template that we asked our member states to fill out, and out of the 101 countries that filled out, only 84% of the countries collect data related to the water level and related to stream flow. So 15% still don't connect any data related to these two very basic parameters. And when we talk about soil moisture, groundwater, and all of that, the numbers are even low. So if just to give you an overall picture, but for Isabella, there is, if you just Google for Hydro Survey 2020 WMO, there is an entire list of who answered what. I mean, it gives you a global picture, and it also gives you region-wise picture, and you can have a better overview of how many countries are at collecting what kind of data. Thank you.
Thank you so much. With this, let's do our last engagement questions. Thanks, Sulagna. We'll get back to you later in the panel. So, how important do you think the data is? Sulagna was talking about the need for data. So please find the function at the top of your screen. There is the options and annotate, and then you can find the stamp. And is it important? Do we need data actually? Is it we sometimes talk that it's a baseline for what we do, but perfect. I see that you also agree very much that it's important, that it's needed. Perfect. I'll go to the next question. Thank you. So, this is again, now I stole one of your slides, Sulagna, as you mentioned you took one of Stefan's, so circle goes round. What do you think are the more critical gaps, or maybe what do you think we should tackle first? WMO has one perspective. What do you think is important? Do we need to raise the awareness in societal and political level? Do you need to have products and services available? Do we need data? Do we need to improve infrastructure? Maybe this is something our panelists can also reflect in their discussion a little bit. So clearly all of these are issues, but maybe there are a few different opinions on which one we should tackle first. All right, I'll stop sharing now. We go to the last panelist, who also speaks about the importance of data and then how this links to making it user friendly. So Dr. Marco Massabo, he works as a program director at CIMA Research Foundation in Italy. He has had an impressively long and dedicated career in research, and also done some consulting, especially on disaster risk reduction. So it's an honor to have you here today with us. Please welcome to the stage, Dr. Marco Massabo. You can start your presentation.
Thank you, Maria. Can you hear me and
Perfect.
see my screen as well? Yeah.
Yes.
Well, first of all, I would like to thank WMO for organizing this important session with all the panel that have already highlighted many of the critical points that we are facing in making early warning fixed system more effective. I will try to share some experience that we have, especially with one of the technology that we have been developing. But let me start with a picture. If I can just next. So this is a mango tree, and why I'm putting this one here is because during the Idai and other disasters, people has been climbing the tree for saving. And there's some people that stay on the tree for 3 days. And there was one lovely lady that even delivered a wonderful baby on the mango tree during the flood. And so I think what we keep in mind that in an early warning system, we want to save these people. And unfortunately, this is not only an example that we have in a less developed country. Just want to remind that in Kentucky this summer, we have a very similar situation where a family was saved because they climbed a tree. Actually, they were not able to save the entire family, but just the parents. And so that is something that I think we need to reflect. If we are seeing similar mechanism in one of the most developed countries of the world, and one in the less developed country of the world, I think we really need to think what are the components of the early warning system that today can make the bigger change. And for me, this one is something of the driving messages that the big initiative early warning for all will need to also influence our activity in that regards. The fourth component has been already mentioned. I'll try to see how the system can support the fourth component that are all essential. We need to know where the risk is. We need to know what the data, the monitoring, we have to have reliable hazard communication. Well, the preparedness and response capacity, I think, is very much something we will need to invest more, especially in the local community, and to transform this warning into action. What is the case? It is true that we need more reliable data, but also we need to be honest and say that there are already a lot of data information that are not used for early warning. There are information that comes from local, from regional, for national, for global. And most of the time, those information are fragmented, are difficult to be compared. Maybe sometimes are also difficult to be interpreted, but not scientific or technical used. But there are a lot of information already there. Not enough to have reliable and, not enough to have sometimes also reliable forecasts, but there are information over there. And in this, this is one of the driving force of Mailevetra, to try to have a big data organizer that can manage a large amount of information that are sometimes difficult to access or even difficult to derive added value and to collect all this information in one single point, and to have one single access point for all this information. And the second driving force of the system is that for an early warning system, I think it was very clear even for the session, interactive session that Maria was mentioning before, the timing of the information. I mean, we need to have the information and the current and the forecasts in a time that allow the people to act upon. This is an example of one flood. It's a very old flood, but one person has the chance to make this picture over several hours. And we see that what you was mentioning about in 6 hours, this is a flash flood. You can see the dynamic of this flood. So we need to have the information in real time. So the technology need to be established in a way that can facilitate, I mean, this establishment of the access to information in the real time. So those one are the two big requirements of Meteorological system, to have information as soon as they are produced, to manage large quantity of data and to make this data more accessible to the user. The third point, the other points that I think are very important is that we need to have forecast, but we also need to have impact of this forecast. So to integrate all this information in a way that we can estimate the occurrence at the location, but also what can be exposed and what is the vulnerability of that. And the system need to support this even on-the-fly calculation. That's also another requirement. So we started with the Italian Civil Protection, this global initiative we called the Meteorological Award, which is supported or promoted, but there is a resolution of the Commission of Hydrology as well on that. There is an open source as a single access point for multiple data set from a global level to the regional to the national level. So what we are currently doing is to integrate as much information as we can, and then any country that are interested can just access to this information as a baseline to work for the early warning system with the information that already have. And more than that, also there's a possibility for the country to integrate their own data so they can have also their own data set, I mean the data set for the country as well. But at least it has a common a starting point, which is already big, for me already pretty much advanced. So it's a unique data access point. Today we have data from observation network the partners decide to share. Of course, we only integrate information from authoritative sources, because it's also very much important that in early warning system, all this data information and voice needs to come from an authoritative source. We try to have a user-oriented, so to really go through towards the user need, as was mentioned before, integrate other services. Copernicus service has a huge amount of information also in US, and then also to communicate. So how to use all this information and to synthesize in a message that can be used and acted upon. And for that also, we have developed what we call a bulletin application. So there is a space where the different forecast, the different agency can synthesize the message, so analyze all this scientific data, and then synthesize a message that can be delivered to the different stakeholders. They can be the population, as was mentioned before, but also can be the authority as well. This is an example, for instance, in Africa and Tanzania, how the information is shown. It can be overlapped among them. Hydrological data also as very much important. Another example that I want to stress, which I think is very important, is the impact-based forecast. This one, there is a lot of attention of impact-based forecast, but to my understanding, we are still having there are initiatives around the world on how we do the impact-based, what kind of information we visualize. what kind of information we use. This is an example for IGAD region. We have implemented flood forecasting model in the Horn of Africa. And we're starting to compute with a 5 days forecast the impact of on different sectors. There's a population affected, a population that can be potentially displaced, cropland, grazing, livestock, roads affected the GDP. But still, for me, is that we have a little bit of open question how we synthesize this one in an early warning message. What are the messages that we send? What are the information that the user will need to act upon, especially for an early warning system when we do a 5 days forecast. This is an example how we are now doing. We aggregate basically at administrative level, because it's the administrative level at the end of the day need to act upon or implement mitigation action. So that's the reason we are putting behind. We will see, I mean, in the practice, in the implementation, how this one will work. This is another point on the continental board, how we aggregate this information. Of course, depend on the user that we are looking at. Those are 3 simple bulletins that are generated from the system. The system generates semi-automatically this forecast, but I think it's always very important. Each of the forecasters then puts their knowledge, experience in the evaluation. One example on the left is for the African Union. So this is a direct warning system, mostly targeting international organization. International organization might need to know if there is any country where might have a disaster that will overcome their coping capacity, so they will require international aid. And that's just the warning that we're developing in that. And the second one is on forest fire in Ethiopia. Was mentioned before on the forest fire. There's a forecasting model behind that. And this one will warn the local WEREDA, which is the local authority. And so this warning is dedicated to that. And the other one is another example to Burundi. So it's very important that we have the warning that is targeted to the user that is going to receive. And these are 3 examples, one from the continental and 2 from the national one. In terms of technology, this system can use the social media. It goes also on CAP, Common Alerting Protocol, can use Twitter, can use Telegram, potentially can use SMS, but this one is very much costly for the country. We are really using a lot Telegram. But when we go to the mango tree, is that the end of the story? And of course it's not. I mean, technology is there. This is one of the solutions. But then I think the capacity, especially for the local community, not only to act, but also to understand what we are communicating, even if we simplify, but this still need of raising the capacity of the local community to understand the messages and then to transform these messages into mitigation action at the field level. I mean, they are the first responder. And they are not the first responder only to disasters, but they are the first responder to warnings. And this, I think, is one of the main challenge that we have. Technology can definitely help. It is a big accelerator of innovation. Is there, and we should use, but we don't need to forget the capacity of the people is really much instrumental to make an effective early warning system. With that, Maria, I would like to conclude here, and thanks again for this opportunity to share our experience.
Thank you very much, Dr. Masabo. I think that was really nice that you ended with that. Like, of course, at the end of the day, these systems are there to save lives, to actually have an impact, to actually prepare people, give the awareness. Without that, there's no point in the system, essentially. It's done for the people. So actually with that, anyone, if you have questions to our panelists, we can quickly take maybe 1 or 2 questions still. But I'd like to actually, Marco, continue with you. I'd like you mentioned the dissemination, so you can send text messages, you can send different type of ways of contacting, let's say, the end user to warn them. Are there any other ways that you feel like you could make data maybe easier to understand, or is there certain things, do you use language or a certain color or something to make this easier for people to know what to do?
Yeah, sure. I mean, this one actually I forgot to mention, but even the bulletin itself is can be translated automatically in all languages that we have around. We actually developed this tool this year, so there is a supervised translation, even in Arabic now. So we integrate. It's not Google Translator, but it's a system for automatic translation as well. And then, but there's always the user need to clear the languages. So language is very important, especially in some contexts with our country where the people does not speak the same language. And so this one is definitely very much important. Yeah, color coding is again very effective and is used. I mean, people know that if red, it's more dangerous, the green, but the meaning, I think, is also very important. What we mean with the red, what is expecting, what is the scenario that is related with the red. So, in that regards, I mean, how we raise the capacity of the people to understand these messages, unfortunately, cannot be solved just using color codes. We need to have more awareness and explain what is this color code mean. Otherwise, the people will not be able to act upon. Yeah, or unless the message is very easy, simple. We have developed another technology which is not it's not Meteorological, but it's just in Italy we are testing. It's called ET alert as a cell broadcast. Messages. So basically anybody which is under a cell will receive a message. Again, the technology is there, and then potentially we could say, okay, there is a one storm coming and all these people will be reached, but what they do on act, how they understand this message, it's sometimes it can be even counterproductive. Now, of course, if we have a tsunami, we say, okay, you move, but where these people goes, maybe it would be easiest to stay in their place if they are not prepared and does not know what to do, once they receive the messages. So this is for me, I mean, the challenge that we have now.
Okay, yeah, that's true. Like, it's not just about how you message, even though the language and everything, that's really cool that you can do that kind of translation. I wasn't aware. So very, very cool that you can take into account that as well. But then what do people do? They need to also understand what is the safest place to go. How can you protect yourself? How can you protect your families in that case? Actually, with that, maybe we could also ask one question about this. How do you then, we had the challenge of the community. How do you create this social, political will and ensure that there is action in the community? Perhaps one of our other speakers would like to jump in on this. Would either maybe Mr. Larsen or Dr. Al-Janabi, would you be willing to come give a few words on how can we take local action and especially create the social and political will to act?
Thank you for the question. It's a very important point at the end of the discussion today. Actually, we still need to work and try to transfer the information needed from the scientific side to the decision maker side, because we have a lack of understanding sometimes, and sometimes the information that we are trying to provide are not really ready for the politicians to disseminate for the people. So we need to work on that, because this is a key point to have the good response, because for the good response, you need to have a good coordination, good governance, at the same time also appropriate action plan. And if you want to achieve that, you need to have this kind of information reached very high, let's say, very good manner to the politicians. Thank you.
Thank you. Any reflections from Larsen or Masabo?
I agree with what Janabi just said. I'm not an expert in the sort of communication aspects and the political process, but I think it is a key challenge to make decision makers more aware of the value of early warning systems and what it provides. I mean, we had this circle of the evil circle of lack of this, gap of that, leading to worse and worse situations. We need to break it, and I think political will is where we have to put at least a lot of our money. I think show them, look, this is what we can do. This is possible, but we need to invest. You need to invest.
That's correct.
Can I just yeah? So
of course,
yeah. Sorry. No, especially for one of the things on the community. What we have a project in the Balkans now. What we do is the exercise. So to have an exercise with the local community on early warning system. I mean, people in the civil protection, they are very familiar with exercise on the response. So we take boats, we take bags, and we put it. But with the early warning system, this is not the case. But that one was amazing, how even the people in the authority understand the importance of all the chain. I mean, from the hydromeds to the civil protection, to the local community, to the other citizen. So I think the exercising on early warning, so before the disasters, is very much effective in understanding and make this one more clear, how even this one will save your life. With the other one, the political will, I will say that, I mean, you are doing a very great job, especially this early warning for all initiative. I think is very much important. We should all campaign for that. Will rise political will. This is otherwise. I mean, that's my hope. I don't know. The other one, it's very much more challenging to act from our research centers.
Thanks for your reflections. Yeah, definitely. That would be ideal if we can collect and combine all of our forces. We all have different expertise. So if we can create that political will, get the financing, get the systems running, have the data, and then be able to give that to the people, I think then we will be successful. So Lagna, did you have a few reflections still at the end to this?
Yeah, I very much like the point that Marco and Henrik just made about starting with the simulation so people are aware at a community scale, definitely, because we have seen that in so many places that the messages are delivered, but they just either don't take them too seriously, or as Firas said, they are more afraid of losing things than their life, and they really don't comprehend how serious it can get. So a simulation definitely is a good way to that. And I totally agree with Henry that we need to break the vicious circle of gaps somewhere, and the political will is one of the most important places to start with, because we need finances to do anything that we want to do, and that's where the finances are going to come from the topmost. However, I will just repeat the WMO standpoint here, that we can only increase the political will through action and not through words. So once we show them what we can produce with what we have in hand, and they realize the importance of really that it's really a low-hanging fruit, as Stefan said, it has a ROI of 6x or 10x. Once they see that, it makes even more sense from the economic point of view. For people who don't understand hydrology so much, maybe they understand the numbers better. So that's what we need to start with I think just to add to that, and we have been speaking about the science, policy, and action nexus. So often we see there is a disconnect. So what we do, the cool science that is being done in the universities and the research centers often don't make it to action, often don't make it to the policy. And the reason for that is often also the communication, and because the politicians who are sitting up there taking the decisions don't understand the codes that we write or don't understand the numbers that we quote. And the science and the climate community was significantly smart in this sense with the 1.5 degrees. So this is something that you understand right away. You don't have to be a climatologist to understand, okay, it's getting warmer by 1.5 degrees. So we need indicators like this, which is easy to communicate and easy for mass public to understand, for media to understand, for politicians to understand, and to connect with. So not in terms of this many hectares or this many cubic liters per person, or but more understandable numbers. We are still brainstorming around it, but very happy to collaborate with Seema as well to work on this together. So we need to break this nexus between science, action, and policy for sure.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, we're starting to really run out of time, or we've already run over time. Christine already has been giving me the hint that we might need to, unfortunately, close this session. Thank you really much for the participants and for the panelists. It's been amazing to have you all join here, and it's great to have such active questions in the chat that we have. We will make sure to answer your questions also afterwards. So please, if you still have some quick questions, put them in the chat. We'll have a look and we'll get back to you with some answers to those questions. So thank you very much for the co-host speakers once again, and I hope you have a wonderful day.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. I think we need many more hours to continue this topic. Wonderful, a very interesting, informative, and interactive session. And thank you very much, Maria, and to our panelists for addressing a very timely topic. I think there's no denying that prevention is always better than cure. So early warning systems for all should be considered a human right to be guarded and to be protected. Thank you once again. So we hope to hear more from you after this forum. So coming up next is a session on policies, technologies, and practices towards resilient cities and coastal areas. Well, I'm always pleased to introduce to you the moderator, Dr. Ralph Winchuk, who has been supporting the forum for more than a decade. So we are very grateful. Ralph, you have the floor. Ralph, are you there? Yes. Cool.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, very well. Go ahead, please.
Good. Thank you very much, Christine. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Sorry. I thank you, and I thank also Haifeng for inviting me once more to a very interesting annual session of the Global Forum on Human Settlements. We just heard a very interesting session on the issue of the role of water in early warning systems. And I think Maria has set the bar very high for us. But we will take this information on the early warning systems in general and move on now to more practical aspects regarding resilient cities and coastal areas, where we will focus on policies, technologies, and practices. If we reflect on our session, we have 90 minutes at our disposal. We have in my program 5 presenters and 3 commentators, and we will reflect, as I said, on the cities. So let me just take a quick look at our program brochure. We have Dr. Avni Behnam. I already see him on the screen. We also expect Ms. Loretta Heber-Girardet from the UNDRR. I'm not sure if I see her. But, and then Dr. Alexander Jachno from the Netherlands, Miss Crystal Wang from the Country Garden Group in China, as well as Mr. Dr. Bob Yang, also from Tianjin, China. I believe this is the current program. Christine, any last minute changes?
We just, after the presentation, we have 3 more commentators.
Correct.
Yes,
Correct.
go ahead, please.
Okay. So on this note, then let's start with the presentations, and then we hope to have opportunity for reflections and discussions and comments. We will hear from the commentators. I would like to invite our panelists to also, in their concluding remarks, focus on specifically identifying 1 or 2 important issues, because we have to think about our report and how we have 40-50 participants, but how we communicate the main messages that come from this session to the other audiences. So please articulate some of these points. We will try to take note and we will reflect it in our respective reports. So on this note, I'd like to invite Dr. Avni Behnam, who is a former United Nations Assistant Secretary General. He is also the honorary president of the International Oceans Institute and an affiliate professor at the University of Malta. Oceans have received increasing attention in recent years and months, and we are grateful for Dr. Behnam to be with us this evening in China and morning in Europe. Dr. Behnam, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Coordinator. Dr. Lo Haifeng, Secretary General, distinguished participants, Christina, I'm grateful for having invited me to this important session, 17th session. My focus is very narrow and very on the issue of the future of port cities and in the blue economy. I have recalled on earlier occasions the symbiotic relationship between ocean and coast, incorporating 2 directions, having to learn to live with the ocean and from the ocean in a sustainable relationship. Is a principle of the blue economy, which is a redefinition of human relationship between ocean and coast. Over the years, the role of the port city has dramatically changed. The blue economy has compounded that change. That the prime dominance of the port city became less important in terms of physical, spatial, economic, governance importance. As the blue economy concept brought unlimited competition from new stakeholders to this congested blue coast, management and governance challenges of sustainable, fair utilization of coastal space is no longer the prime responsibility of the port city or of the port economy. As under the blue economy, there are providers of multiple opportunities in terms of the coastal interaction between what was a port city, what is now is a blue city. Managing blue ocean space is complex and demanding. The essential components of this concept are the interconnectedness of emerging global challenges of ocean and coast in all their diversity. The blue economy opens the door to a wealth of opportunities, but it represents a major challenge in managing and the governance of conflicting demands and obligations. Thus, as a concept, it transcends maritime or marine economy into an ocean-urban nexus of sustainability. The benefits of blue economy can only be realized through application of management principles, such as the precautionary approach, polluter pays principle, linkages to science, ecosystem approach, stewardship, compliance, and enforcement. And now we have to deal with a number of tools, area-based management tools, marine spatial planning, marine protected areas, common heritage, etc. For the transition to blue economy, which enlarges the definition of the coastal zone, of biophysical, social, economic demands, where the dimension of the area enlarges, and both the economic and the social remits, thus leading to a much wider but conflicting space that is sustainably managed, delimited, or shared exclusively. So the blue economy implies a substantial increase of stakeholders with overlapping spatial demands, requiring a change of mindset and acceptance of moral and ethical values and settlement in the settlement of disputes through peaceful persuasion. The blue economy of the blue coast and the blue city, former port city, provides unlimited opportunities for job creation. However, it generates downstream and upstream activities with connectivity inland through river catchments, etc., and further inland through improved efficiency. Associated are the economic benefits through new opportunities as in economic rewards, food security, recreation, energy, artificial structures, marine genetic resources, traffic separation scheme, the list goes on and on. For each activity, there could be overlapping and prohibitive spatial allocation. On the one hand, the blue economy is a country's gateway to a smart, sustainable blue growth and job creation through new drivers in ocean seas, specifically coastal management, providing an environment for innovation, competitiveness, contributing to wealth and satisfaction of the habitats. The other side of the coin is the enlarged number of stakeholders competing for a spatial benefits with conflicting demands and needs that change the coastal zone in a new direction. Hence, the imperative of resolving spatial needs of overlapping demands of stakeholders in the coast and the zone and beyond. Dr. Charles Ehler brilliantly coined the solution in 3 letters, MSP, Marine Spatial Planning. Back in 2006, in his work at UNESCO IOC, he defined MSP as a public process of analyzing and allocating the spatial and temporal distribution of human activities to achieve ecological, economic, and social objectives. that one usually specified through political process. And here is the link, the political process and the scientific process. MSP is explained as numerous different manners. You can call it what you want, ICZM, ocean zoning. What matters is the outcome of the process. If we want sustainable fisheries, safe navigation, sustainable energy supply, enhanced ocean and coastal security, robust coastal and marine economies, ecosystems services, reduce conflict among stakeholders, reduction of conflict between use and nature, the protection of the ecology. The sustainable application, therefore, of MSP is a compiled data-based process of research, finance, implementation, monitoring, performance, and evaluation of all stakeholders' needs and responsibilities. The result of imposing MSP is sustainable fisheries, energy supply, enhanced safety and security, robust coastal and marine economies, maintenance of ecosystem services, reduction of conflicts among stakeholders. That was not the experience before of the port and the port city. That is now in the past. MSP is a more sophisticated, science-based and greater data-intensive than ICZM. It is a transit from traditional ocean and coastal use and MSP is the necessity tool of the future. You can never escape the fact that as we move into a blue economy mindset, you're going to have congestion and you're going to have conflict of interest, and that needs a scientific base supported by a political stand in order to. It is the new science of sustainable coastal realities. It is the future and the present. We have realized the importance of marine spatial planning as necessity as we can continue this interaction between coast and the ocean. At IOI, as a knowledge-based institution, we have mainstreamed MSP as a primary need for coastal sustainability in our programs of education, training, and the academy. We are also at the beginning of addressing this through ocean literacy. It is complex, but it is necessary if we have the future in sight of the change that is inescapable of utilizing the ocean, living with it, and from it sustainably. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
10 minutes.
Dr. Yeah, very good. I would like to have maybe take up two questions at the moment. One is, I mean, you emphasize the marine spatial planning and zoning. In terms of institutional setup, which institution is in charge or should be in charge of this kind of aspect? And could you expand a bit on the interrelation with the port city? Before we broaden it to coastal cities, you talked about port cities. So
Good.
these two
Thank
aspects,
you.
maybe we can clarify a bit for our audience.
The port city was before the new technology that came into shipping and in trade, and basically containerization, where the space where the port is became no longer, because the containerization is about throughput. It's about door-to-door transfer of trade. So therefore, its place only as a transit point is no longer the importance of the port as the gateway to that. The port has moved inland, and so the ports are no longer but transit points where ships can come and go. Now, in using the ocean as the blue economy with all the opportunities that we have, then we would have to, the port does not play any longer that because there are other uses of the coast and the ocean beyond what the port. The port now is a transit point. So therefore, you have energy, you have wind farms, you have fisheries, aquaculture, you have recreation. All these are blue uses that open the door with the blue economy that are based on a principle of sustainability, of course. When we say living with the ocean is, and from the ocean is what we take. The fish we take, the energy, whatever that it provides us. And so what has happened now, the port was kind of the center, the hub for the management of the coast. Now it's no longer. It's a cluster of issues. You have the fisheries, you have the energy, you have the recreation, all the kind of issue, new products that we can take from the ocean, provided it's taken sustainably, has to be managed. And therefore, there has to be an independent arbitrator who is going to help in planning and allocating the conflicting space, where recreation would conflict with aquaculture, where the navigation would conflict with the wind farms, etc. So no longer the port is the center of decision making in the coast. It has been replaced by all these factors, all these uses in the blue economy. And that's to say on the port is no longer the ruling king in the coast.
Right. Thank you very much for pointing out the multiple interrelations between the different economic activities and sectors, and in a spatial context of coasts being, the bridge between the land and the sea.
That's right.
Good. On this note, then let's move on, and I invite Ms. Loretta Heber-Girardet. She is with the United Nations Office of Disaster Risk Reduction, which is also a partner in this forum today. And she is the Chief of Risk Knowledge Monitoring and Capacity Development at the UNDRR. I believe the office is in Geneva. So Mrs. Girardet, please.
Thank you very much. Yes, my office is in Geneva, but I'm actually in Nairobi today. So greetings from Kenya. And on behalf of the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction, it's really a pleasure to to be able to speak to you about some of the issues that are concerning us now regarding resilient cities and coastal areas. And I think this is interesting that this event is happening just a few weeks after COP27, which fortunately has not led to a significant increase in terms of the ambition around carbon emission decrease. However, there is a real understanding, I think, now on the need to better address loss and damages. So perhaps I'd like to start off by saying that at COP27, we launched a campaign called Zero Climate Disasters. And perhaps at first glance, the idea that we could live in a world with zero climate disasters might seem overly ambitious or perhaps even unrealistic. But we believe that it is actually doable and within our grasp if, and this is a big if we transform our thinking in our action. Where do we currently stand? This is no surprise to any of you that as we approach the midway point of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and also the midway point of the Sendai Framework, we are nowhere near close to achieving the objectives that we have set for ourselves for both sustainable development, but also for better management of disaster and linked to this, of course, climate risks. So of the billions of words spoken and written about the climate emergency, I might want to just repeat what the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres said last month in Sharm el-Sheikh. His words were, "We are on a highway to climate hell with our foot still on the accelerator." This is a damning statement, but it's actually true. We can see that we have the understanding and the tools at our disposal to not only take our foot off the accelerator, but quickly reverse course and embark on a journey in the opposite direction towards zero climate disasters. What we're lacking is political will, financial will, and really a greater collective ambition to seize the moment for a future without climate disasters. And this is why we're really trying to push this idea of zero climate disasters. Obviously, we need to reduce emissions, but at the same time, we really have to scale up disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation. And in particular, what we are seeing in many of the countries where we work is that there's a lack of attention to vulnerability reduction. Now, you probably all know that for us, risk is the equation of the hazards, but also the vulnerability and the exposure. And so we believe there's really far more we can do to reduce the vulnerabilities of populations on the front line of the climate emergency, but also the exposure. And this goes very much to the heart of the question of coastal cities, where we see so much exposure going on right now and inadequate measures, I would say, to address this and to reduce the exposure to often very repeated climate and disaster related events. Now, I heard in the session before that you've already spoken about providing early warning systems for all people, but we do believe that this is a very critical adaptation and disaster risk reduction measure that will go a long way towards saving people's lives and livelihoods. And we did issue a report earlier, a few months ago, that really demonstrated that 1/3 of the world's population are still not covered by early warning systems. And many of these people live in urban areas of the least developed countries and small island developing states. And in Africa, where I am today, that's 60% of the population. And I heard one of our colleagues just mention that it is a human right to have early warning systems. I couldn't agree more. Of course, the $3.1 billion cost of this initiative may seem a little steep, but when we bear in mind that that's really just 50 cents per person per year for the next 5 years, it really helps put it in perspectives. One thing I would like to point out about this initiative on early warning is that issuing a warning, as you've all said, is not enough. Early action is not enough. Because what we're actually seeing in many of these contexts are recurrent disasters hitting the same population groups over and over again. And flooding is a very good example of this, where it is the riverine populations that are exposed repeatedly to flooding. And this is essentially causing them to lose their livelihoods and unfortunately sometimes their lives and their homes. We know through our disaster loss accounting systems where these populations are, and we are able to track the types of losses and damages that are being incurred by these populations. So as we scale up early warning and anticipatory action and early action, I think we must also really double down our efforts on locally led adaptation so that we are simply not waiting for these disasters to occur, but we're actually getting ahead of the curve and reducing, as I've mentioned before, the vulnerability and exposure to these events through scale up and adaptation. And we are still falling short of the funding that has been promised on adaptation. So I think that this is really a critical issue moving forward. So one thing I would also like to share with you is that our office, the UNDRR, along with 11 core partners, launched the Making Cities Resilient 2030 initiative with the effort of really ensuring that no municipality is left behind in the effort to strengthen climate and disaster resilience. And as of today, the partnership has mobilized more than 1,460 local governments, and this represents 454 million people. And the aim of this initiative is to really bring together different core actors that can help local governments put in place resilience building measures. And we are trying to promote a peer-to-peer exchange between different municipalities around the world so that they can learn from each other, whether they're resource-constrained cities or whether they are cities that actually are able to mobilize different resources. Each of these cities are trying different actions to help reduce their climate and disaster risk. So I'm going to just share a few examples with you, starting with Wrocław in Poland. And this is a city that has taken in more than 250,000 refugees from the war in neighboring Ukraine. And the deputy mayor, Mr. Jakub Mazur, has been sharing his experience of how they have been able and they have prioritized essentially maintaining a green track throughout this entire crisis. And so he has been traveling and sharing his experiences about how they are coping as a society across the various sectors, health, education, and others, to take short-term action in relation to the influx of refugees while also maintaining a longer-term green growth. And so we've really been inspired by his leadership and helping him spread the word of what they are experiencing. And then I would also give the example of the Campinas in Brazil, which has been experiencing severe storms and flooding. It was so impacted by flooding that it has prompted a transformation in two fronts, with the municipality institutionalizing and mainstreaming a resilience agenda into its local development planning. And this started some 20 years ago. So in 2003, they really were devastated by severe storms. Since then, the number of the city's districts that are exposed to flooding and landslides has reduced from 75 to 30. So it's a decrease of 64%. So these are the types of measures that can be taken to reduce disaster and climate risk, provided you have the political leadership. And I give you perhaps one more example, and this is the Korean city of Incheon. As periods of extreme temperature become more common, this is a coastal city that has decided to get ahead of the hazard and has set a goal of 0 heat wave casualties and damage. And what it's using is big data to focus resources on where the vulnerability, the most vulnerable populations lie, where does the exposure lie. And it's increased its heat wave management funding by 20%. But what's unique is that it's established a team of 7,000 heat wave helpers, as they're called, who really act as first responders during danger periods. And they look at where are the most vulnerable populations. And this heat wave plan goes hand in hand with a comprehensive flood management strategy. So these are just examples of cities that are finding ways to manage these extreme weather events, and in some cases really reduce the disaster risks. So we do believe that hazards do not have to become disasters that devastate. And I'm very happy to announce that the Making Cities Resilient initiative is already working with the organizers of COP28 in Dubai to showcase the good practices that are taking place at the city level and to bring to COP28 an urban agenda that really can focus attention on the fact that these cities are both on the front line of the disaster risk, but they're also innovating. And it's really important that we share how cities are contributing to a future where disasters and climate change do not actually lead to irreparable damages for populations. So I'd like to end here, but thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Girardet, for this overall introduction and overview and summary. You already mentioned several examples, but I would be happy if you could expand and give us some more examples and thereby also focus on our coastal cities. I'm sure that you will prepare, or you have already published maybe some publications of the Making Cities Resilient initiative. So if we zoom in on the subgroup of the coastal cities, which are the measures that you think are the most important or so-called low-hanging fruits, or what are the priorities that come to your mind in that context?
Thank you very much. Yes, I mean, along coastal areas, one of our biggest priorities where we're working as an organization is really helping them better understand the climate and disaster risks. And what we have been finding in many different countries is that some of their strategies tend to be quite generic. And they're not really contextualized to the coast, to the city themselves. So we have been working across the organization and with partners to help develop risk profiles at the city level that look at not only the disasters that they have occurred in the past to help with their planning, but also to downscale climate change modeling to the city level and to use this information to inform the urban planning. And this is something that one would think happens automatically, but it actually isn't. Many of the plans that we have seen do not take into account yet the climate future. And so subsequently, you see across the world, unfortunately, planning and infrastructure development in particular, that is what we would call not risk informed. So really building the risk knowledge is a very important component of our work. And then in other places where we are working, it is very much around building infrastructure resilience and helping cities develop infrastructure strategies, infrastructure development strategy. Because unfortunately, what's happening is not only that the current infrastructure is exposed, but we're building new risks with the new infrastructure. And so this is the type of work that we're hoping to see becomes quite very much second nature to cities, using better risk information, infrastructure planning that takes into account the climate future, as well as looking at where past disasters are occurring. And then, of course, we're also trying to showcase good practices where we see good innovations, such as sponge cities that have in places like in China, for example, where they're really trying to develop approaches and methodologies to deal with hydrometeorological events. We are trying to expand the exchange of information about how to deal with heat waves. And then perhaps one additional piece of work that we've been doing at a global level is we've developed a Center of Excellence on disaster and climate resilience to try to pull together the different types of interventions needed to address the hazards that we're facing in the future. And so we'll be starting with drought, but also heat waves, torrential rains, and which mudslides. So these are the types of interventions that we are trying to really share across our partnership and to learn from each other with the good examples. But of course, maybe my final point will be what we're seeing with cities is often they are lacking the resources to implement resilience strategies, even where they are able to put them into place. Funding remains a very serious problem, as does the issue of cities being linked to national strategies and national planning. So we are trying to also support them in these two domains as well.
Thank you very much again. I would have one proposal. I mean, we have several presentations, and I believe in many cases the slides will eventually also be accessible via the GFHS website. In this case, I would like to invite you or propose that I'm sure you have like policy briefs or informative materials of this kind. If you would make that available or links to those resources, I'm sure many people will be interested in making use of that. So thank you, Ms. Girardet, and we move on and I invite Dr. Alexander Jachno, who is from the Netherlands, a country that is very much experienced in coastal area management and flood protection. Dr. Jachno is the team leader of the INTPA Urban Development Technical Facility. He is working with the Institute of Housing and Urban Development Studies in the University of Rotterdam. I'm sure you have more functions that I have not yet mentioned. Please do so, and we look forward to your presentation.
Thank you very much, Ralph. And thank you very much, Haifeng, Christine, for inviting me again. Always a pleasure to be here and to talk. Today, actually, I'm in two different functions, and I should clarify this because the INPA, which is the International Partnership section of the European Union, is building up an urban development technical facility, which is very relevant for partner countries. So all partner countries listening, there will be an urban development technical facility in the European Union, which has three functions. One of them is to support programs and projects in developing countries in urban areas. And of course, resilience, Green Deal, just transition, all these parts are very relevant for the European Union to finance. And we will build this facility to make these connections. So I'm very happy to get in touch with you afterwards. You can find me very easily. I'm the only bearer of this name. You find me on LinkedIn. The one position I'm leaving is I have been for the last 9 years the head of the Urban Planning and Spatial Policies Department in the IHS, the Institute of Housing Studies at Erasmus University at Rotterdam, and where I worked more from a research, more from a theory basis towards the questions of resilience, of better cities in general, because I think the first statement that I would like to do, cities have to be everything. There is no focus that we should give or exclusively give to development of cities. Resilience now is a big thing, and of course we have to work on resilience, but we also have to work on spatial justice, we have to work on mobility, we have to work on social transitions. Cities are a catalyst for social transition, so we have to be also aware that family sizes, that behaviors, that how our youth is educated, etc., that has a lot to do with cities. And everything that we do in cities, it's our habitat. Yeah. So as a bird has a nest, we have a city, and that is something that humankind has been increasingly putting efforts in it. And I don't have to repeat this because for the last 20 years already, people are saying half of humanity is living in cities. I would say that 60 to 70% of humans are living urban lifestyles already. If you think about the use of cell phones, the use of or other digital equipment, the kind of life we have. So this all culminates in urban lifestyles, and it all culminates in the need to build cities, and that is a spatial factor of it, because often ignored also if you talk about resilient infrastructure, if you talk about how we build cities, we often think that a city is some product, some outcome of an understanding, some implementation of a plan. It is not. It's a very dynamic mechanism. It is always changing. Processes are cities, cities are processes and not products. So if you want to understand how we make better cities, or how we make our cities more resilient, we have to really understand how we enhance the dynamics that help making the processes resilient. Yeah, for example, we just had from the previous speaker, we heard about resilience infrastructure, and that new infrastructure is also causing new risks, and that is absolutely true, because many things that we are building in the cities now, like in the backdrop, you will see Bangkok, and actually both photos are from Bangkok. This is Bangkok during the flooding, and this is Bangkok during the tourist season. So water in the city is a factor that can be very harmful, and it can be very beautiful at the same time. So it is really how we deal with it, what we make out of it, that then enhances the way we want, or we don't want. And to make it a bit easier, because I cannot talk about all these spatial aspects of cities, I have chosen to illustrate it along two different, very conflicting rationalities. One is the compact city that has been very much promoted during the 2016 New Urban Agenda event. In the New Urban Agenda, it is the Habitat 3 event in Quito. We know that Barcelona, for example, is a great city, and it is great because it is compact, but it's also not so compact in terms of population. It's just a build up compact city that works very well, because it has been built over hundreds of years, as it is now, or even thousands of years if you think about the Romans founding Barcelona. And now we have a city that is very well adapted to its climate, to its people, to its social and infrastructural functions, etc. Also to the geography, also to waters. It is a coastal city, but it has been compact because it was evolved that way. We should not take this model of compact city and promote it as a general solution. Compact cities have advantages. They can, for example, make our commuting distances shorter. They will be more infrastructure efficient, because you would build shorter water lines, for example, or pipelines for water, electricity cables, etc. So there is a lot of benefits from compact cities. But in climate change, if we put another layer to this and think about my backgrounds of water, we have to be very careful if you really want to promote a city that is very densely built. Resilient cities are actually often not, like naturally resilient cities are often much more giving space to nature. They give more areas. You have maybe heard about the Dutch concept of room to the river. We don't claim it to be a Dutch, but we apply it. The room to the river concept, where you say, okay, instead of like channelizing the river in the city, we extend the areas where it can flow over in times of flooding or rain seasons. So my point here is mainly that if we think about the compactness of built infrastructure versus the possibility of building resilience, there is a very strong morphological factor to the aspect of resilience. We have to make cities that work in their climate, that work with their waters, that have the possibility to extend, that are like also there is a concept of sponge city, where sponge also requires more space. The idea of sponge is that the city city's soil absorbs most of the rainwater, instead that you have to channel it and have to bring it to a water treatment plant or to the rivers or to the sea even. So you would try to have the water sink in where it falls, the rainwater. And Sponge City is another morphological solution, or it is very much related to morphological aspects and ideas. So what I want to say, if we think cities from a resilient point of view, if we think cities from all the other aspects of livability, of usefulness, of economic development, of prosperity, etc., we should always think about the morphology they need or they have generated. And of course, there can be over years wrong developments or developments that are not favoring all these positive aspects. The vision of a prosperous city requires definitely certain amounts of density. It requires certain amounts of diversity, etc., to be functional and in an economic term as well. But it is very individual determined. It's not that you can take one city concept and take it to another city. It is something that you have to develop out of the conditions in the city, on the ground. And of course, you can use a lot of best practices and examples from other countries. The other point that I wanted to make, or where I want to finalize, I think urban development is something that can in fact help us to be more resilient, not just in cities, but as global population, as humans on this earth. We have built very anthropogenic cities. We have created of course, cities are made by men. They're per default man-made, human-made, women-made, children-made, but they are also maybe our anthropocentric solutions for living along with nature, living with disaster risk, reducing disaster risk, and taking all the benefits that a city development plan can bring. If we are consistent with our planning, if we have a way to understand, for example, the room of the water, the way a coastal line should be built up, the way we, instead of building a seawall, we can also build space. And with this, I would like to close here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alexander, for drawing our attention to these different aspects. Now, I should like to say I'm still a little bit conservative, and I would like to still highlight the advantages of the general concept of the compact city. I guess we can see that the two models can, in fact, I mean, they're not mutually exclusive, because when we think of compactness or the advantages of compactness, we don't necessarily mean forever expanded urban spaces. We also have the concept of the Randstadt, or the different kind of urban centers, which are interconnected, but which also provide a lot of open spaces in between. So I think that maybe is something that combines your ideas with that of the compact city in some fashion. When we mean compact, we don't mean everything into one, and also, I mean, I think we should be very well aware of the multiple advantages that dispersion can offer in the context of climate change, whether it's lesser risk, better absorption, and all kinds of these aspects. So I was trying to see if there is any question in the chat box, but I don't see, or they have already left. So let's come back to our reflection in the general discussion with the panelists later. I invite Ms. Crystal Wang, the Deputy Director, the Deputy General Manager of Overseas and the Special Administrative Region Division of the Country Garden Group, who will share with us updates of the forest city as a green, smart, sustainable city. We have heard of the forest city on earlier occasions, but I think she will emphasize the most recent developments as well as the perspectives as the forest city being also like a seafront, oceanfront cities with all the pros and cons that come with it.
Okay.
So, Ms. Wang, please.
Thank you. Can you see my screen here?
Yeah, beautiful.
Okay, good. Good afternoon and good morning, ladies and gentlemen and distinguished participants. It's my great honor here today to present on behalf of Forest City. And this is a actual picture just taken, I think, last month on site. So let me start. My presentation consists of 3 parts. And for those of you who don't know Country Garden, I'll give you just a brief introduction of the company. We are actually listed on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange since 2007. And we ranked 138th on the Fortune 500 list, and also 254th on the Forbes Global 2000. And we've been operating in the property development industry since 1992, which is already over 30 years now. And we have served more than 4.5 million customers, over 3,000 projects in over 1,400 towns globally. And the sales revenue up to date, it's around 244 billion RMB. And we have, the company has employed over 200,000 employees. And the company is very donated on the charity works. Over the years, we have donated over 10 billion RMBs on the charity donations. And a brief introduction of Forest City project itself. It is a development jointly developed by Country Garden and EDSB since 2015. And the project is located in Iskandar, Malaysia. Iskandar is a especially economic zone by the Malaysia. And the project is adjacent to the second link of Singapore and Malaysia border, about 55 kilometers away from the Singapore Changi International Airport and 40 kilometers away from the Johor Senai International Airport. And the total development area is approximately 30 square kilometers. And as you guys might already know, it is developed on the reclaimed land. This project is aimed to have 4 man-made islands. And so far, we've already been, the island has been built for the first one, and the area is about 3 square kilometers. And once the project is completed and equipped with various facilities and amenities, the green and sustainable development is positioned to be a prime model of the future cities where green, ecological, smart, multicultural, and city industrial integrations qualities adapted to its plan. And the Forest City expands the operation space of the city through vertical greenery, and you can see from the facades, and a 3-dimensional traffic system. Continuously introduced 8 major industries to create livable and business-friendly urban life experiences, and developed a green, smart, and model of the future cities. Forest City has a unique coastlines, mangrove ecological river, giant green maze, eco museum, golf resorts, marina hotels, affordable water parks, and some of the recreational facilities, and also international schools, healthcare service providers, food and beverage outlets, and other tourism resources. It will integrate tourism and exhibition services such as sightseeing, water amusement, star-rated hotels, top events, conference and exhibitions, and tax-free retail to drive the growth of Malaysia tourism economy and become a regional and international tourist destinations. And the planner and designers had taken into consideration the green model city standards since the start of the project, aiming to achieve the harmony of building, environment, and residents. And here's some highlights of forest city practices after 8 years constructions. First, vertical greenery. This entire city will be engulfed in green and parks with buildings of facades covered by plants. All the green plants will be irrigated by automatic irrigation systems to ensure timely maintenance. With the application of vertical greening, residents will not fully rely on air conditionings to adjust the indoor temperatures, which will significantly reduce the carbon dioxide emission. And we have utilized the water recycling system for the treat and use waters and used it for the irrigation of water gardens, vertical greenery, outdoor landscapes, as well as public toilet flushing, etc. And we have continuously cooperating with the professional environment to monitor the surrounding ecology, hydrology, and seagrasses, etc., and improve the surrounding marine ecosystem. And we have also actively promoting a green culture. And there are more than 20 online and offline activities executed since Go Green program introduced in 2019. And also in 2020, Forest City Eco Museum Phase 1 has completed and opened to public. And we have also integrated some of the smart city features, such as the smart urban management and operation systems. And we also introduced the service robots, and also the customized digital library access. And some of the highlights is the industrialized building systems. We have used this technology. It's applied to most of the buildings in the project. And this IBS, it's invested and set up the most advanced and largest plants in Malaysia. And it is the largest plant. And we have also have some international honors and recognitions and promoting the technology of industrialized building system and a more environmental approach on construction. And that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Wang, for giving us the update on the recent developments. It really is gaining shape a lot and in a very nice way. It's also interesting to see how the recommended principle of living with water is translated into practical solutions in your project. And we all hope that once the the travel-related restrictions are lifted, then some more events could perhaps even take place in the Forest City.
Yes.
Thank you again. And we move on to Dr. Bob Yang, who is the Professor of Engineering and Managing Director of AECOM. I don't know if I pronounce it correctly. It's the AECOM project in Tianjin. Dr. Yang, please.
Thank you. 非常高兴哈，这个今天有机会来分享。我先把屏幕分享，大家能看到我的屏幕哈。那个我今天
Yes,
我
we
呢
can see. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I will use Chinese to do my presentation. Okay. 我今天我呢是一个港口海岸工程师出身的景观设计师。 所以今天我的分享的题目啊，是生态修复景观，提升中国海岸的韧性，这样一个题目。那么从这个，我先把这个屏幕调一下，还有点问题。好，那么从我们这个中国的海岸生态的修复的角度，我们来看一下。首先，那么海岸带我们是可以这样理解哈，它本身是有这个核心带和支撑带，还有关联带，那么3个主要部分构成。当然，它的外海是战略带，它的里边呢是它的腹地带。这是我们认为海岸带空间的一个模型，也是中国的城市规划界那么基本上比较统一的一个认知。那么在城市的海岸环境当中呢，就韧性和景观这2个主题，我们关注的海岸环境要素，那么应该说主要关注到强风、潮汐、波浪、海流，以及泥沙的淤积和湿地，还有海岸高程的变化。那么当然最近几年非常热的一个热点就是海平面的上升，那么最后还有其他的一些灾害性天气的影响。我们看一下中国啊，这近20年到30年吧，它的海平面形态的变迁。这是中国最南边的珠江口，也就是中国的靠近香港的一部分河口海岸。从1995年到2020年的变化，我们可以看到它的一些重点部位啊，都发生了巨大的变化，整个河口在缩窄，一些部分原来的海湾和海岛已经消失。那么这是一个珠江口的情况。中间我们知道上海的长江口，我在这儿就不再说了，我再往北，我们看一下，这是北京附近的、天津附近的渤海湾。我们把它的轮廓描述出来以后，可以发现从1995年到2016年，那么它发生了一个巨大的变化，就从原来的像一只河豚哥一样的一个温柔的曲线，演变成了一个像一只炸毛的鸡一样的一个犬牙交错的这样的一个海岸构型。那么这是整个的北边的就渤海湾附近的海岸变形。那么总结以上的来说呢，我们可以看到，那么中国的海岸啊，在近30年发生了巨大的物理形态上的变化，这是一个重要的特点。这种物理形态的变化与中国近年经济的高速发展以及粗放的发展都是有着比较密切的关系的。那我们再看一下中国海洋生态环境面临一些痛点。那么这些痛点呢和压力主要表现在那么这么几个方面。第一个是近岸海域的环境生态质量受损情况很严重，那么沿海的海洋开发的热度过大，其中呢重工业的比重啊非常高。那么同时我们也关注到像它近海的海岛生态系统的损害和退化。那么这些呢都是我们做过的一些调查的报告或者数据，我们可以通过它发现我们这些痛点。那么从生态系统来说，中国的海洋生态系统，那么一些珍稀的生态系统也遭到了破坏，是吧？包括像这个珊瑚礁的白化，像珍稀海洋物种的锐减，那么海草床的面积大面积减少。那么同时还有一个现象，就是外来物种，像这个护花迷草、大迷草啊，在中国北方，那么包括南方大面积的繁殖，以致导致了对这个当地物种的多样性形成了很严重的一个威胁。所以我们可以这样说，中国的海岸带呢，为中国的经济提供了巨大的贡献，但是同时呢，生态形势非常严峻，应该说是亟待休养生息。那么而且同时呢，目前中国大量的填海，那么也有待于有效的利用。那么这个中国的国家政策啊，正在进一步的落实这些问题。那么从海洋生态修复的角度呢，中国政府也采取了很多的这个措施，今年尤其是加强了在海洋生态修复方面的力度。那么从海洋生态修复的角度，包括 生态修复和生态恢复，中国都投入了很大的资金，包括进行岸线的修复，是吧？滨海的湿地的修复，海洋生物资源的恢复，水文动力及充裕环境的恢复等等一系列的这个具体的工作。那么，每年投入资金呢，从政府支持的角度，那么都有100-200个亿人民币。那么各地加上配套资金呢，应该有1000亿左右的投入，这是我们掌握的一个基本的大概的数据。那么同时，中国政府近年在海岸空间利用的保护的方面的政策啊，也在逐步加强和完善。那么越来越严格的控制对海岸空间造成环境破坏的或影响生态影响的那么项目的建设，是吧？那么同时在海岸带的规划、围填海、海洋生态修复的政策这个技术和规程的建设方面，那么技术规程的建设方面的体系呢，也逐步完善起来。那么我们再看一下，那么生态修复景观提升海岸韧性的，我们都做了哪些工作啊？那么我们总结了一下，海岸空间是一个复合型的，而且是个多元功能的空间。那么它有4个方面的特点。第一呢，它是低碳的、原和碳汇的一个高效的一个利用的空间。同时呢，它也是海岸带绿色开放空间的一个增量，就是我们陆上的绿色开放空间啊，可能它的效益和它的增加量都不如海滨来的那么多或者那么有效。同时很重要的2点，就是它是陆海生态衔接的缓冲区，那么也是我们城市安全防护韧性的一个屏障。那么对于韧性，中国的科学家和工程师也做了一系列的研究，由于时间的原因，在这儿我不再展开了。那么中国过去在海岸防护建设上呢，一直存在的问题就是景观人工化、环境不生态、空间不友好，这就面临着一个传统的灰色基础设施向生态、景观和韧性复合型的这样的一个转化。那么比如说提出来了像这个海岸复合型的这种3重堤的概念、多重堤的概念，是吧？这是在基沿海岸。那么同时呢，对基于自然的解决方案的推广应用，包括利用环境的动力、使用自然的材料、借助生态系统特点等等。那么近年在中国啊，也得到了很高的一个推崇，同时与中国传统的工程施工海岸工程能力，我们知道中国的海岸工程施工能力在全球都是领先的。那么基于自然解决方案，最近几年跟中国的传统施工能力有了很好的一个结合。下面我们讲几个案例。考虑到时间的原因，我们这3个案例呢，基本是按照中国的南中国海和东中国海以及渤海，那么这3个海区来谈的。这是中国香港，那么中国香港的香港国际机场旁边的东冲。那么这个地方呢，有4.5公里的海岸。那么首先我们对它进行了环境的生态的评估，与不同类型防护结构融合的这种生态韧性的判断。那么在这个评估基础上，我们判断出它包括了3个部分的岸线。那么一个是这种红树林的生态海岸线，那么中间部位呢就是岩石的生态岸线，那么这边呢最里边呢是垂直的生态岸线。那么针对这不同类型的岸线，我们分别进行了不同形式的那么这个结构的处理，包括韧性的处理，那么把韧性、景观和防护能力啊有机的结合到一起。那么我们知道香港是一个高密度的城市，正像刚才有一位同行谈到的，那么这种高密度的紧凑型的城市呢，那么它对于韧性的需求是什么样的？那么岩石生态海岸岩石海岸是不是就不是生态的，对吧？这也是一个我们需要解决的问题。所以比如说在这一次的岩石生态海岸线上，我们设置了潮汐池，进行了很多的探索，是吧？包括通过这种潮汐岸线，那么这个岩石来留住那么海水，给海生物提供更多的生存空间，同时也具备了一个防浪防潮的能力，对吧？这是我们的效果图。那么另外垂直岸线，一般原则上认为啊，垂直岸线是不能运用生态手段的。 那么在这个项目中，我们对生态手段进行了一个比较大的扩展，就是通过陶盘、孔洞、生态方块等形成不平滑的表面，那么让体型较小的海洋生物可以附着和生长。那么当然，红树林海岸我们通常被认为是一种典型的生态海岸。那么恢复它的软岸生境，是吧？是一个非常重要的一个方式。那么为了解决它的初期生长的生态环境问题，因为我们认为红树林海岸的生态修复和景观的结合，最重要的是初期的树整树苗阶段的这个稳定性的问题。那么我们给它创造了一个防浪空间，然后让它可以生长以后，那么逐渐的形成一个软性的屏障。那么就是外边有堤，中间有红树，那么后边跟城市相连。那么这样呢，我们就形成了一个城市、海岸和海洋空间的一个联动，是吧？这样的一个结果呢，我们认为是近年在香港的海岸生态修复和景观和城市韧性结合上比较成功的一个范例。那么这个项目是IUCN在去年完成的，在香港。我们再举一个中国内地的一个重要的案例，就是中国日照港。我们可能知道哈，中国日照港是全球著名的煤炭港，它年吞吐量大概在3亿吨左右。那么这样一个大型的港口，那么中国政府今年有大量的港口已经由于它的转型，那么已经退出了它的港口功能，那么恢复了它的原来的从工业港口占用岸线资源，到恢复成为生态型的城市型的旅游岸线。那么这样的一个结果就是恢复了沙滩的防护功能，释放它的韧性潜力和公共空间的价值，是吧？这是我们可以看到上图左边是原来的修复以前的海岸，那么这个是修复以后的人工修复以后的沙滩。那么这个沙滩呢，长是3.8公里，最宽处500米，窄处呢大概300多米。这是日照海龙湾沙滩的修复的一个实景。那么这样在沙滩修复以后，我们就可以来重塑城海界面，来掩护后方的城市，就把城市的韧性、城市的景观和城市的生态三者有机的统合为一体。我们最后再来谈一个非常典型的城市级的案例，就是中心天津生态城。那么这个是位于天津的渤海湾，这个地方呢，过去是废弃的盐碱地，有1/3是废弃的盐田，1/3是盐碱荒地，那么1/3是污染的水面。那么现在呢，它已经是一个河湖海湾湿地的复合生态系统的一个所谓的生态城市。那么应该说它是离北京大概100多公里，也是离北京最近的大海，对吧？那么这个地方的生态特点，它是原来是淤泥质海岸，那么它有河口湿地、野生植物、长年带生境，是吧？这一系列的，还有全球著名的3道古背壳基、背壳基，那么这样的生态特点和基础。那么我们对它的海岸地貌特点进行了梳理以后，形成了一个认识。那么也就是它是波浪咸沙、潮流出沙，结合它的海岸动力的认识我们进行了它的海岸生态的修复，那么就形成了3种岸线并存，就是说人工岸线、河口岸线以及类自然岸线并存的这种形态。海岸防护、生态保护、景观建设相结合，那么这样的一个格局，是吧？最后形成了一个生态化的城市。我们来看一下2个典型的案例在里边。第一个案例呢是中心天津生态城的南堤滨海步道公园。那么这个地方呢，我们可以从右边的图可以看到，它原来就是这样的烂泥滩，堤外是泥浆滩涂，堤内是生物种类匮乏的这个盐碱地。那么我们对中心天津生态城的这个整个的处理呢，是从定位上来说，堤外是恢复整治河口的滩涂湿地，堤内是通过韧性功能、城市防洪功能和城市公园功能、郊野公园功能结合到一起，那么形成公共开放空间。这是它的总平面图，我们可以看到， 这道堤里边是城市公共公园，外边是滩涂，修复以后的。那么整个的我们的修复的策略就是尊重自然环境动力，利用自然环境动力，海陆滩绿相宜，滩涂和绿地互相适应，调节净化水体，同时呢满足这个海岸防护的提升海岸防护的条件。那么这样的4个特点。那么堤内我们可以看到，通过生态基底的塑造，前者是2017年没有修复以前的，那么后者是修复以后的。我们知道，在中国啊，做这种工程的速度效率是非常高的。那么这个项目整个完成了，大概是用了3年的时间。那么这是修复以后的情况。我们可以看到。
I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Young. Can you please just do a quick wrap up? So we have a few more speakers. Thank you.
OK。那么我们看一下水环境治理、健康绿道、开放空间的服务建筑、特色景观桥等。好，最后一个案例就是符合空间的海岸生态型海堤设计。那么这个呢，我就不再展开讲了，给大家伙放一下。我们基本上是通过对它的分析，那么形成了一个复原渤海湾地貌的这么一个特点。那么设计策略呢，是构建多功能的复合堤岸。那么韧性结构通过安全、生态、交通、景观5级空间来进行互相结合。然后这是我们做出来的景观效果，目前正在建设当中。好，谢谢大家。这是我最近刚刚出版的这个关于中国第一本在规划和修复景观设计海岸空间方面的书。谢谢大家，我的演讲完了。
Thank you, Dr. Yang. I think I will be among the first subscribers to take a good look at your book. I might need a translation though, but I was really impressed by the well-illustrated presentation where you have shown us how nature protection and environmental management can be very well integrated in the coastal zone management, so that the needs of nature and the needs of men and women can be combined and don't need to conflict. And at the same time, you have integrated the coastal protection from flooding in particular in such a way that it is not disturbing the land use. Thank you so much. Now, Christine, do we have an additional speaker in spite of the limited time, or
yes, we do. Yes, we do have the final speaker before we move on to the commentators.
All right, then I invite Mr. Wang Junfu, the Chief Engineer from Shanghai Minye Real Estate and Development Company, to give us a succinct, brief additional presentation. Thank you. Mr. Wang, please.
Wang 王先生在吗？
哦，你好。
好，可以了，请你打开一下你的摄像头。OK。
好，谢谢大家，谢谢主持人。非常荣幸今天能通过我们的项目介绍，与大家一起分享关于上海未来可持续发展的畅想。在刚刚过去的10月，以行动从地方走向全球为主题的世界城市日全球主场活动圆满闭幕。世界城市日从2014年在上海起航，到2022年再次重回上海。令人瞩目的上海指数 这一最新成果首次发布，将上海可持续发展历史多年的智慧和经验与全球城市分享，进一步为推动世界的可持续发展进程提供诸多有价值的思想和借鉴。联合国在可持续发展大会上倡导17大可持续发展的目标，作为上海的一部分，每一个区域、每一个项目的践行，都是城市绿色发展版图上不可或缺的重要一环。我们所在的普陀区坚持以生态创新、人文融合发展的高品质空间为目标，探索真如特色的空间形态和机理，营造功能复合一体化的新生活空间、新经济空间。2008年，真如副中心发布绿色宣言，2012年完成绿色建设导则与管理办法编制，2017年4月被列为上海市 DIP 低碳发展实践区试点，目前正在积极申报上海绿色生态城区。而今这一区域持续发力，正以330万方的海纳小镇行动上海城市数字化转型，成为全球数字化革命的肇始。全世界范围内还没有一个城市能够真正完成数字化转型，而海纳小镇将成为这一进程中伟大的里程碑。工业革命发源于曼彻斯特城市转型，电气化革命受益于芝加哥、纽约等城市转型。每一次城市发展模式的变革，都与时代的产业变革互相成就。产业聚合发展促进城市环境的高能级迭代，新型住民的导入，更推动数字化消费与生活方式的全面升级。聚焦城市建设与更新、绿色建筑与双碳目标、智慧城市与精细化管理等诸多方面的绿色治理，良性的循环，让城市焕发勃勃生机。鲜活的生命体，城市中心的更新再生，更生者，日新之谓也。城市生活的不断更新迭代，并非一朝而成的途径，而是在每日生活中不断生长、渐变、更迭、创新、有机革新，再造城市中心生命力。15年从一个海鲜市场到伟大的1平方公里的城市副中心，更多的地铁串联起城市，更多商业成熟日盛，城市级别的医疗、教育环境都在与时俱进。15年，品尊国际也从最初的区域首个70万方 TOD 城市综合体的规划，演变为而今国际氛围浓郁的城市中心多元场域，结合高端住宅、国际酒店、高端写字楼、高端服务式公寓、国际品牌商业5大产品的当代生活，吸引了包括500强企业在内的外资企业、几千户居住者、众多国际品牌生活、工作、休闲、居住、生活在这里。我们看到的是一个微缩版的上海，海纳百川，融会贯通，中西交流，和谐共生。我们社区15年间也不断生长，树愈发茂盛浓密，建筑依然历久弥新。人最初的住户很多，孩子已然成人，社区正如树和人一样相伴成长。当然，我们也能看到社区的代际更迭。以园林景观为例，从贝尔高林到 B+H3期，我们邀请当代景观设计大师新加坡 SCDA 项目，见证了设计风格与潮流的变迁，由此也可窥见城市人文审美的不断演进。在新一代的设计中，我们将见证人在其中的可持续发展，全龄友好型范本，构建人与自然之间、不同年龄经历的人群之间有机融合、和谐氛围。 年少的孩子为社区带来活力，成熟的老人为社区带来智慧，而在彼此之间，活动空间的交叠更兼顾了当代人社交交流的广泛需求和独立个性的保持。碳中和是我们未来致力的目标，更是绿色建筑的责任。在全球范围内，建筑业占全球能源相关的二氧化碳排放总量的40%。建筑行业如何快速完成实现碳排放达峰，并实现深度减排，是我国实现双碳目标的重要议题。作为建筑企业的我们，更是责无旁贷。我们最新一期的产品严格秉承绿色发展的理念，率先成为符合美国 LEED、美国 WELL、铂金节预认证和中国绿色建筑3星标准的新一代人居产品。从成体建筑及社区的节能减排，到居于其中的人的身心关怀，打造科技领先未来30年的健康住宅。合力向心，我们寻求与我们拥有共同理念的企业作为我们的供应商，将我们绿色理想的每一步从一砖一瓦夯实，从创新技术的应用到材料的严格筛选，再到细节的辅助材料，内外的装饰装修全项目绿色建材比例要求达到70%。当然，在施工过程中，我们也将资源的节约与再利用深入生产的日常。比如大家熟知的建筑垃圾，我们进行分类放置，集中堆放，同时回收利用率达75%以上。我们大型生基坑施工时采用的临时混凝土支撑，在拆除时，我们没有运用传统的爆破、空气压缩枪打碎等有巨大噪声和灰尘的方法，而是采用静力切割分段运送到专门处理厂，分离粉碎后再利用。对于我们来说，过程和结果一样重要。建筑不只从建起来的那一刻是绿色的，更需要在未来漫长的存在过程中依然保持绿色健康，成为有机的绿色体。钢筋水泥的无生命物体如何成为会呼吸的生命体呢？高性能的维护结构让建筑能够随季节调整自己的体温，楼体复合铝板让它的容颜始终保持美丽。环保材料的应用令其呼出的气体没有毒害。自然的采光和通风也正如植物，充分利用自然赐予我们的能源。我们的建筑将陪伴人类度过。
I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Wang. You have 1 more minute.
更将陪伴我们的地球走向更远的未来。未来永续发展将成为大势所趋，共生共存，共同进步，共赴未来。我们的城市、我们地球和我们人类都期待可持续的发展与更新。谢谢大家的聆听，谢谢。
Thank you very much, Mr. Wang, for the compressed but informative presentation. You showed us the various awards that you have already gotten, and I believe I didn't see any GFHS award as yet, but I'm sure your projects would be fully eligible. So thank you for your presentation. we have practically already exhausted our time.
谢谢主持人。
Commentators, who I would like to invite to make very brief, succinct their presentations. So we start with, I don't know, Miss Fu Jianping, the Deputy Secretary and Vice Chairman of the CPPCC Party Committee in Wuxi County, Zhejiang. Please excuse me if I didn't pronounce the Chinese titles correctly.
没有。尊敬的拉尔夫·旺查福特博士，各位专家，各位嘉宾，女士们、先生们，大家好。很荣幸应邀出席第17届全球人居环境论坛年会。刚才聆听了各位专家的演讲，我觉得讲的都非常精彩，也很受启发。围绕论坛的主题，我做这个3点发言。一是韧性城市作为一个话题，作为研究课题是颇为及时的、重要的。突如其来的新冠疫情、长江流域罕见的干旱气候等，让我们对城市韧性有了更感性的认知，对城市如何在日益增长且变幻莫测的风险和挑战中正常运行并保持韧性这一议题有了更理性的思考。全球人居环境论坛组织及时抓住这个主题，开展研究、探索与经验交流是非常有意义的。第二是，随着城市不断扩张和交通设施的日益完善，中心城区周边的乡村承担者疏解主城区功能，缓解人口过度密集压力，保障农产品供给，传承特色传统文化，提供生态屏障和休憩空间的重要功能。乡村独有的生态环境禀赋，成为城市居民短时户外游憩的热门地带。因此，打造韧性乡村对于促进韧性城市建设具有十分重要的意义。3，这次全球人居论坛环境论坛年会上，中国浙江省武义县吕塘镇的塘头村为什么能够入围全球人居环境村落范例大奖，主要是2个方面。一方面是因为塘头村彰显了人文的韧性，这座有着750多年历史的古村，保存着将近18000平方的明清古建筑群，吸引精品民宿、文创产业、特色餐厅等丰富业态入驻，更有诸多人文墨客相继在此开设诗社、画馆、工作室。另一方面，是因为塘头村彰显了自然的韧性，武义江与白鹭溪交汇于此，冲刷出清抹湿地，松林芦荟影映交错，水鸟翔集，鱼群西游，满目葱茏的诗意环境中饱含蓬勃隽永的生命气息。在这里，为紧张的都市节奏刹一脚车，给高压的生活环境松一口气，这正是打造韧性乡村的意义所在。在全球人居环境论坛组织的指导和鼓舞下，塘头村将以更人文、更自然、更具韧性的姿态，成为一个真正的全球人居环境范例。也诚挚邀请各位专家嘉宾能够到我们塘头村来走一走、看一看。谢谢大家，我的发言就到这里。谢谢主持人，谢谢各位。
Thank you very much, Mr. Fu, or in particular also for the invitation. We do hope that there will be such opportunity in the not too distant future. I would like to invite now Mr. Zhang Yi, the General Manager of Suzhou City Daijin Real Estate Company, to make his comments and brief remarks.
尊敬的各位嘉宾、各位同仁，大家好，我是中国苏州大家东望雅苑社区的代表张一。听了各位专家的发言，我很受启发。应对自然危机，建设韧性城市与社区，是我们大家共同的追求。大家东望社区位于苏州市吴中太湖新城，这里承载着苏州未来的发展的雄心。因此，大家东望在贯彻新城先生态后业态、先配套后居住的开发理念的同时，一直在积极推动兑现各项配套的落地，大力发展绿色建筑，实施海绵城市策略，提升宜居性，期待着能够为太湖新城注入更多可持续发展的力量。吴中太湖新城也是苏州生态宜居的新中心，在这里，太湖、天鹅湖赋予了大家东望自然友好的底色。为了把这份天赐之美引入生活中，我们打造了高绿化率的互动式景观，让丰盛的绿色基础设施和公共空间为社区带来更大的韧性和包容性，更为多元的复合性建设自然友好的人居环境。最后，我谨代表大家东望社区向全球人居环境论坛组委员会的各位专家和老师致以衷心的感谢。可持续城市与人居环境对于大家东望来说是一次非常有意义的认可。未来我们也将一如既往坚持韧性、绿色、可持续的标准，用国企精工品质为可持续人居环境事业做出新的贡献。
Thank you very much, Mr. Zhang. And the final commentator is Mr. Mao Hude, the president of MAO Architectural Design Consulting Company. Mr. Mao, please.
尊敬的各位嘉宾，各位同仁，大家好。我非常荣幸参加本届论坛哈。以上嘉宾的演讲对我而言，我深受启发。下面呢，我简要的分享一下子江西赣江新区中医药生态科技城的规划特色和韧性城市方面头进行的一些尝试，和大家做交流。赣江新区中医药国际生态科技城规划面积938公顷。场地依山傍水，外有三山环抱，内有水系纵横，方案采取了生态营城的规划理念，打造了南昌人的理想城市。规划方面，我们主要采取的以下几个措施：第一，因地制宜、蓝绿交织的生态规划，传承了南昌湖在城中、城在湖中的造城理念。引水入城，疏通了原有的水道，汇聚了中央大湖，水系顺应的湾养流塘涵养出6条山水生态绿廊，引入了自然之风，营造了出门入野清凉舒畅的开放空间。第二点，因势利导，可持续的生长的空间的规划。我们从一河六廊的生态骨架出发，建立了多方位、多层次的公园系统，结合海绵城市生态修复、生态水岸的处理，就地改造的相关策略，创造了可持续生长的一条发展脉络。第三点，以人为本、低碳生活的功能规划，让低碳环保以宜居宜业相结合，照顾到不同年龄人群的生产生活的方方面面，更好的倡导人们 践行低碳的生活方式。第4点，融合创新绿色产能的建筑规划，结合自然优化配置各类的建筑资源，倡导低碳型的建筑规划设计，同时采取了光伏建筑一体化的策略，将智能光伏与绿色的建筑融合的创新发展。第5点，快慢有序、高效通达的交通规划，合理的组织路网、机动车型设计与慢行系统设计。另外，将开放的云端数据平台平台将实时分析并共享各个交通与服务信息，确保安全创新。第6点，用安全智能创新未来的智慧城市的规划，用科技智慧为安全与健康保驾护航。在城市防涝方面，智慧型的水坝河道设计发挥了抵挡洪水的作用，同时也满足人们的景观的需求。在智慧设施的建设方面，为小区增加了智能门禁、视频监控等智能化系统，全力的保障了居民日常生活的生活安全。以上几点我们都在这个项目进行了初步的尝试和实践，力图打造出南昌人的理想的城市。谢谢。
Thank you very much, Mr. Mao. This brings us to the conclusion of the comments. I would like to refrain from attempting to summarize the presentations, but I would like to thank all the presenters and the commentators for their professional contributions to the program of this session. I think we have covered many issues. We have heard from many examples. There is, of course, a lot more information available than what could be presented or discussed in this 90 minutes. But I believe that you will have opportunity to exchange beyond the forum and also follow up on future documentations. So on this note, please join me to thank all our presenters, and I would like to conclude with an apology to Christina for taking 5 minutes of her time. I wish you all the best and thank you. I will try to summarize some important points later in the program. Thank you.
Thank you,
Over
Ralph.
to you, Christina.
Thank you very much, Ralph. Thank you. Many thanks to also go to our distinguished speakers and commentators for giving us different interesting perspectives on how cities should become more resilient as climate change affecting us all. Thank you. So we'll just go straight to the next session. I'm very delighted to introduce
Ralph, thank you, Ralph.
Introduce to you the moderator, Ms. Cristina Garcia Ruiz, lead of the Urban Nature-Based Solutions from World Economic Forum. Christina, hand over to you.
Thank you. Good morning, afternoon, everyone. I'm waiting for my colleagues to turn on their cameras.
Yes. Hello.
Yes, here you go. Yes, go ahead, please.
Wait a second. I'm getting here. Oh, sorry. Should I start, Christine?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay. I just can see, for some reason, I can see my, let me see if I can see the panelists. There I have them. Okay, I have you all here. Okay, here we are. Good morning, afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. Sorry, I'm sure.
So you wanna share the panelists?
I was going to share the screen to show my colleagues and fellow panelists, but we are all here with the cameras on, so it's okay. Thank you very much for joining us today. Very warm welcome to this session on scaling up nature-based solutions. We are here today in the 7th annual meeting of the Global Forum on Human Settlements. And as you know, and maybe we are repeating information, but it's good to know to the people that are just connecting that today and this year's topic of the Global Forum on Human Settlements is about working together for a shared, safer, and greener urban future. And we want to make emphasis today in resilience, carbon neutrality, and nature-positive transitions in cities. The Global Forum is co-organized by the World Meteorological Organization, the UN Conference on Trade and Development, UN Center for Regional Development, UN Commission for Africa, Stockholm Environment Institute, and the International Union for Conservation and Nature, and is run in collaboration with UN agencies from around the world, including UNEP, Finance Initiative, the World Economic Forum, World Wildlife Fund, Swedish Energy Agency, International Ocean Institute, C40, etc. Today, we are here to have a dialogue on nature-based solutions. Particularly, we've been seeing these 2 days very interesting conversations around urban food systems for SDGs acceleration, local leadership, early warning systems, for city resilience, waste management, circularity. So the topic is there, but today we're going to dive into a more concrete topic, which is how can we integrate nature in cities? My name, again, is Cristina Gomez. I lead the agenda on nature and cities at the World Economic Forum. And it's a real pleasure for me to be here today with 5 leading voices on this area that will be sharing a wealth of knowledge, I'm sure, on the central role nature plays in urban resilience and the need to actively incorporate nature-based solutions in the built environment. And also we have the pleasure to be here with Ms. An Feng Mei. She's the board director and deputy general manager of Jinan Changxing Investment Group in China. This group has been advancing in this nature-positive transition and reintegrating nature in the built environment through their projects and interventions around the city. So Ms. Feng Mei will wrap up this session and will give us some insights and closing remarks. So without further ado, I'm going to do things differently today, and I'm going to welcome my colleagues to present themselves in 2 minutes, hopefully stressing why they ended up working with nature, which is a fascinating topic. We're all here passionate about nature and the environment, but it's a good time to just remind our audiences who we are and why we are so passionate about it and working every day of our lives to include nature in the built environment and to achieve a greater resilience in our planet Earth. So Loredana, I give you the word first.
Sure, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. So good morning and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Loredana Scuto, and I work as Urban Program Officer at the International Union for Conservation of Nature, IUCN, and I'm located in our office in Bonn, Germany. So thanks again, anyways, for inviting IUCN to take part to this thematic discussion. So regarding my background, I'm actually a World Heritage Specialist by training. Before joining IUCN, I was working in the field of World Heritage Management, specifically in Historic Center. And that's why I started working to bridge the gap between nature and culture in urban environments, and also for the well-being of citizens and the sustainable development of cities. And that's why I got given the chance to be part of the urban team at IUCN. So the urban team sits in the Center for Society and Governance, where we try to place people at the center and the core of environmental conservation while we're dealing with issues such as justice, equity, access, and recognition for people. We also work on issues such as human rights, environmental law, and heritage, always in the context of nature conservation. And in particular, our urban team at IUCN works on the development of knowledge tools, such as the IUCN Urban Nature Index. We also work on projects on biodiversity conservation with urban components, and we also support the implementation of NBS at an urban level. For those who don't know IUCN, we have over 70 years of experience in nature conservation, And we are a membership-based union where we welcome subnational governments such as cities, states, NGOs, agencies, and indigenous peoples' organizations to drive our agenda and build together a better future. Thank you.
Thank you, Loredana. Robert? Hi, good morning or good afternoon, everyone. My name is Robert McDonald. I work at the Nature Conservancy. So for those of you who don't know the Conservancy, it's a international conservation organization based especially out of the US and the Americas, but we have projects all over the world. And I coordinate our work around nature-based solutions, including in cities. So based out of Germany, actually. It's a very snowy day here in Germany. So I want to just give a couple opening thoughts. I mean, I hope we can talk about quickly in this time, three sort of visions of nature in cities. One is this vision of urban nature-based solutions that the previous panelist mentioned. You know, nature, especially for people, especially for resilience or human well-being, and it's often constructed spaces. And that's really important. And we work often in projects around the world in that mode. The second mode that we should keep in mind is this idea of biodiversity in and near cities, and the direct impact cities have as they grow and develop on biodiversity. So urban growth the recent study by Simpkin suggested urban growth might affect, you know, a quarter of species globally just directly by its expansion into their habitat. So as we think about planning the growth of those cities, we want to think about natural habitat mostly and how you protect key natural habitat. And then the third mode I hope we talk about is reference. Christina referenced the IUCN Urban Nature Index. You know, it's this idea of cities as centers of consumption and their indirect effects on the world and through how they consume food, especially, but also water and fiber and other resources. And so that mode is maybe harder for cities to shape, but the scientific evidence suggests that that's actually the biggest impact on biodiversity. And in some ways, the most important thing we want to get right about cities. So dense cities, for instance, have less emissions. They're better in some ways at reducing cities' footprint, per capita footprint. And so we want to keep that in mind, even as we're also trying to have those dense cities be full of nature. And I can talk about how you can do both later in this session. So those are the issues that came to mind when Christina invited me to this session, and I'm happy to be here. I'll pass back to you, Christina. Thank you, Rob. Lots of insight in here. I'm going to go with no particular order as you appear in my screen. Laszlo?
Thanks, Christina. And Christine, thank you for the invitation. I'm Laszlo Pinter. I'm a professor at Central European University in Vienna. To give some shed some light on how I ended up working with NBS. Before joining CU in 2010, I was a program director at the International Institute for Sustainable Development, and we were working in my program on measuring progress in cities that included work on metrics, indicators, and indices, and also strategies, not just at the urban level, but also including the urban level. And one interesting experience that arose from some of our work on scenarios that you know, when you work on scenarios, you try to look sometimes for robust solutions that work across a different range of futures, and what came out of that work is inserting nature as a solution into a range of sustainability challenges across various scenarios was actually making sense almost under all types of futures. So the benefits always significantly and in different ways outweighed the costs. So that in a sense primed me for interest in nature-based solutions. My background is in agronomy actually, so I come very much from that sort of applied side. And then a few years ago, we had the opportunity to participate in a major EU Horizon project called Nature Patient, where we undertook some tasks, including the development, what is at the moment probably the largest database on urban nature-based solutions. We have over 1,200 cases from around the world. We also developed interactive tools to help envision urban systems, urban districts with nature-based solutions and connect the interventions with their impact. So what we also found in some of our work so far is that better understanding the impact of nature-based solutions, not just at the rhetorical level, but actually in a way that there is evidence and that this evidence is realized in an early stage of urban planning is actually important, because it primes the interest of investors, it primes the interest of local populations. So creating better evidence, taking that into account in planning is something that we hope to work on. And so I'll say a few words about that later. Thank you.
Wow, lots of experience to unfolding there, Laszlo. Thank you. Sachin, you're next.
Hi everyone. I'm Sachin Boite. I started my career in urban design, in the master plan of cities and cities that are driven by nature. And driven by nature because as our previous speakers have alluded to, it made sense. Starting with the formulation of sustainable urban forms of urbanism, like compact development, mixed-use development, multimodal transport, and all of that good stuff that contributed to sustainable development. Nature was seen in urban design and master planning as a new partner in design. That's where I started. Where I am now is I'm the director of climate resilience at C40. And resilience for me means supporting cities tackle both the cause and the effects of climate change. And the areas of leadership that C40 does in adaptation focus on urban flooding, coastal flooding, droughts, and urban heat. And coming back to nature-based solutions, we think nature-based solutions bring not only solutions to mitigating these climate risks, they also bring about transformational change in cities and diverse benefits that make me happy both as a resilience specialist as well as a city designer. And we have been working with our C40 member cities on nature-based solutions and found it to be the most effective solution for almost every climate risk. We realize that nature is a natural buffer and a regulator of climate change, and that to regain a balanced relationship with our planet, humans need to learn to live with nature, not just live off nature. Many of the adaptation-related targets in our cities, particularly in our climate action planning, are built around nature. And even coming out of COVID, we saw that it was apparent how critical urban nature was to human health, both physical and mental health. So to this effect, C40 launched an urban nature accelerator to support our cities, to make commitments, to make cities greener and more resilient. I'm happy to elaborate on that in the second part of the talk. But the important commitment that cities are making is to deliver nature-based solution in partnership with nature. Thank you.
Wonderful, Sachin. Thank you. And last but never least, Andrew.
Right. Hello, everyone. So my name is Andrew Yang. I'm, I think, different to the other speakers. I'm not a nature specialist like you guys are, so I really learned a lot from your discussion. So I'm from Hong Kong, and a city which is really not a nature-based city. And in terms of my career, I'm a technology guy, so unlike you guys as a designer and people interested in researching into nature, I'm a technologist. I'm a trained as engineer. But my current job with our group, Sino Group, is we are a major developer in Hong Kong. But part of my professional interest has been alignment of the innovation and thinking amongst my peers here in Hong Kong. So we have a group called the PropTech, the Property Technology Alliance of Hong Kong, where we have grouped 15 of the top developers. I mean, amongst these 15 developers, we have several thousand buildings across in Hong Kong, in China, in terms of square foot wise. I think I don't have a number, but it's tens of millions of square feet among these 15 developers, including Hong Kong Airport and the authorities. So we've been looking at what technology can we use to help our businesses. That's one dimension. The other dimension I'm wearing a hat on is I'm also a member of the Hong Kong Construction Industry Council. Now, the Construction Industry Council is the largest, well, it's the single biggest body that encompasses everybody in the construction industry in Hong Kong. And so I wear different hats. Now, the reason why I mention this, we do have a common objective. The green construction is high on the agenda of the construction industry here in Hong Kong. That's point number one. The other point is about carbon reductions. How can we, not use as much carbon? And obviously, a nature-based solution will come in, because that gets rid of the carbon that we would use, like in cement and concrete. So this is just a quick introduction, and later on, I'm happy to share some of the action and solid thoughts and some projects and trials that we have done to point us toward that particular way. So over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Andrew. So good to have you here to complement the visions and discussion. We're going to dive deeper soon into the innovation and business models part of it. But since we have a few ecologists in the room, if not by title, at least by heart, I would like to start by the very, very basics, and talking about nature and biodiversity as this complex wave of life and the interaction between different species, how nature lives in cities. And now we are at COP15 in Montreal, discussing the targets on how can we all commit to protect nature and be very ambitious in terms of reversing biodiversity loss. And we've had staggering figures, such as 70% of wildlife population cleared or eradicated in 50 years, in the last 50 years. And Europe, you gave us another staggering figure around how urban growth is affecting a quarter, you said, of biodiversity around the world. So I would like to ask you, probably, Robert, why this matters to cities. We are here very comfortable in our houses with heating, eating a coffee or a tea, and then biodiversity loss is just advancing at exponential rates. So I wanted you to just share with the audience why this matters to cities, why this matters to us, why this matters to governments, and how can we move forward into a more increased literacy on the value of nature.
That's a great question, and there's a couple pieces of that. Yeah, first, I mean, cities do have a very profound impact on biodiversity, and I think they have a duty to think about that impact. And you're starting to see both companies and cities wanting to be net positive impact on biodiversity and trying to understand what that means in places like the Science-Based Targets for Nature effort or the IUCN Urban Nature Index or the Singapore Index. So it's important, first of all, and you're seeing some cities step up and do it. The second point I'd make is that a lot of the direct impact of cities on nature is actually very localized. So there's a few places like Colombia or Sri Lanka, where Colombo is really expanding, where there's a very profound impact of urban growth on very high natural habitat that's very high in endemism. So there's certain places that are very, very important for biodiversity. And so for the global conservation community, or for people who are in Montreal at the COP, those are the particular places you want to pay attention to. But then there's this broader role, even if you're a city that happens to be, in Sweden or something, where it's not globally biodiverse by global standards, thinking about your own consumption is very, very important. For many cities in Europe and the US, that's their main impact on biodiversity, is the consumption of their citizens. And so starting to focus on those links, at least first in municipal purchasing, is a really important first step. So those are some answers to your question. I mean, of course, there's also just connecting people in cities with nature, whether it's parks in nature or, you know, visuals of the natural world so that they care about nature. So it doesn't feel extraneous the way you were talking about or far removed from their life.
Thank you, Rob. Yeah, you're right. There's a different perspective. We can see it in terms of the impact cities have in nature elsewhere and the role that cities have in incorporating nature in the built environment, which is like what takes us today in terms of talking about how nature is in cities, can live within cities. And this is why we understand as nature-based solutions. So Loredana, maybe you can share a bit more about, like you said you've worked and IUCN has been developing the urban index around nature and how to measure nature in cities. It also goes into measuring the impact cities have outside their limits, but maybe we can focus on how cities can measure nature within their limits and how can we understand that intersection and interaction between natural habitats and the built environment.
Sure, thank you. So we are now in the process of refining our urban nature index. Just to give an overview, the index revolves around 6 themes and 30 indicators that cities can decide upon their own capacities and their own resources, which indicators are more adaptable to their needs and challenges. The Urban Nature Index actually starts from an assessment of a baseline. So we try to support cities in understanding what's the status quo, what's the current situation of biodiversity within cities. And we do that by analyzing different factors, as we already mentioned, consumption drivers such as waste or unsustainable diets. We also try to understand what are the levels of, for instance, noise pollution and light pollution within cities. And also we take into account other factors such as governance responses or even people's participation, because even, you know, like raising awareness among citizens is extremely important to understand how we perceive nature within cities. And by analyzing these indicators and by assessing our baseline in a specific city, we understand also to which extent our behavior as consumers and as citizens are affecting also peri-urban and rural areas, because sometimes we have no real understanding of how our behavior impacts other places. We think that what happens in cities stays within cities, which is actually not entirely true. We are extremely interconnected also with peri-urban environments and with also rural communities. So that's what the index tries to understand. And it's very important also to mention that the index, other than assessing a baseline, supports cities in setting targets. So what a city wants to achieve in 1 or 3 years. And by monitoring this, we also support the city in understanding which nature-based solutions could be a good option to, you know, like tackle specific issues that were raised during the assessment of the baseline. So I feel like the Urban Nature Index is also extremely connected with MBS, in the way that MBS are actually ways in which cities can reach specific targets and can, you know, tackle specific issues that were, you know, like assessed and identified during the exercise of the Urban Nature Index. We are piloting the index right now among different cities, and we're always open to, you know, like welcome new cities to, you know, like also doing this self-assessment exercise to understand what are the main factors and challenges that are affecting the city and how urban biodiversity can be tackled in their municipalities. I don't know if that answered more or less the question.
Yes, definitely. I think that we've covered the first part, that is why is nature important for cities and for ourselves? What are our dependencies on nature? What is our responsibility in measuring the impact on nature? But then also we can flip it in terms of nature as a solution to urban challenges, which is also a very important topic. And it has to do with we and the cities and mayors and city officials and leaders have different challenges in terms of providing infrastructure, providing education, providing health, very pressing urban challenges in a world that is urbanizing at a very fast pace. So this is where nature, not only we have a responsibility and an ethical responsibility to conserve nature because we depend on nature, but also if we incorporate nature and we conserve nature, nature can become a solution to lots of the problems that we we humans also created. So maybe Laszlo, if you can expand a little bit of that, we can talk about the very concept of nature-based solutions. Why do we talk about nature as a solution, and how can we move forward in terms of bridging that gap between our responsibility to conserve nature and bringing nature as a solution to the problem that we humans created? Laszlo, or whoever wants to take it.
Okay. Maybe thanks. Again, those are very good reflections. I think what we need to realize is that like in complex systems like cities, you never do just one thing. So one intervention always has multiple repercussions. And from the perspective of nature-based solutions, what I would focus on is that, and that's based on our study of a large number of cases, is that all nature-based solutions, their impact, their footprint always covers a wide range of sustainability challenges. They might address water management issues or environmental quality problems, but they will always have some health and social justice related impacts. So their footprint in terms of impact covers it covers a wide range of challenges, and this multiple impacts. It's important from the perspective of measurement, because when you and I know the index covers multiple dimensions of nature-based solutions, but we have to make sure that these multiple benefits are actually documented, and they will be important when one is trying to make a business case for nature-based solutions, because you might have stakeholders or interests in a city that is going to be interested in water management, other players interested in climate adaptation and mitigation, or economic development, or health and well-being impacts. And what we find that these benefits can actually build up. And NBS, from that perspective, they act as sort of multi-solvers of sustainability challenges. You don't just address one particular problem, but a more complex set of problems, and that's important from a very practical perspective of an investor. Like when you want to integrate MBS into a residential development or an airport facility, you have to take that system of benefits into account. That will result from that sort of one intervention of and investment. And the benefits, what we find is that when you add up the benefits, economic benefits as well as other types of benefits, they will very often
We lost you, Laszlo.
Sorry?
Now, better.
One last sentence is that besides the physical impact in cities,
We can't hear you very well, Laszlo. There's an issue with your audio.
That very often start from nature, and I think we need to change nature into the culture of urban residents. One enters by increasing distance, will also influence biodiversity policy beyond cities. Thanks.
Can you hear us well, Laszlo? I think that you're having an issue with your. Okay, yeah. Thank you, Laszlo. I like what you said about nature as a multi-solver, and I think that one of the key issues is that even if we have a lot of knowledge around nature being a multi-solver and have lots of co-benefits for humans when you integrate it in the built environment, when you use it for different purposes, somehow there are limited business models, and somehow the private sector hasn't yet incorporated that notion, that literacy, and we haven't advanced at the pace that we need in terms of reconciling business models with nature, understanding that nature is there for us, is the best technology. And I want to pass it to Andrew, because Andrew, you as part of these building constructions, coalitions, big city, Hong Kong. Also, I would like to push back a little bit in terms of Hong Kong not being a nature-based city, because I was in an amazing panel a week ago about the Chengdu province, Shenzhen, Hong Kong, the integration of this big area, the natural areas between Shenzhen and Hong Kong, and how amazing is this environment and how resilient the city is, thanks to these forests that are in the north of Hong Kong. And we can talk about it with Sachin in a few minutes around the resilience that nature provides to those big cities, staggering numbers on how Shenzhen has been growing from 2 million inhabitants in 30 years to 15 million inhabitants, growing at a very fast level and pace, but developing green corridors, like a very interesting urban planning approach based on nature. Still, it's a gray city. Still, we have construction companies that have to incorporate nature. How far are we from integrating nature in those business models? And maybe as you are supporting startups that are doing great things in terms of nature positive, tell us a bit more about your experience with that, and what are the next steps that we take forward?
Okay, yes. It's a huge topic. Unfortunately, I live in Hong Kong, where Hong Kong has about 70% of our land is country town. So we do have a lot of, despite people not think Hong Kong as a city with nature, where 70% is classified as country town, and we can't build on it. But somebody's sharing something. But for us in Hong Kong, we live in 30% of the land that's available. Now, the problem I think we have, actually, I think what's sharing on the screen is not Hong Kong. So don't relay what I'm speaking to this.
Christine, can you help us to drop this back so we can see Andrew? I don't know who's sharing this screen.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. So in Hong Kong, I think one of the several dimensions. One is the city designers are gearing towards, because we are short of land, so we can't afford too much nature-based parks and things within the smart city development. I think that's our biggest challenge. So one of the things that we have been doing in this concrete jungle is incorporate more green solutions inside the building. So for example, we have green farms in buildings, so to encourage occupants to go out and do in-building farming as part of their work activities. But we are also engaging in green walls inside building, where the green wall basically not just plants, but we do have algae growing in certain water tubes, and these plants circulate, and the algae helps to generate more oxygen and get rid of the CO2. So these are some of the technology we see are more. Of course, this cannot replace the nature by itself. So we're trying to bring more green solution inside the building, which unfortunately we live on so little land, so there's very little space between buildings. So that's one aspect. But the other aspect to what we're trying to be using to, and certainly in my case, we have been looking at nature-based building materials so that we can use far less carbons. So for example, in Hong Kong, there's a company here that takes plantations extract like sugar canes. So at the end, when they extract sugar out of sugar canes, they're turning the sugar cane extract with additive into building panels. So these are nature-based. So we're not using, we're using waste. Otherwise, it's going to land waste. We're using those nature-based materials, and they've been proven to be able to be waterproof, fireproof, and which is a fantastic. Of course, it comes as a premium. So that's a problem to push those, because the users do not want to pay. But we're saying, hey, but if you want a nature-based, if you want a certain enjoyment, you do need to pay for those. So using the sugarcane extract, and the company we're looking at too, what they're trying to do is promote these to other countries like maybe Malaysia, Brunei in Southeast Asia, where they have other fields like growing rice, so they're taking plantation waste and compressing them, making building panels. So those are shifting from nature into a urban city. So that's something we're looking at. There's also been discussion of using timber, which is more nature, but using timber for high rise. I think in Singapore yesterday, I was at a talk where there was a discussion of one of the university, I think it's NUS or what, I think maybe NUS or NTS in Singapore, where they're building a huge campus building, which is, from memory, is about 50,000 square meter, but it's 6 or 7 level tall, all timber, in a tropical countries like Singapore. And the discussion was, well, is it a fire risk? That's the timber. But the timber these days, there are lots of technology that can treat timber. And in Europe, you guys use timber for centuries and the building stays. And it stood up the fire test and all that sort of thing. So there's now discussion of green construction. Is can we use more timber even in high rise? And I think the technology are becoming available that you can use those, and timber naturally do not absorb so much solar heat, so the building become cooler even in summer months. And again, it's probably lighter. Hopefully, I mean the timber, depending on the structure, the power density, but the density of the material, so it may become lighter. So I mentioned using plantation extract to do walls, using timber. We've been looking at, recently looked at a technology from Israel where they took out, again, plantation extract and mix along with ceramic and using low heat, 180 degrees Celsius, to make ceramic tiles that we can use in buildings. Again, we're getting rid of concrete because concrete generates so much carbons. That's also another example. Another aspect is things we're looking at is upcycling. So one of my pet projects right now is we're promoting a startup that we're taking waste plastics in Hong Kong because we can't get rid of plastic. So we took waste plastic, we call type 7, which is mixed plastic waste that you cannot sort and you cannot distribute. And we're turning it into paving bricks. So it's replacing the aggregates inside a typical concrete. And we're working towards one day getting rid of the sand too, that we don't dig up sand from somewhere. So we have plastic turning into aggregate, plastic turning into sand equivalent. We still have to add concrete, add cement, and make it into bricks. So that's one aspect we're trying to get rid of concrete. But then some of the aspect we're looking at is, what about the old building that we're demolishing? We're taking these old building materials, upcycling back into adding cement and into concrete. Again, we can't get rid of concrete, cement as yet, but it's also one aspect of green construction, which is not exactly nature-based, but we are not putting more burden to nature by dumping them into nature. So it's one way of upcycling. So I guess, in summary, I'm sharing aspects of using green materials that are built from nature. We're looking at using natural material like timber as building materials, and we're upcycling waste into materials, so we're not extracting more we're not damaging the nature more in that case. So just my sharing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. You're introducing two big things here, nature-based materials, which is a very important topic, and the transition of the construction companies in terms of replacing materials towards nature-based and circularity models. And another thing is nature positive, which is, as you say, is not doing harm or not making further harm to nature and to biodiversity, which is another important approach. But coming back to nature-based solutions, so nature as a solution, bringing nature to the built environment. I'm going to turn it over to Sachin because we've had devastating news this year on the floods in Pakistan, the heat waves all around Europe. Now it's about cold in here in Geneva. I'm based in Geneva. But anyway, in very different contexts, deaths, environmental losses, economic losses, billions of dollars, infrastructure that has been affected. You are an expert in resilience. So tell us a bit more about this relation between nature, the role that nature plays in city resilience and in cities to be able to overcome and prevent those environmental harms and hazards and shocks that are increasingly frequent because of human-made conditions around the planet Earth.
Thank you, Christina. And as I mentioned earlier, we really look at nature as a buffer to be able to protect as the first line of defense, to protect urban development, to protect people. And specifically, I think we've seen that in our cities, nature-based solutions have been shown to provide the most value in terms of making cities resilient. So, for example, let's start with heat. Temperatures are rising globally, but those temperatures are seeing the highest impact on people in cities due to urban heat island effect, and hence cooling of cities is important, both from the point of view of increasing shade, but also including increasing evapotranspiration. And for both these aspects, nature can play a key role. So that rising temperatures that directly impact humans and buildings and infrastructure can be avoided. And simultaneously, on the other side, they're thinking about mitigation. This would also avoid pumping more energy-intensive active cooling like air conditioning that is seen particularly in cities in tropical climates. So nature can play both a role in, as I mentioned before, tackling the effects of climate change, but also help reduce or contribute to reducing the cause of climate change. Then we move on to flooding. Urban nature-based solutions have a potential to mitigate and control flooding through water retention, through repurposing of parks into retention ponds to slow down the flow of water. And in extreme circumstances, we even see nature-based solutions buffering cities from hurricanes and typhoons and other storms, because these we've seen them strengthening due to the warming climate, and we've seen the role mangroves can play in really buffering the impact of hurricanes and typhoons. So this is one of the reasons why we've seen cities are able to use or look to nature as a solution to mitigate climate risks.
Thank you, Sachin. And it's very interesting because cities are increasing their urban tree cover. Cities are working on that. But maybe, Rob, you can tell us a bit more from your experience. There's something that we've been discussed in the past around the beautifying kind of prospect of city officials. Like, let's bring more trees into the city, let's make green parks, green areas. But when we talk about nature-based solutions, one of the key issues is that they are there to protect biodiversity also, and to help to reduce biodiversity loss and to increase biodiversity quality and ecosystem quality. We have to bridge that distance between just speaking about nature and greening areas and speaking about biodiversity and the health of ecosystems. So how do you connect nature-based solutions with the need need of not only recovering biodiversity, but also monitoring biodiversity and talking about the complexity of the nature that is in cities. How can we maybe talk to our audience about that particular topic and the need not only to increase green cover in cities and maybe bring nature back to the built environment, but be aware, and maybe then I will turn it over to Loredana to measure that increase in biodiversity and that ecosystem health.
Yeah, there's a couple pieces in that question that I think are really important. I mean, one is this idea that there are these many different benefits nature in cities provides, as the way Sanshin laid out. And I think it's important as planners or ecologists to realize that there are different kinds of natural features in cities that are better or worse at providing some of those benefits, right? So for heat risk mitigation, often street trees are just really important. And it's good if those are native species, right? But they don't have to be, and in some very dense sites, you know, maybe you want ginkgos or something like that. And then if you're thinking about stormwater mitigation, those are often constructed wetlands or sort of sidewalk berms. And then when you're talking about biodiversity, what is of preeminent importance is often natural habitat or larger patches. And so these are overlapping agendas, Christina, but they're a bit different. And so I think smart cities try to think about what are all the things we're trying to get from nature and how do we plan for all of them. The second piece I heard in your question, though, is this question of how do we get there, right? And there's been a lot of discussion about all of the benefits of a nature-based solutions approach, the way Laszlo laid out, that they're more cost-effective. When you add up all those benefits, I think what I see a lot of cities struggling with in my practice is that the agency that has to create or maintain the nature, right, the parks department or the whatever it is, the highway department, if they're planting the trees, they have a sort of limited budget, and they may not have money to create or expand the nature, and they may not have a mandate to think about health during heat waves, right, or to think about stormwater management. And so there is this chronic sort of wrong pocket problem where the agencies that might be tasked with thinking about a certain benefit from nature-based solutions are not the ones that are necessarily charged with making the nature. And so that's, to my mind, the big barrier right now to scaling NBS in cities is finding smart management structures so that cities think across these multiple benefits of NBS, which are now across many different departments, and find a funding model that sort of pools resources and achieves that bigger total possible goal that you can get with NBS, if that makes sense. So it's solving that wrong pocket problem that seems really key to me.
Really great points. Loredana, you want to add something in terms of measuring nature and bridging that gap between nature and biodiversity in cities?
Sure. Thanks for the question. I actually also wanted to just add a couple of points to what was already being said. I think that when we talk about nature in cities, we are of course talking about, like protecting biodiversity, protecting ecosystem. But I think that in this discourse always lacks the fundamental point, that is, what are the benefits for people as well? So we're a part of these ecosystems. And I think something that is not particularly clear is also how much our human health, like our everyday health is linked to biodiversity and to nature in cities. So I think that just from a point of view of just discourse and, like inclusion, we should also talk about how we are dependent on that. It's not just about biodiversity. It can also seem something that is quite detached from us, right? Like sometimes when you think about biodiversity, you think about, of course, animals, ecosystems, and natural parks, but we're also talking about our own health, also our livelihoods. There are a lot of green-collar jobs that depend on biodiversity conservation in cities. And linking that to the built environment, I think there's still a long way to go, because I feel like the infrastructure system is not as involved as it should be. There's really probably, it's improvable the situation and also the coordination between municipalities, social like communities, and the infrastructure system, because sometimes green infrastructure and NBS can be seen as a way to put out fires, right? When we have vulnerability assessment and when we have climate change effects, we see NBS as a solution. Of course, we tend not to think it as an opportunity, right? Like when there are not immediate threats to our own health or to our own safety, we think about MBS. We don't actually mainstream that in our everyday processes. So I think there should be a sort of like shift in also discourses and the way of thinking. But yeah, talking about measuring biodiversity in cities, also apologies if I'm always referring to the Urban Nature Index by IUCN, but it's what I'm mainly working on. We try to support cities in understanding also which fields and also which parts of biodiversity in their own municipalities can be assessed. Sometimes one of the main barriers to also implement NBS is the lack of data and resources. Sometimes municipalities just don't have enough capacity to, assess what's going on within their boundaries when it comes to biodiversity, habitats, and species. So I feel like at the beginning we should be really flexible to understand also what can be measured. Right? Like what aspects of biodiversity can be measured? Are we talking about habitat loss? Are we talking about invasive species? We're talking about species in general. So I think that like flexibility is at the core of what can be done at the very first step. And that starting from then also as professionals, we can start understanding how also to promote new research, how to also attract new investment towards MBS biodiversity assessment. And then from them, we can start building solid and robust frameworks to understand how biodiversity can be assessed within cities. I feel like we're still in the process of raising awareness among municipalities and city shapers, but I think we're slowly shifting and we're slowly also educating and exposing people to how important it is to assess biodiversity at an urban level. Yeah, that would be my thoughts.
Thank you, Loredana. Yeah, you're right. I mean, it's okay for cities at least to increase nature-based solutions and have regreening projects, restoration projects, and then we can move forward with universities, schools to start working with citizen science, measuring, increasing data availability, and understanding what is that relation between nature-based solutions and the increase and health on biodiversity. And maybe talking back about solutions, there are great questions in the chat. I'm going to do a couple of more questions here, coming back to Andrew as well with the business models and the role of private sector, and then we're going to have a Q&A sessions. So before, I'm going to bring Sachin and Laszlo to, Laszlo, you have an experience with naturalization and concrete examples and databases of nature-based solutions, and also Sachin, you can share with us particular solutions and projects that have been implemented by your network of mayors and cities around the world that can illustrate how these efforts, these first step that we're talking about, just starting to implement projects, then measuring, but at least making action, going forward into implementation. Please, Sachin and Laszlo, if you can share with us some concrete examples in cities around the world.
Great, thank you, Christina. And it seems obvious that nature has the answer, but I think we need to acknowledge as well that cities, and we talk about cities here, are man-made constructs, and by definition they're artificial. They're built from our dreams and ingenuity and capitalism and empire, but also it reflects a little bit of our selfishness in terms of cities being largely exclusive domains of humans. The more than human world, the nature, we need to make efforts to bring it in rather than leaving it outside. And cities and nature, they can seem antithetical to each other. I mean, even in climate policy and biodiversity thinking, the goals have been like to encourage dense, compact cities towards reducing the human footprint. And we can see, I love Hong Kong as the example of a compact city that reduces human footprint and leaves 75% of nature to be by itself. In 20 minutes in Hong Kong, you can be in almost virgin rainforests. It is actually quite incredible. So I really applaud that. But it also would seem in most mega cities that C40 works in, that urban and nature would seem like an oxymoron. So we need to be more creative in being able to kind of bring those two together. So for example, cities like Paris are trying to make urban life and culture part of nature, so nature being part of urban life and culture. For example, In Paris, the city of Paris has shut down 60 out of 300 streets outside schools. 60 out of 300 schools have shut the streets outside the schools. And instead of being those streets being for vehicles, they've been turned into urban gardens and nature-based play spaces for children. This not only reduces traffic congestion and danger, but also cleans the air from idling cars. And it's a huge benefit for the future generation. So Paris is working with the existing urban fabric and making really bold moves. Rio, for example, is reforesting many of its famous mountain tops, which are prone to experience rainfall and landslides. So nature has been being seen as a way of reducing landslides and to protect communities that tend to live closer to or on these slopes and build informal settlements on these hills. Montreal has played a huge role and leading the way in through its finance department. They have an action called Action 46, through which they allocate about 10 to 15% to adaptation to climate change. And the 10-year capital planning budget now integrates all investment processes in such a way that about almost $180 million is dedicated to natural infrastructure. And in next year, the entire budget will be dedicated to this measure. It's taken really seriously, not just by the preaching to the converted, but actually working with the finance department, with budget, with markets. And speaking of markets, a city like Freetown in Sierra Leone has a very interesting, what we would call a Robin Hood scheme, and it takes money from big corporations active in Sierra Leone and forms carbon credits and translates this into tree tokens, supporting really green jobs, which have given about 1,500 community growers a reason to grow trees and become stewards of nature. And they've planted more than 2,000 trees this year as part of the million tree plantation scheme. And this allows for community leaders and youth to become climate ambassadors in this program, and also delivers green jobs and livelihoods, and a shift away from destructive sand mining, for example, and moving into oyster farming and planting mangroves. So this is all working with the urban fabric, working with the reality and the antithesis between urban and nature. And I think that's really important to acknowledge and then to solve, rather than assuming that the green transition is coming our way and we just have to open the door for it.
Thank you, Sachi. Great examples. Laszlo, you want to share some examples from the Naturvision network?
Yeah, sure. I mean, as you might imagine, we are not exactly short of examples from the Urban Nature Atlas. I'll put the link in the chat. So when I prepared for the session, I picked two examples, and I'll very briefly mention them. One, for instance, is from Germany, in Hamburg, where they focused on renaturing in an urban space to open green city areas and create leisure areas, improving rainwater retention, increasing biodiversity, improving climate change. Again, I'm back at the idea of multi-solving problems. So there's a collection of issues that let's say that particular project recognizes. But these are not. Sometimes what we hear is that, well, this is in a sense is a luxury, that nature-based solutions are costly and they are affordable in cities like Montreal and so on. This, as Sachin mentioned, but in reality and in our work, we try to very explicitly focus on cases from developing countries. In collaborative work with the British Academy, and the other example I picked was from Indora in India. Taru Leading Edge, a prominent Indian organization, has been working on addressing lake restoration and with benefits that are clearly sort of biodiversity benefits in increasing or preserving biodiversity and local species, but at the same time also contributing to water quality improvement and then the social sort of types of SDGs in making better access to higher quality drinking water, improving microclimatic conditions, and so on. So we could go on and mention many of these examples. What I think is important is that in any given context, there's going to be a slightly different assembly of nature-based solutions that will make sense. And that depends on a number of things: the structure of the city, the history, the biophysical aspects, the cultural, the governance, the political aspects. And what I think is important is to make sure that there are thought processes initiated by different actors. It could be the business community, it could be local government, it could be local organizations who go through this diagnosis of what the problems are in this place. What is the out of the library of solutions that include nature-based solutions? What are the ones that are a best fit for this assembly of problems? And then move on to thinking about implementation in a serious way. So it was said before that in some ways we are still at an early stage, and I think it's important to really think beyond research. So we have to mainstream these solutions into routine business planning, into routine urban design. These are not just research projects, not just pilot projects. Go beyond the pilot. Look at this as a across the board sort of systemic change happening in different contexts, but solutions vary from place to place. But they all rely on the same principles and select solutions from the existing already significant library of examples.
Great, Laszlo. You're arriving to the very core of this session, which is scaling up nature-based solutions. And there's a lot of things out there, a lot of reports. I'm meeting with city officials very often, and they're saying, I'm receiving diagnostics, white papers, millions of reports, repositories of hundreds of solutions. Please tell me what is the solution, and also give me the money, right? So it's not only about mainstreaming, it's also about prototyping, as you say. Like, there's different contexts, but we have to understand what are the try and tested solutions to very particular challenges that are shared around the world. Some of those solutions are mainly of cities with a particular typology, old cities, compact cities, but let's talk about the most rapidly urbanizing cities in the world: Latin America, Africa, Asia, where 90% of new urban inhabitants will arrive in the next 10 years, right? These are cities that don't have time to plan. They're growing super fast, and they are impacting the most biodiverse areas in the world. Those cities are located in the pantropics, so there's a challenge in there. We need to understand how cities are growing. How can we prevent those cities to grow in a non-responsible way towards nature and towards society, echoing Loredana's point. But also, we need the private sector to be ready to implement things from the pre-procurement and early stages, right? So Andrew, what are your thoughts in terms of preparing the private sector for that, preparing and increasing public-private cooperation, and allowing those nature-based solutions to become the default selection and choice for companies that are investing in urban development? Right.
Okay. So in the territory, the city I live in, Hong Kong, I mean, we have our big problem is the scarcity of land. So I guess it's a balance between how we can use the very scarce land available for building, and then comparing that with the nature solution and having that. Now, in Hong Kong, I think in large part of China, notion of a green finance scheme is coming true. So the green finance scheme is such that, especially now the interest rate is high, the green finance scheme become quite attractive. It is designed to encourage more using green construction and other things, but I think it also applies to green's nature-based solutions. It encourages the private sector to use the green finance as a means of getting their financing, but the interest rate, because if they deliver certain indicator, the interest rate is usually 2 or 3 basis points lower than the commercial rate. So that is an incentive for the developer to the private sector to engage into those. I think that is something in our part of the world. The green finance is getting hot, but I think it also needs to really have alignment with government policy about the certain I guess KPI, because developer work towards KPI. That comes, the other part of it is that if the government is willing to relax certain plot ratios or certain restrictions, that would give the impetus to encourage the private sector to do more green nature-based solutions. So they're saying, if you build more nature-based on the base platform, we allow you to build a couple level higher or give you more plot ratio. In that case, it becomes a kind of balanced solutions for the developer. I think commercial sector is worried about returns and worried about financing, but I think green finance and certain government policy incentive makes sense. I mean, if I use the example, not exactly applicable to nature-based, in Hong Kong, we've been promoting electric vehicle driving. But one of our problems in Hong Kong is there's not enough car parks. That is because we live in high rises, so we don't have garage that you can charge the car. So one of the incentives the government put out is saying, when we build a new building, if we electrify all car parks, the car parks that we build, that car park that we build is off the plot ratio, which means we can build more car parks. The more we can build, the government just say, okay, you can, they relax the plot ratio. That means now all the new development have electrified car parks. I mean, but the car park go underneath, so it doesn't impede on the ground. But that's an example of how the government can use policy incentive that does not impede upon other factors, but to provide a solution. So I think some kind of government policy relaxation or incentive would work in compact city like Hong Kong, where we just don't have the luxuries of the land available.
Those are great examples around incentives, Andrew. And if you ask me, I'm pro public transport, less car parks, less vehicles, more public transport and active mobility.
Yes, true.
So I'm going to turn it over to those questions that are great questions in the chat. And one of them is about how a city as Hong Kong, I like that we're having Hong Kong at the very center. We need another session to this message to the organizers of the Global Forum of Human Settlements. We need a session on Hong Kong and nature-based solutions for Hong Kong. But this is a question on how nature-based solutions are designed in a city like Hong Kong. The question is about if there's mainly vertical solutions, what kind of solutions can be implemented. And I know that Robert has been working a lot in this interaction between green cities and very dense cities. So Robert, I'll give you the floor.
Yeah, I wanted to respond a bit to Sachin, your comment about this potential tension, right, between density and greenness. And a group of us have been working on this interesting review of a large sample of cities globally. And so the first, there is on average this trade-off, right, in terms of tree cover especially, but also in terms of percent open space, where denser urban metro areas globally do tend to have less nature, even though they have these other benefits, right, of in general, all else being equal, it's a big statement, having less energy use, etc. But there's some good news there. First is that there is no real relationship between density and accessible public green space, so parks. And so there are quite dense cities that have parks that people can get to within a 15-minute walk or a 30-minute walk. There's also, when you drill in, specific neighborhoods that we're calling bright spots that are both dense and green. And so one of the things this group was trying to do was, these were sort of urban architects and landscape planners, and trying to understand, well, how did they get that way? And that there are sort of two broad pathways. I mean, one is the example that maybe Singapore is best known for, right, of having density, so green roofs, green facades, and you see a lot of use of these techniques now. So sort of sharing space between people and nature. But the other idea is leaving space for nature and we talked about this sort of relative to Hong Kong, right? So you have a very dense core, but then there are slopes that are too steep to really develop, but they're left natural. And so there are many other, in each of those two broad categories, many specific kinds of green interventions. And they do have to be specific to the context. Christina, to your point, sort of what is the urban form? What does that city need? But I think the good news is there are ways that we can have neighborhoods that are both pretty dense and pretty green. To end my remarks by connecting to something that we were just talking about in the chat and in the conversation, part of it is not giving too much space to the car. And so if you start looking in US cities, for example, very small decisions about requirements of parking for new development make big differences in how much green space there is in cities. So, in sort of post-World War II development, there was often a requirement in US cities that almost all new developments had 1 or 2 spots per housing unit, which means that you use a large fraction of your parcel for parking, unless it's underground, which is only viable in really expensive sites. And so you're starting to see cities relaxing that, and they're returning in a way to an earlier standard. And when you relax that, you get less parking spots, and you actually tend to get more green space, lawns or trees on parcels. So it's little changes like that can make a big difference. To connect back to something Andrew was saying, some US cities have been playing around with this idea of, well, exactly what you said, Andrew, letting building developers build a floor or 2 taller if they build a green roof, and that really incentivizes building green roofs. So incentives work, but it's about getting those incentives right.
Absolutely. One of the latest figures that I read is that a city like Los Angeles, for example, has 14% of its built-up area as car parks. So these are places ready to be converted into public spaces, green areas, places for people and nature, as Sachin was saying. There's another question around city index, the green city index, the global city index, and how do you benchmark or how do you assess different cities around the world? So I'm going to turn it over to Loredana. The particular question is, will different cities will have different green index and different assessment benchmarks? You were talking about the need for having a baseline. How can you reconcile these different contexts and have an index that works for all?
Thank you for the question. I think that's the issue for many indices around the world that try to, codify and structure something that has to be applied to different contexts and different cities. We at IUCN are trying to overcome this challenge by making the Urban Nature Index really flexible. So we have, yes, a set of 30 indicators structured around 6 themes, but cities are not required to fulfill all the indicators. What we do is we, together with the city, we support them in a capacity assessment at the very beginning to understand which are the local capacities, which are the resources, and also where the municipality wants to focus on, in order to understand how many indicators can be fulfilled and which areas and which themes can be met during the assessment. So of course, the index will have a different scoring and a different application based on the place where it's been applied. But the fact that it's this flexible and the fact that we do not require all cities to have to meet all the indicators can also be something that is useful for the city. The index is not important just for us. it's important for the city to have an exercise to pilot it, and also to do a self-assessment of its own capacity and resources. So I feel that there's a common feeling of we need to do that to prove that we're good and to prove that, you know, like we're applying the index, but it's more for municipality themselves in order to understand where also they can apply MBS, because the index can also help cities understand which parts of their biodiversity management they're lacking, or which part can be also supported through NBS, and they can also target these efforts. Sometimes we have cities that just, you know, like depending on the opportunity, they apply NBS, which I have to remind, it's an umbrella term for a lot of different activities and a lot of different actions. But with this index, with this self-assessment and with this exercise, they can actually understand where to target NBS. So to respond to this question, of course, cities in different continents, in different worlds, and with different capacities will have a different scoring and will have a different assessment. But then again, it's, you know, like it's for the municipality itself to understand where they are and what can be improved within their territories.
Great, thank you, Loredana, very clear. Sachin, you're a master planner, and you work in urban design. One of the questions here is about, a very good question, about the crisis, different crises that cities are having. Housing is one of them, migration. Again, we're coming back to the normal basic urban challenges, providing basic services to human needs. How, and you're an expert also in resilience, how when you design a city, you make sure that through nature-based solutions, you can also maybe overcoming the challenges of affordable housing or shortage of housing. What is the role of nature in providing spaces for living and also providing spaces for health, human health, including mental health?
I think it's a really difficult question because, as I mentioned, I think it could be seen as an antithesis, but I think it's worth asking. It's also an existential question for urban designers and urban planners. I think we have to recognize that cities over the last 150 years have been designed for the automobile. The first lines that an urban planner, urban designer draws when they design cities are big arterial roads and road junctions, and I think we need to reverse that trend. We know that there's need for new cities. We need thinking about how to reverse that trend, how to have those first impressions, the first thinking about nature as a client, as well as a partner. How do we start with nature? And similarly, I think we also know that cities need retrofitting, and as I mentioned, Paris is a great example where and so is Barcelona. Barcelona has is developing a scheme around super blocks where they've committed to change 35% of their streets into walkable green parks, and this is a big change. This is what designing and retrofitting cities looks like with nature, without reducing the density of the city, replacing streets which in Barcelona would probably take up 30% of land, and as our friend from Hong Kong pointed out, I mean the availability of land is the biggest challenge, and both nature and affordable housing are seen to be fighting for it. But I think at the moment, to me the winner in this at the moment is cars and car parks. So I think there needs to be a huge movement to reclaim that for nature and for people, and then that will also create the right ground for a more compact development, higher densities, where nature can be accessed not in 15 minutes, in 5 minutes if we had substantial amount of our streets converted to parks. So this is what I'd love to see. Cities committing to this increase. And this is why C40 has a nature accelerator where we're encouraging cities to commit to increasing the amount of accessible, high quality green spaces in existing cities by retrofitting the infrastructure to nature-based solutions and parks and green infrastructure, and still being able to retain a high level of intensity, high level of vibrancy, high level of density, so that you are not only have affordable housing but also high quality housing. So it seems to me we need to take the war against private cars head on to be able to really solve this dilemma between affordable, high quality urban spaces and a great quality of life with nature.
Thank you. We're running out of time, but and as you say, cities have to commit, but we're all citizens, so we all have to commit. So I'm gonna finalize with a question, very short answer from all of you, because this session is about scaling up nature-based solutions. So each of you, what is your commitment to scale up nature-based solutions in the next 6 months? And I'm gonna do a round and we can close with that and give the floor to our commentator that is gonna wrap up this session. So Sachin, over to you.
Well, I guess my commitment is to seek more opportunities like that, to talk to as many people as possible, and help inspire the change. But also from C40 mission is to show how cities are taking action to really provide a stage for how cities can actually be the drivers of change, because majority of the world's population live in cities, etc., etc. So yeah, so to have cities as the focus.
Great, thank you, Loredana.
Thank you. So from the IUCN point of view, we're trying to engage with as many cities as possible. As said, we also welcome city in our membership. So we also give them the chance to drive our agenda, which is a really exciting opportunity. And also, yeah, we are trying to apply the index as much as possible and support cities in scaling up NBS with a science-driven and target-based approach.
Wonderful. Rob?
Yeah, that's such a great question. And 6 months happens so quickly. Two things. So we're finishing up some interesting science, sort of making the case of how much trees in US cities can serve as an adaptation to heat wave risk, and what that economics looks like. So that should come out in the next 6 months, I hope, or at least get submitted somewhere. And we also work in specific cities. So just yesterday was on a jury panel. TNC is working with the city of Stuttgart in Germany on this challenge grant challenge around the best nature-based solutions for adaptation, and that new crop of awardees should come out in the next couple months. And so that's the other side of my work, is knowing some specific streets are going to get green soon, which is great.
Wonderful. Andrew?
Yeah, we have a commitment in our new buildings, not just 6 months, but continue on. Every new building, we will integrate the nature-based solution, like plantation things, into the vertical segments. And for several sites that we have in more remote, where we can have more land for nature-based, we do set out quite a lot of expenditure in the landscaping to ensure it's a good environment for the ambient. So I think that's part of our ESG driven and something we are driving as a competitive edge compared to other developers.
Wonderful. And Laszlo, you're the last one.
Thank you. Fairly concrete. When Naturebation ended, to keep some of our tools going, we created a startup company with some of my students, and we focused on further developing and maintaining two tools. One I already mentioned, the Urban Nature Atlas. So we are just starting a collaboration with the Asia Europe Foundation in Singapore to enrich the Southeast Asian component of the atlas with cases from the region. And we also developed another pilot tool, the Urban Nature Explorer, that is designed for the early envisioning and scenario building process in any urban setting to help stakeholders look at their region, think about the challenges, think about the nature-based solutions that would help them, and assess their impacts and costs before they actually go into more technical planning. So we focused on these two tools and try to make them more practically useful.
Thank you, Laszlo. And last, I'm Christina. I work at the World Economic Forum again. I lead the agenda on cities and nature. I want to thank all of you. I also have a commitment. I have a personal commitment, but a professional commitment is, like, as you may know, and I'm going to share here the link. Our most recent report on biodiversity is by 2030, which is our vision on cities living in harmony with nature, shows that only 0.3% of global investment in infrastructure goes to nature-based solutions. So our commitment is to increase that share and to speed up the transition towards nature-positive cities. And lots of personal commitments, but I'm going to turn it over to Ms. An Feng Mei. She's a board director and deputy general manager of Jinan Jiangxing Investment Group in China. Mrs. Feng Mei, please, I'll give you the floor.
哎，你好，主持人。
We can see you.
你好，你的视频没打开。其实你开了视频，但是我们看不到你，但是我们看不到你的那个。没有头像，或者是看不到你的人。
It looks like the video is turned on, but you have something over your camera.
你的那个视频上是不是有遮住什么东西，就是看不到人？就是你的那个视频已经开了。啊，其实没关系了，您讲吧。
那我这样，
啊，对，行。好。
尊敬的各位专家学者，女士们、先生们，很荣幸，在此盛会能够向世界各国的专家学者交流。刚才各位嘉宾的演讲非常精彩，也给我很多启发。我来自于中国济南新旧动能转换起步区。下面呢，我通过一个项目“零碳智慧产业园基础设施”来向各位阐述一下起步区是如何利用自然解决方案实现绿色城市建设。能看到 PPT 吧？
啊，可以，请继续。
济南新旧动能转换起步区是位于中国黄河流域中心城市，引领黄河流域生态保护和高质量发展，同时深入对接京津冀，深度融入京津冀，对接长三角，共筑中国北方强增长极。2021年4月，国务院批复济南新旧动能转换起步区建设实施方案，这标志着济南新旧动能转换起步区正式设立。这将建设成为黄河流域生态保护和高质量发展新示范，山东新旧动能转换综合实验区新引擎，高水平开放合作新平台，绿色智慧宜居新城区。起步区规划2035年总人口180万人，城乡总建设面积210平方公里， 形成一纵一横两合五组团的空间结构，和1城5团16区9镇100村嵌田园的总体格局。零碳智慧产业园基础设施是位于起步区庙廊片区国际标准地招商产业园，总用地2.57公顷，总建筑面积7.2万平米。项目的设计融入了济南文化，采用以泉为形、内聚外合的建筑形态，以绿色、低碳、节能为目标，通过被动优先、主动调节的技术运用，实现绿色生态、健康舒适、节能低碳与环境可持续的多性能平衡，充分凸显以人为本的理念，彰显新旧动能转换，具有率先引领性、示范性。建筑采用全钢结构形式，融合了低碳建材、新型保温防水材料、低散异型材料、BIPV 体系、多能互补可再生能源供应系统、地道风和水喷雾集成降温系统、海绵型绿地和节水系统、室内高固碳植物种植、地下空间采光改善技术、智慧感知和智慧管理系统、碳排放监测平台等内容，最终实现了建筑零碳运行，为中国双碳目标提供借鉴。感谢大家的聆听，欢迎各位专家学者有机会来到起步区交流指导工作，谢谢。
Thanks for that. With that, we end up this session. Christine, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Christina. Well, a very interesting discussion and sharing from our panelists. Thank you very much, Christina, for leading the session, and to our panelists for stressing the urgency and importance of integrating nature into cities and moving towards nature and positive economy in cities. Well, the slogan, our world city state is better city, better life. If nature remains a missing part, there's no point advocating and making better cities or have better life. So thank you once again. I think this session is a good start, and we hope to hear more from our panelists, from Christina after the forum. Well, now we will have half an hour break. Right after the break, we'll have the closing session where our session moderators will give a brief report or summary of the sessions and to provide some policy recommendation and guidance moving forward. And then an award ceremony to honor sustainable development practices and innovations. So please stay connected and just see you in half an hour. Let me just quickly share a screen of the program. Yes. Okay, I will see you in just half an hour. It's still 30 CET. Please stay connected.
您打开它都在呀，可是视频您打开就是没有啊。
但是它会关呐、
他发个私信过来问我们。你把整个这个录全关掉，我们重进这里。说话是能听的。
怪不得我前面是没注意，没有头像。那是我们测试的时候是好的呀，对吧？
问一下他，让他在线了。
那可能没有把我们弄进去啊。 是不是没把我们弄进去？
我就搞不清楚了，这怎么领奖呢？停止视频，开启视频，开启了呀。选择视频语句，这都没关系的呀。我不懂啊。
Warmest greetings from a rainy, cold winter day in New York, which I do appreciate after coming 3 days ago from a dry place overseas. Is the sound okay?
It's okay now, better.
Okay. Yeah. Shall I start from the beginning?
Yes, please. I think we have to be 2 minutes to go. We can start on time.
Okay, we have 3 speakers, 6 moderators, and 50 minutes to spend together. The first 2 speakers will have 5 minutes each, and the moderators 3 minutes each. So let us start. First speaker of this session, which I want to welcome all of you to the summaries and concluding remarks and recommendations. Our first speaker is Dr. Han Pigang, Dean of the School of New Materials and New Energy, Shenzhen University of Technology, and he's also chairman of Shenzhen Solar Energy Society. Dr. Pigang, you have the floor. Hello.
Hello.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
You have the floor.
啊，不好意思，好像现场有点麦克风有点问题。可以再试一下吗？ Well, again, we have some technical issues.
That's life. Don't
Yes.
worry. How is the technical issue? Is it resolved?
So do we need to mute all the participants?
Good. Could all the participants mute, please? And the speaker, except the first speaker, Dr. Pigang.
I think it's from the outside.
It seems like everyone else is now muted. Maybe we could try again.
And 不是韩教授，你们那边静音呢？解除静音。好，请你再试一下。但是还是有回音。是不是麦克风有点问题吧？
为啥呀？那他这个还给他了是吧？
Well, I'm sorry for that. Well, technology is not very friendly with us tonight, it seems. Well, that's the charm of technology. Bring us a wonderful experience while testing our patients. Untouched, may I just make a quick suggestion? Can we just move to the summary of the moderators, then we come back to the speakers?
Sure, I can go there. Go to the moderators. Okay. So we're going to change the order and we go to the moderators, 3 minutes each. The
Miss Maria Poznan, coordinator and activities of the Water and WMO. You have the floor, Miss.
Hi. I hope
Hi.
I'm not echoing.
You're good. You bring
Perfect.
clarity.
Yes. Bringing clarity to this session. All right, perfect. Thank you for giving me the floor. I'd like to first thank the organizers for having us co-organize this session from WMO side with you. Thank you for the speakers that we had in our sessions, for your insights, and our participants for being so active in our session. So we organized the parallel session 1A, which was on water's role in early warning systems, harnessing integrated water resource management to provide early warnings for all. And firstly, I'd like to mention why early warning systems are relevant for urban settlements. So most of the world's population live in urban areas, and often some of the coverage, like the surface is covered, so the rain doesn't really get absorbed into the ground, and that means that we might have more flooding events, and that those can be more serious, especially in urban areas. We should also understand that we can maybe reduce some of these with long-term infrastructure development and planning in the urban systems to improve how we prepare and respond to early warnings and hazards. So why should we invest in these early warning systems? A lot of the climate change effects are actually seen through water, and it comes out as floods or droughts, so either too much or too little water often. And early warning systems are kind of a low-hanging fruit, as it came out in our session, for adaptation, because it can actually provide a very high return on investment, up to 10-fold return actually. Data is at the baseline of this, so we need better data and we need to integrated systems, but some very advanced tools already exist for understanding this data then. And we need to start with what we have. So by building existing systems, we can show the political leaders what are the benefits, and then that can lead to financial investments, and then that can lead to better systems and more acceptance in the social and political sphere, and this creates like a positive loop. And also I'd like to mention that community acceptance and knowledge is very important, because if people don't understand how dangerous some events might be, how serious some warnings are, they might not act, because they don't want to leave their house in the fear of losing all of their belongings. So they might not understand how to react. So having that acceptance in the communities is very important, because at the end of the day, the early warnings are there to save lives. So we need to make sure that the people understand and are able to react to the warnings. So those were the kind of an overall of what our session was like today. Thank you very much.
That's excellent.
Hello, Taj.
Yes.
Let's just try again with the colleagues from our side.
Say that again.
Yes.
Okay. Now it's fine. I could speak without being. Okay. Now, thank you for Ms. Maria. And now we go to parallel session 1B.
Attach, just a moment, okay? Just a moment. They are just trying to solve the problem. Can we just wait for a second?
I will wait. I have all the time here.
Yeah.
It's early in the morning in New York.
So a very good morning to you.
Why? Hi. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hi.
Hi,
Can you hear me?
we can hear you loud and clear.
No.
他说我刚才。
Hello? This is Sabrina.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, but there's still the echo. 还是有回音。
Hello?
还是有。
Hello? Hello? Hi. Better?
It's still there. Shall we start? Yeah, let's start again. Okay, parallel session A1B, Mr. Chowdhury, Rudra, Charan, Mohanty, Coordinator of Environment Program, UNCRD, DSDG, UNDESA. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. First of all, thanks to the organizer to give us an opportunity to organize parallel session 1B, which is on sustainable waste management for circular economy and zero waste cities. In this session, we had 8 presentations covering different areas, such as greening the SMEs towards transitioning to circular economy, eco-cities, bioplastics, Australian efforts to transitioning to a net zero circular economy, smart cities program in India, case of India, and safe handling and end of life lithium batteries. There are many cases in China, and circular economy towards the reduction of e-waste and upgrading to achieve zero waste, upgrading the slums to achieve zero waste societies or cities, among others. So in order to advance circular economy for achieving zero waste cities and communities, some of the recommendations that emerge from the discussions are integration. There is a need to integrate circular economy into development plans at municipal level. Basically, it is recommending on the vertical cooperation between the national government and the local government authorities, so that the national policies or roadmap and circular economy are integrated in the local level policies at the municipal level. In that regard, horizontal cooperation is extremely critical to advance circular economy. So interministerial cooperation in this regard is key to integrate circular economy in major development sectors, such as industry, public works, transport, tourism, agriculture, forestry, trade and commerce, etc. Science policy interface, one of the recommendations that emerge, is a key to advance application of circular, application of various technologies and R&D on circular economy. For example, bioplastics, greening the SMEs, safe disposal of and recycling of end-of-life batteries, which are extremely hazardous and toxic. So in these areas, science-based policies are extremely critical and indispensable. Green financing, green procurement, and green consumerism were also recommended. A range of partnership is the basis for advancing circular economy. and zero waste society, because zero waste society is inherently a multi-stakeholder partnership. So in this regard, public-private partnership and the triangular cooperation, the cooperation between the government, science and research organization, scientific and research organization, and the private sector and companies, the triangular cooperation is critical to advance. Conducive environment for investments. So what emerged from the discussion, very interesting, is that conventionally the financing institutions are more or less biased towards the linear economy, in which the waste is thought of having no value and it must be open dumped or burned or landfilled. It is very challenging to find the financial institutions supporting the circular economy, because circular economy is new and there is too much risk involved in the circular economy. So in this regard, the session concluded, and the overarching message from the session is that waste management should not be viewed within the waste domain itself. Rather, the waste management needs to be discussed more and more in the resource domain. So low carbon and circular economy are two sides of a single coin. So that is also one of the key messages that emerged. So 2030 agenda, SDGs in particular, and the Paris Agreement on climate change provides an important basis to achieve these international agendas and agreements, among others. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mohanty, and forgive me if I pronounce your name not right.
You pronounce correctly. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next presenter, coordinator, for session 2B, Ralph Wahenschaft, Independent Advisor on Sustainable Development Policies, GFHS. My brother Ralph.
Good morning, Todd.
Good morning.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity to brief you in a nutshell on a very rich discussion of a series of presentations that we heard under parallel session 2A, which had the title of Resilient Cities and Coastal Areas, and focused on policies, technologies, and practices. We started with an introduction to the blue economy by Dr. Beckman, and he elaborated on the marine spatial planning concept, which sounded quite interesting. We followed up and had a presentation from the Secretariat of the Disaster Reduction and Resilience, the Office of Disaster Risk Reduction, UNDRR, representative Mrs. Girardet, who, among many other aspects, pointed to the Making Cities Resilient by 2030 initiative, which is an initiative that came from the most recent COP, and will likely be developing in the future. It focuses on the experience exchanges between the concerned cities, coastal cities, and other cities. And I think it should receive the attention by the experts to facilitate the information exchange. We then had a brief discussion on the concept of the compact cities, which was triggered by Dr. Yachno, who pointed to the fact that dispersed cities, let's say, or less densely populated cities can have certain advantages, or can find it easier to cope with environmental challenges, including flooding and other aspects. It's an interesting concept, but of course we also recognize the advantages of the compact cities. We then had three practitioners who shared experiences of the architecture and planning, including country gardens from Malaysia, as well as I come from Tianjin in China, and Mr. Wang from the Minje Real Estate Development Company. There were various examples pointing to the achievement of integrating environmental concerns into coastal management and coastal planning. I like to stop here. Thank you, Touch.
这个就是我的一个观点，非常感谢。
Thank you, Ralph. It's good to see you.
非常感谢您的一个观点。
Our next presenter is Parallel Session
下一位讲者呢
Mr. Nassim Olmani,
就是联合国非洲经济
Blue
委员会绿色和蓝色经济处负责人纳西姆·沃尔曼
Nations Economic
先生。
Commission for Africa, UNECA.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning and good afternoon, depending on.
非常感谢大家早上好，或者说
I
晚上好。
have, sorry, but I think the interpretation, isn't it? I don't know if you have the.
不好意思，我听到了艺人声音的
Can
这
you
个回音。
please help us with no translation in Chinese?
In Chinese, yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
I think now it's fixed. So yeah, thanks. First of all, I would like to thank Mr. Chair, to thank the GFHS Secretariat for the very well organized conference, and for this opportunity to have this session on how to boost financing for climate action at the local level. So we had a very interesting discussion with the 6 panelists. I start with Dr. Fedra von Huys from the Health Division, Society's Climate Policy Support, and the Senior Research Fellow from the Stockholm Environment Institute. She tackled on climate finance for cities and brought us an update from some whole of city approaches in some European cities from European initiative. Then we had the pleasure to hear Dr. Akiko Yamamoto, regional team leader, Asia and Pacific for the Nature, Climate and Energy team from the UNDP, on how we could secure the foundation of a resilient and sustainable global future through cities with an integrated and sustained support across dimensions. Then we had the presentation from Aise Mita from Digital Finance and SDGs, who is lead in Digital Finance and SDGs, running from UNDP and UNCDF on the role of digital finance and challenges to boost financing of local climate actions, and the role of fintech in mobilizing local climate finance. We had then Mitika Mwenda, who is the Secretary General of PACJA, the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, on the importance of inclusive and pro-poor approaches for local climate actions. And Binta Mustafa, from 100 Women in Tech in Nigeria, she shared with us what has worked for climate finance, for climate action at the local level in Nigeria, and what are the areas requiring immediate attention and future opportunities for action. Finally, we had Hugh Garnett, Senior Program Manager, Real Estate and the National Investor Group on Climate Change, who represented, in fact, the investor voice, and he shared with us from the investor perspective, what are the key challenges and priorities to remove bottlenecks and blockages. Main takeaways, Mr. Chair, on this, I have 3 messages: importance of a whole of city approach to ensure buy-in from all actors. This will allow us to ensure that the most vulnerable are positively impacted. In that regard, it is important to increase the agency of the people and turning people into green actors and investors. Second message is crucial to ensure a policy coherence between the net zero or the net positive trajectory of a city and the decentralized efforts to significantly improve the channeling of climate finance at local level. Very important to have this coherence between the two. And finally, the data and science are key to ensure that projects and solutions are fit for purpose to be able to attract investments. It is crucial to have a coalition between local authorities, the different actors and investors, and having appropriate tools as a dynamic and open dashboards. One of Balinese shared during the session of dashboard is really a game changer to support the coordination of the collective climate action at the local level. And I will leave it here, Mr. Chair, and thanks again, the GFHS Secretariat. Over to you.
You are most welcome. Thank you very much for good summary. So now our next moderator is panel 3A, Miss Cristina Gomez Garcia Rias. You have the floor.
Thank you. Good afternoon already here in Geneva. Many thanks for this kind invitation. My name is Cristina Gomez. I lead the agenda on nature and cities at the World Economic Forum, and I was kindly invited to moderate this session on scaling up nature-based solutions towards a greener urban future. We had a wonderful panel ranging from the more ecological experiences to urban planning and design, and then the private sector enriching the dialogue. All of them, Laszlo Pinter, Loredana Scuto, Andrew Young, Sachin Bochin, and Robert MacDonald from IUCN, TNC, C40, Sino Group, and the European Central University, they provided great insight on this topic. We had a very rich discussion, and basically what we showed here is that solutions and nature-based solutions are out there, ready to be implemented and even monitored and measured. We talked about different ways of monitoring and getting data for biodiversity and nature, and that investors also have shown willingness to incorporate new materials and intervention models that incorporate nature. The thing is that we have to be better at synthesizing the knowledge, connecting the dots, and collaborate. This is not rocket science, and we always say that we need to increase collaboration, but it is true. We spoke about the very basics. We started about the very basics on how and why nature is important and matters to cities and human settlements. Then we touched upon the dependency that cities have on nature, and also the responsibility that we have to protect nature, since nature provides many services and contributions to all of us every day. And also we discussed not only that we have a responsibility with nature, but nature becomes a solution to the most pressing urban challenges. Housing, we talked about human health, both mental and physical health, how nature allows us to buffer cities from flooding and heat waves. And we heard great examples out there. In many different cities, we cited cities from Europe, Africa, Latin America, different examples integrating nature into the built environment and showing that nature provides a solution to those urban challenges. And also we talked about 5 main challenges. First, we talked about the need for mainstreaming those solutions. There's a lot of solutions, a lot of repositories, but we need to take them into the decision-making arena, ready to implement, so that people that are at the forefront of making some decisions to solve urban challenges can take the most of those solutions and implement it at scale. Second, we need to increase literacy around the values of benefits of nature. This is fundamental. Even if I've never met someone that doesn't like nature, but we need to increase the information and data around why nature is also important in the solution for urban development challenges. We also need to increase investment in urban nature-based solutions, which is currently a very minor investment. So just 0.3% of global investment in urban infrastructure goes to nature-based solutions. So we are committed, all of us, to increase that share of investment. And this is not only a task of environmentalists or people working in the urban planning arena, this is also a task of policymakers and private companies. And the last conclusion is that we need to intervene the pre-procurement phases and the early stages before investing, before intervening cities, so that nature can become a default in investment and in urban development models. So this is a wrap up of a very rich session, lots of good questions as well. So thank you to the audience for participating, and thank you again for this kind invitation.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your summary and keeping the time also. Thank you. Well, our last moderators will be from session 3B, Mr. David Hughes, Senior Director, Program Quality at Habitat for Humanity International.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you also to the Secretariat and session participants. So our thematic session 3B was titled Towards Smart, Zero Carbon and Sustainable Buildings and Communities. We had 4 speakers who brought a rich variety of perspectives about opportunities and challenges related to lower carbon and more sustainable construction and also energy supply. So Jennifer Uman from Habitat for Humanity's Terwilliger Centre for Innovation and Shelter, she shared about initiatives to encourage innovation in building materials, but also in business models. For instance, enabling startup companies to develop products for lower income group housing and also for incremental building. Our second speaker was Serge Salah from the Urban Morphology and Complex Systems Institute. He shared historical and modern examples of how to integrate green spaces at all layers within buildings, and shared that this works best where a long-term vision can be developed together with the local authority. Our third speaker was Samaya Bendao from the United Nations University eGov, who shared research findings about supporting cities on adoption of blockchain technologies responsibly to contribute to greater energy efficiency and also accountability. And our fourth speaker was Mr. Chang Hao from the Huadian Electric Power Research Institute, who shared lessons from the development of new distributed energy systems in China for lower carbon energy, and also shared about the role of public-private partnerships in this. So I've put out some particular learnings and themes within those 4 points, but overall we learned about several great initiatives responding to the challenges of moving towards a zero carbon and more sustainable future for human settlements. And we're going to need all of these and more given the scale of the challenges faced. And what we now need to do is look at how we can best bring together these approaches for cross-learning and for complementarity, and participants were keen to engage more, share the materials from the session and pick up how best to collaborate. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes, and thanks to other coordinator who kept the time. Unfortunately, we still have to wait a little bit to solve this technical issue. So we will pause for a minute until it is done, and then we will bring our 2 speakers and the final speaker. Christine, please let me know when the problem is solved.
Yes, sure. Thank you.
Hi,
Thank
can
you.
you hear me? Hello,
Yes, we can.
Tai. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
大
Tai.
家可以听到吗？
可以听到。
Hi, Taj. This is Sabrina.
Yes.
Can you hear me? Can you hear
Hello，
me?
大家可以听到吗？
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Can you hear me, Taj? This is Sabrina.
Yes.
我们可以
Yes.
听到，我们可以听到，你听到我
可以
们讲
听到。
话吗？哦，有回音了。
喂，
刚刚的问题一样的。
Hello.
现在好了，
Can you
现在
hear
又
me?
好了。Yes, we can.
Taj. 何莲，
Yes.
可以听到我的声音吗？
可以听，我们一直在说，我们可以
何莲
听到你的声音，可以。
何莲，
你听不到我的声音，对不对？
何莲，
我能听到，我能听到。
何莲。
我
Hi.
能听到。Yes, we can.
可以吗？
Yes, we can hear you.
有回音吗？
哦，现在有了，现在又有回音。你能听到我们讲吗？
喂，可以吗？
不可以。
喂，
有回音。
可以吗？Hello. Can you hear me？ 何莲，
听到，但是有
可以
回音
了是吗？
你能听到我们吗？
可以了吗？没有回音对吗？
有
一点点吧，可以
一点点是，但是不太稳定。
听不到。
你看现在又有回音，又很大了。
有回音是吗？
有。嗯。
喂。
声音也刚刚一样的问题。
还是有回音是吗？
有。
稍等一下，please wait for a moment. Sorry for that. Hello. 1 2 3. 1 2 3.
一样的问题。你能很清楚的听到我们的声音吗？
可以，但是你们听我的声音有回响。
对，现场对。
可以吗？现在可以吗？
现在好一点，但是不稳定。一会儿回音
可以听到我的声音吗？
声音可以听到，回音很重。
声音大小呢？
声音音量可以。
但是现在回音能听清楚吗？
能听清楚。
我们这里现场是没有回音，你那里有回音吗？
我们这里有。
有回音吗？
有。
严重吗？回音？
现在比刚刚好一点了，就是
好一点点是吧？但是能听到声音是吧？那我们开始吧。
OK， 可以啊。那你们说开始就开始吧。
这个屏幕好吧，换一下。OK， 我争取用短点时间报告一下。那我的演讲的题目是利用新能源技术构建绿色低碳的人居环境。今年呢，在中国有3件重大的事件发生在新能源领域。首先呢，上个月，隆基绿能公司的总裁李正国先生和首席科学家徐希祥博士宣布了，他们新开发出的太阳能电池效率达到了26.81%， 26.81%。那么大家知道，这个新能源光伏已经广泛的使用。那么26.81%的硅结太阳能电池呢，如果普遍的推广使用，那么在未来的10年之内，那么完全可以达到就是说火力发电现在应该说低于火力发电的这样一个成本。那么上个月16日，比亚迪的王传副总裁宣布，比亚迪第300万辆新能源汽车下线。大家从这里看到一个这几年我们新能源汽车也电动汽车发展的情况。那么今年应该是说完全的电动汽车的呢，中国已经是500多万辆。那么去年总共是1000万辆，今年总共要达到2000万辆这样一个电动汽车的量。这5年发展是接近每年50%的增长量。那么同时今年呢，宁德时代宣布呢，锂离子电池可以实现15分钟的快充和1000公里航程的这样的续航能力。那么现在已经开始投产，明年就可以上市了。那么这3条重要消息呢，将影响着我们这个整个的这个新能源这个发展状态。那么我们希望的新能源呢，影响呢，后来不仅是清洁的能源，而且是零排放的介入。那么非常节能的工业减排效果。由于时间呢，我把这些缩短一点 那么新能源呢，还包括太阳能、风能、氢能、地热能、生物能，包括最近美国宣布的聚合太阳能，太阳能不是核能，聚变核能，都是发展非常快。那么这个图也是反映了这几年这光伏的增长量。那么这张图呢，反映了大家看到蓝色的呢是风能的发展情况，那么黄色的呢太阳能光伏增长的情况。那么从2019年，也就前年开始，咱们的光伏已经超过了风能。那么未来呢，最理想的能源是用太阳能。那么在中国的大西北呢，大家也看到一些荒漠地带铺了太阳能之后，底下普遍长出了绿草。那么绿草呢，可以吸收二氧化碳，这个也将会降低这个二氧化碳的排放。那么由于新能源技术的使用，那么大家看到碳达峰呢就可以提前到来。我预估中国的碳达峰呢也会在2030年前就到达。同时呢，我们的城市将变为一个虚拟的电厂利用分布式太阳能、智能微网，还有梯次储能技术。那么我们整个城市就会变成一个虚拟的电厂。我们将来是一个智慧的城市、虚拟的电厂这样一个状况。那么最理想的呢，我们希望是利用光伏、太阳能光伏发电。那么普遍的使用电动汽车。那么在不久的将来呢，我们达到一个碳达峰的状态。那么这样将会按照我们中国人的这个理念，达到一个非常自然的和谐的天人合一的这样一种宜居的人均环境。那么我们也期望这张图呢，也期望表示了各国的碳中和的要达到的年份。我们中国大概是在后面大概到2050年、2060年达到碳中和。这样我们未来呢，大家利用新能源技术来帮助人类达到一个宜居的环境由于时间关系，我就讲这些，谢谢啊。
Thank you, Dr. Han Pigang, Dean of the School of New Materials and New Energy, Shenzhen University of Technology, Chairman of Shenzhen Solar Energy Society, and our apology for the technical problem which delayed your speech. Topics: leverage new energy technology to build green and low carbon human settlements. Our next speaker is Mr. Shen Sobing, founder of China's Shenzhen International Climate Film and Television Conference, and Chairman Shenzhen Bioxing Science Polarization Research Institute.
跟我们讲一下气候影视如何提升公共的认知。
Raise public awareness. You have the floor, sir.
好，现在您可以开始。
女士们、先生们，大家好。
Ladies and gentlemen，
很高兴出席第17届全球人居环境论坛年会。深圳市标新科普研究院是一家以绿色环保理念为指引，以影视为载体，坚持绿色产业经营理念的有社会责任的 NGO 组织。在绿色传播的过程中，我们主要在传播的内容和平台上下功夫。在内容方面，我们专注绿色主题，一方面我们举办具有广泛影响力的绿色主题影视活动， 另一方面，我们投资拍摄有知识价值和社会意义的环境影视作品。2015年，在生态环境部应对气候变化司、中国气象局科技与气候变化司的指导下，在中国科学深圳市委市政府的支持下，在科研机构和各高校的配合下，我们标新科普研究院联合了深圳市杭都文化发起并组织承办了中国首个应对气候变化为主题的绿色公益活动——中国深圳国际气候影视大会。大会贯彻生态文明思想，推动绿色发展的传播工作，通过影视作品的征集、评优、专业论坛、公众的展映、公益的讲座、能力工作坊、绿色生活展等方面，向专业观众及普通市民，尤其青少年群体，传递生态环境的知识，并引领各种环保的行动。每年邀请来自联合国相关部门、国家主管部门、高校科研院所、企业、NGO 和影视媒体有影响力人士与会。8年来，在深圳举办这个活动，先后得到了深圳市委市政府、市宣传部、组织部、科学教育局、生态环境局、文体旅游局、气象局、发改委、金融局、工信局、商务局的业务指导和支持，已成功举办了7届。从我们早期的民间发起投入创办到政府的大力支持，经历了7年。气候影视大会活动内容日夜丰富，持续时间更长，活动形式也不断调整优化，主要包括新闻发布会、专业论坛、影视作品征集及评优的晚会，贯穿全年的公益展映、专家讲座、青少年环境题材作品的比赛等板块，影响力越来越大。自2015年创办以来，大会已成功举办了7届，作为深圳科技影视周的重要组成部分，被写入深圳市城市文化菜单，被纳入深圳市应对气候变化“十四五”规划。作为公众广泛参与应对气候变化案例，从2017年连续5年被收录在由国家发改委和生态环保部发布的《中国应对气候变化政策与行动》的白皮书。大会组委会代表自2015年连续6年应邀随中国代表团参加联合国气候变化大会。2021年，大会曾以深圳为入选国家生态环保部绿色低碳典型案例。同年，大会经中国邮政批准，由中国邮政局印制、出版发行了专用的纪念邮票。特别今年荣获了生态环境部、中央文明办主办的“美丽中国，我是行动者”提升公民生态文明意识行动计划的10家公众参与案例。大会坚持每年高规格、高水平的举办，多年来得到了气候变化及影视传播行业的权威人士的一致认可和高度的评价。 在座的各位同仁们，在气候变化传播的道路上，我们还需要进行更多的探索和实践，需要大家勤策行力，以实际行动应对气候变化。中国有句俗语叫做"前人栽树，后人乘凉"，让我们通过绿色影视的传播，播撒环保的种子，收获碧水蓝天，应对气候变化。你我在行动，谢谢大家。
Thank you very much, and thanks to the other speakers and coordinator. I am sorry for the technical difficulty which happen always in these conferences until we find a time or find a way to meet face to face as we used to do before.
在线上举行会议会遇到很多的一些技术问题，那么我希望未来能够线上面对。
I'm hearing a translation in Chinese, and
我听到了这个译员的声音，可能是
I want
这
to
个技
join
术有点问题。
all of you in welcoming, and now the co-organizer in his closing remarks, Haifeng Liu, the Secretary General of Global Forum on Human Settlements. You have the floor, sir.
"尊敬的泰姬哈马德副主席，各位嘉宾、女士们、先生们，非常高兴和线上线下的嘉宾一起在这里，欢聚在一起，共同参加第17届全球人居环境论坛的闭幕式，也就是总结和建议环节。感谢各位的积极参与和精彩分享。我首先代表全球人居环境论坛，向所有支持本届年会的合作伙伴表示衷心的感谢，向所有的演讲人、主持人和参会人士表示衷心的感谢。在持续3年的新冠疫情和俄乌战争背景之下，全球面临气候危机、能源危机、经济危机、粮食危机等多重危机与挑战。上月闭幕的气候谈判 COP27 在加大减排力度方面没有作为，气候危机让位于目前的能源危机和经济危机，人们被迫在各种危机面前做出权衡与妥协。举世关注的生物多样性公约谈判 COP15 正在进行，期待明天能通过一项雄心勃勃的未来10年全球生物多样性框架。本届论坛年会共有25个权威机构携手组织，其中包括10个联合国机构以及世界自然保护联盟、世界经济论坛等，共有80余位来自全球不同国家的杰出演讲者、主持人、评论员参与了交流与讨论，分享了他们的真知灼见。全球约10万专业观众通过在线与直播的方式参与了此次盛会。围绕本届年会的主题，与会人士对10个关键议题进行了深入探讨，并提出了科学的解决方案和政策建议。会后我们将会汇总成一个成果文件和大家分享。实现碳中和是一个漫长而复杂的过程，中国的策略是要先立后破，既要确保双碳目标的实现，又要保障国家能源安全供应。从全球看，当前最紧迫的任务应该是脱碳与脱钩协同进行 脱碳大家都知道啊，就是碳中和、碳达峰，碳中和。那么什么叫脱钩呢？就是经济发展要和资源消耗脱钩啊。那么这两个脱碳和脱钩对应的是应对气候危机和生物多样性危机。我认为我们需要更有效的协同推进脱碳和脱钩。脱钩就是脱碳，脱碳促进脱钩。换言之，应对气候变化就是保护生物多样性，保护生物多样性促进应对气候变化。综合这个会议2天的发言讨论，结合我自己的研究思考，本着节约优先、系统施策、协同增效的出发点，围绕协同推进脱碳与脱钩，建设韧性、碳中和与自然友好型城市这个主题，我谈以下6个方面的优先策略，供大家参考，请大家指正。1、可持续城市规划，决定城市碳排放和能源资源消耗高低的关键，不是能源系统和基础设施，而首先是城市规划。因为规划是宏观大尺度，规划先行。精明增长理论、新城市议程、国际绿色范例形成标准等推崇的可持续城市规划，都提倡基于 TOD 模式的紧凑型、密度适当、多中心的城市形态加功能混合的社区，以营造800米生活圈，或者现在提的比较多的叫15分钟城市。倡导慢行加公交为主的出行方式，比如新城市议程第98条指出，我们将促进城市和地域的综合规划，包括以平等、高效和可持续利用土地和自然资源、紧凑、多中心、适当密度和连通性、多用途空间等原则为基础，规划城市扩建，并促进在建成区混合社会和经济用途，以防止城市无序扩张。减少出行方面的挑战和需要，以及提供服务的人均成本，并酌情利用密度、规模经济和集聚效应。这是新城市议程的原话。这种紧凑型可持续城市可以减少城市基础设施的数量，包括道路的长度和管网的长度，控制建筑物总量，缩短通勤时间。那么好的人性化的可持续规划设计可以经得起时间的考验，延长建成环境的使用寿命，减少拆除、新建和装修的浪费。我们与其花更大的代价在末端补救，不如治未病在规划这个阶段就解决很多问题。因此，可持续城市规划与设计可以最大程度减少能源和各种资源的消耗，改善城市生活质量，提升城市韧性，同时减少土地资源的浪费和对生物栖息地的干扰和侵占，促进与自然和谐友好。这个本次会议呢，也有专家提出，气候危机下需要对紧凑性与韧性进行评估，尤其是沿海城市这个它主要讲的是一个适宜的密度但是整体来讲，紧凑型的城市这个是值得提倡的第二，可持续的废弃物管理。废弃物在最初的生产废弃物本来它不是废弃物，它是产品，在最初的生产和运输中已经耗费了很多的能源和资源，已经排放了温室气体。那么在废弃物转运、填埋和焚烧等过程中也会产生温室气体，占用土地资源，污染环境。根据联合国粮农组织数据，8%到10%的城市温室气体排放与没有食用的食物有关。那么通过可持续消费与生产，大力发展循环经济，实现源头减量和循环利用，可以节约能源资源，减少温室气体排放。那么除了传统的3R 策略，就是 reduce、reuse、recycle 有的专家还提出了另一种3R，就是在不可避免的情况下，用生物塑料替代这个是 replacement。那么加强生物塑料的研究和教育 research， 以及促进生物塑料及其报废处理的法规 regulation 这是原来的3R加新的3R，甚至6R。令人兴奋的是， 会上也分享了来自深圳的全球新一代废旧锂电池安全精准分解解决方案。该技术实现了全流程安全化、无害化、智能化，原材料包括电解液都能精准分离，回收率96%以上，居国际领先水平，为新能源产业闭环发展提供了急需的资源再生技术方案。第三，高效稳妥地向可再生能源转型。从温室气体排放源头看，能源活动所排放的温室气体占到了总排放量的80%左右。向可再生能源转型是实现碳中和的关键。然而，这一转型过程也是复杂和漫长的，有资源、有资金、技术和能源禀赋方面的制约。有报告指出，到2030年，中国的煤电发电量仍然占总发电量的近一半。那么到2050到2060年，中国的风光发电装机占比将在69%到71%之间，发电量占比将在56%到60%之间。那么，中国科学院周孝信院士报告提出了未来新型电力系统运行的5项要求，即灵活性、韧性、稳定性、可靠性、经济性，并针对正常和极端天气条件下高比例新能源电力系统的能源供应问题，提出了综合能源生产单元概念及其基础框架。这个综合能源生产单元英文简称就是 IEPU 这个是很有创新性。那么，南方科技大学的刘科院士主张用绿色甲醇经济取代煤炭石油经济，实现碳中和。其关键策略包括用绿电和煤制绿色甲醇，把风能和太阳能以绿色甲醇的形式储存、用数和使用，用已有的液体基础设施加注甲醇，就是我们现在的加油站这些已经有的液体基础设施，而不是要另外建加氢站这个投资很大上述这些创新的观点都非常有价值。考虑到可再生能源的自然禀赋、地理分布和存储输送成本等限制，能源供给侧和消费侧的融合就显得十分必要。城市向可再生能源系统转型应该是外购输入，这是集中式，与本地生产，这是分布式，这两项要并重。本地太阳能、风能、生物质能、地热能、空气能等多能互补，利用余热、利用低谷电蓄冷蓄热、冷热电联产、储能、电动汽车和电网互动充电等多种方式并举。外购输入能源应来自不同的地域和国家，多元并济，避免形成对单一能源来源的过度依赖。那么大家知道，欧盟当前面临的严峻的能源危机，就是由于对单一能源来源的过度依赖。建筑外立面和屋顶、街道、停车场、园区、社区都可以因地制宜发展可再生能源系统，建设虚拟电厂，提升终端用能电气化水平。刚才我们韩院长也讲到了虚拟电厂，使城市和社区既是生产者又是消费者，这正是我们提倡的自给自足、绿城如树这个理念的体现。这里呢，举2个可再生能源转型的案例，一个是德国柏林欧瑞府净零碳科技园这个在柏林，它是欧洲首个净零碳智慧园区，通过可再生能源转型，实现了从100年前的煤气厂向这个净零碳园区的这种转变。园区采取的策略就是节能优先、多能互补、多事并举，在2014年完成了德国联邦政府制定的2050年二氧化碳减排80%的目标。这个项目同时也是一个城市更新的范例。全球人居环境论坛2013年年会曾在园区成功举办，对此我们有深切的感受。另外一个是来自中国的案例，由中国绿发投资集团有限公司开发的济南领袖城，是一个建筑面积540多万平方米、功能混合的绿色大社区，建成了一个山东省最大的商业综合体分布式光伏发电项目。 占用屋面面积约 1.1万平米，光伏装机容量1184千瓦，也具有示范意义。第四，绿色低碳智慧的建筑与社区。从行业来讲，建筑的全生命周期的碳排放居各行业之首。据中国建材检验认证集团提供的数据，2018年全中国建筑全过程碳排放总量占全国碳排放的比重为 51%， 其中建材生产阶段碳排放占全国碳排放的比例为 28%。大力发展绿色建筑、被动式超低能耗建筑、装配式建筑，推广绿色低碳建材和绿色建造方式，促进建筑绿色低碳转型。同时，通过阶梯式电价、水价、热价等价格机制和智能化管理手段，包括区块链技术，促进用户节约能源资源。通过提升建成环境品质、提升建筑的耐久性、适应性等方式，延长建筑和基础设施的使用寿命，节约能源资源。推广木材、竹子等固碳建材，控制新建建筑总量，能不拆的尽量不拆。通过建筑更新提升其性能，减少大拆大建导致的能源资源浪费。建筑是城市发展分布式可再生能源的主要载体，可以综合利用太阳能、风能、地热能、水能、空气能等多样化能源，结合储能和电动汽车组成智能微电网系统。建筑还是发展立体绿化和都市农业的载体，可以吸收碳排放，减少食品运输的能耗。我们马来西亚碧桂园森林城市、中国上海品尊国际公寓、济南新旧动能转换起步区、瑞典萨拉文化中心、新加坡滨海湾宾乐雅甄选酒店等项目都做了成功的探索。第五，人性化的公共空间和韧性基础设施。人性化的城市公共空间促进步行、骑行和逗留，促进街头聚会和互动，可以减少汽车依赖以及由此而来的碳排放，提升城市的包容性。杨盖尔教授的演讲为我们诠释了基于人的尺度的人性化公共空间的重要内涵。他指出，我们人是一种缓慢的线性水平移动，我们最高时速是5公里我们是这样一个行走的动物。我们对其他人都感兴趣，因此这个步行和公共生活是功能完善的人居环境的重要元素这是因为基于对人这样一个行走的动物的研究，社会化动物的研究，得出了这样一个结论。他说，风向正在改变，人性化规划原则在全球应用越来越普遍，人性化城市是首要的，是最简单和成本最低的，它可以为每个人创造更好的城市，适用于世界上所有的城市明天你就可以开始他讲的太精彩了，此处应该有掌声。城市基础设施建设需要审慎规划，提高标准，增强抗震抗灾能力。紧凑型城市的形态和分散化的基础设施更具韧性。绿色基础设施采用基于自然的解决方案，可以优化水资源管理，减少洪水泛滥，净化生活污水，促进与自然和谐友好。生态修复型景观工程可以提升滨海城市韧性，也提供更好的公共空间。大自然生物圈是最伟大的基础设施，大地、森林、海洋、大气层、江河湖海，各种动植物都值得我们珍惜、妥善利用，可挥霍无度，肆意妄为。这是自然友好型城市的要义。那么这方面呢，土著人的智慧和经验值得学习。第六，可持续的城市食品系统。2021年，联合国粮农组织发布了一项合作研究显示，世界粮食体系占全球人为温室气体排放量的1/3以上。虽然粮食生产阶段在温室气体排放量中的所占比重有所下降，但是粮食分配阶段的排放比重在增加。尤其值得关注的是，冷藏导致的强效温室气体的排放增多。发展可持续的城市食品系统 要大力发展健康食品和都市农业，提高市民素食和有机食品的比例，大力推广光盘行动。食品质量和安全性也是公众关注的重点。屋顶农场都市农业已经在一些城市蓬勃发展，可以促进生活垃圾和污水中营养物的循环利用，减少碳排放并固碳，改善人居环境。四川成都科道农业研发的城市空中菜园系统，有效利用有机废弃物，促进解决食品安全和质量问题。深圳市软件科技园的屋顶就覆盖了1.7万平米的屋顶农场大家在深圳的朋友可能都去过生产大量的有机蔬菜和水果，还为周边腾讯、百度等科技公司的员工提供了绿色的休闲空间。那么本届会议还探讨了其他的重要内容，有许多创新的观点和成功的方法，包括水文预警系统的作用，如何实现零气候灾害，如何发挥地方领导力，如何加强对地方气候行动的投融资等等。鉴于时间关系，不能一一小结，只能忍痛割爱。我先就以上6个优先事项和大家进行分享和汇报。综上所述，我们需要有效地推进脱碳与脱钩。在世界人口达到80亿、城市人口达到45亿的今天，城市应该既是能源和资源的消费者，同时也是生产者。要改变线性的资源流为循环资源流，高效稳妥地向可再生能源转型。只有这样，才能更好地实现韧性、碳中和与自然友好型城市的目标，也才能更有效地协同应对气候危机、能源危机、经济危机、粮食危机、生物多样性危机等等，共创一个更加绿色、安全、美好的城市未来。谢谢大家。
Thank you, Mr. Lu, for your passion. Excuse me. Also, I want to join all of you in thanking all speakers, moderators, translators, participants, and staff for enriching us with valuable knowledge and understanding of the safer, fair, and greener urban future. Especially, I want to thank and congratulate and appreciate Mr. Lu for his dedication for this important cause and his resilience consistently in developing and advancing the
在促进世界人居环境变得更好的路上，一直都是非常的坚持，非常具有韧性。
In this great effort, Christine is surely more than
同时，我想感谢
icing on the cake. She is an essential ingredient.
她也是不可或缺的一部分，她做出了巨大的贡献。
And greetings to all of you from New York.
而且非常感谢所有的与会者和参与者，包括晚上的与会者。
Thank you, Taj. Thank you very much, Taj, for closing the forum.
非常感谢。
Coming up next is the 2022 Sustainable Cities and Awards Ceremony. Okay.
那么接下来呢，就是我们全球人居环境的颁奖典礼。
Several minutes.
几分钟之后就会开始。
You are on the right language channel. Please select English channels according to needs.
尊敬的各位领导、各位来宾、线上线下的媒体朋友们，大家晚上好、早上好、下午好！很高兴和各位相聚在2022可持续城市与人居环境奖颁奖盛典的现场，我是主持人小田。
Welcome, Satyan. 欢迎欢迎. So, ladies and gentlemen, whether you're with us here in Shenzhen, or you're at home, or you're in your office, anywhere around the world, we would like to wish you a wonderful morning, or a wonderful afternoon, or good evening to you. It's very nice to be here with you for the Sustainable Cities and Human Settlements Awards 2022. I'm Alex McCutcheon from Hong Kong Satellite TV. 我是来自香港卫视的主持人麦子，非常开心可以跟大家一起度过今天的一个非常美妙的，也很难忘的一个颁奖盛典。
哇哦，麦子的中文可真棒，再次给他掌声好不好？那在我们颁发大奖之前呢，我们要进行一个简短的授牌仪式。范蠡新城倡议今年是又迎来了新的伙伴。那首先呢，我们有请以下单位上台接受国际绿色范蠡新城倡议伙伴的牌匾，他们是中国浙江省金华市武义县吕坦镇。
The first one to come onto the stage will be Lutan Town of Wuyi County, Jinhua City in Zhejiang.
接下来我们有请到的是碧桂园太平洋景有限公司，欢迎。
And this is Country Garden Pacific View, Sendirian Berhad.
济南先头新地城市开发建设有限公司，有请。
济南先头新地 City Development and Construction Company Limited.
赣江新区科贸置业有限公司，有请。
Ganjiang New District Kermao Real Estate Company Limited, welcome.
深圳青研锂业科技有限公司，有请。
This is Shenzhen Qingtech Lithium Technology Company Limited.
上海明捷置业有限公司，有请。
Shanghai Mingjie Real Estate and Development Company Limited.
苏州富地御寒置业有限公司，有请。
We would like to welcome Suzhou Fudi Yuhan Real Estate Company Limited.
中国绿发投资集团有限公司，有请。
And finally, we welcome to the stage China Green Development Investment Group Company Limited. Congratulations to all of these. 恭喜你们。
接下来我们有请全球人居环境论坛秘书长吕海峰先生上台为他们授牌，有请。哇哦，这真是一个激动人心的时刻！非常欢迎大家加入范蠡新城的大家庭。你们的项目呢，都体现了范蠡新城倡议的原则和方向。也希望大家可以继续努力，让范蠡新城倡议和标准在全球各地开花结果。也请我们的摄影师留下这个激动人心的时刻。
好，我们现在各位到往你们右边来一点点，我们可以更加集中在舞台的中间。好，各位，我们看前面，我们一起合影留念，谢谢。好，非常感谢哈，也欢迎你们来加入我们大家庭了。好，我们现在有请我们的台上的各位到落座休息，谢谢你们。 谢谢谢谢。那么小田，连续3年的新冠疫情真的让我们苦不堪言哈。但是呢，我们的世界仍然同时呢面临了很多其他的挑战，比如说呢，我们气候变化呀、生物多样性的丧失、能源与粮食危机，还有经济下行、暴力冲突等等等等。在这么一个情况下，实现可持续发展目标 SDG 真的是更加任重道远了。
说的真对了啊，其实有一个感触，这3年确实过得有一些辛苦，但是今天晚上真的是非常开心，因为我们相聚在此时此刻，我们相聚在线上线下，我们相聚在深圳，隆重举行2022可持续城市与人均环境奖的这个盛典，就是为了表彰推动可持续发展的创新举措和实践，弘扬先锋和榜样的力量。
没错，那么由全球人居环境论坛发起的可持续城市与人居环境奖，简称萨奖，已经有17年的历史了。许多来自世界各地的杰出范例被选出来和表彰，为同行业之间最佳范例、知识和经验的分享传播提供了一个高规格的互动平台，为推动可持续发展做出了非常积极的贡献。
你一说到萨奖，我真的是有很多话要说。其实这个萨奖呢，是有一套完整的、严格的评审程序，申报者必须按照要求提交申报材料，然后由10多位知名专家组成的评审会审核。这些评审专家们要验证每一个申报者的信息和数据，最后做出究竟推不推荐的决定，为保证萨奖的质量做出了杰出的贡献。在这里呢，我们要向评委专家们表示衷心的感谢。
好，谢谢你们，谢谢。那么接下来我们有请到我们来进行一个演讲，就是我们萨奖评委会主任、国际知名可持续发展专家、联合国环境署可持续消费与生产部前负责人阿拉布霍巴特先生会给我们致辞。同时，我们现场的朋友们可以一起来观看大屏幕，谢谢。
No, we're not able to hear you.
Is it now better? Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You had a technology problem. I had a small one.
可能是一些技术的问题。
So, estimated guest, ladies and
谢谢了
gentlemen,
各位
dear
嘉宾、
colleagues,
女士们、先生们，
good morning, good afternoon, and good
大
evening.
家早上好、中午好、下午好。
Welcome to the Sustainable Cities and Human
欢迎
Settlements
大家
Award
参加
Ceremony
今天晚上的
2022.
颁奖典礼。
The 17th annual session of the Global Forum on Human
同时呢，也
Settlement
欢迎
and
大家
Sasha
参加第
ceremony
17届可持续城市
come at a
与
very
人居环
special
境
moment
颁奖盛典。
with the world
欢迎大
emerging
家
from
参加17届全
COVID-19
球人居环
health
境论坛年
crisis
会。
while recovering from the consequences
那么我
mainly
们
in
正在从
cities.
疫情当中恢复过来。
The forum and the award
本次
ceremony
论坛以及这
come in
个
the
盛
middle
典
of the middle of global and local concerns about climate
其实是
change
考虑了气候
and
变化
biodiversity losses.
以及
With
生物多样性的丧
COP27 on
失。
climate change just concluding 4
那么
weeks
大家知
ago,
道，第27届联合国
and the
气候
COP15
变化
on
大会刚刚
biodiversity
结束，
currently
而
ongoing.
且第15届生物多样性公约大
Both
会
COPs
正在进行当中。
have
这
demonstrated
两
how
届大
much we
会
know more
都
about status, challenges, and
都能够让我
opportunities,
们知道我们现在面临的挑
what
战，
should be done,
我们应
how
当
to
做什么，
remedy, repair, mitigate, adapt,
我们如何能够减
and
轻以
build
及适
more
应气候变化带来
efficiently
的影响，
and more resilient.
并且能够
But
使得我们的城市
also
更加具有弹性。
both conference of
而
parties
且这两届大会
have also showed how little
也向我
is
们展
done
示了
compared to
我
the
们采取
needs
的行
and the
动还远远
urgency
不
for
够。
action.
因为我们还有更多
Fortunately,
的行动
there are
历
interesting,
程需要
sometimes
执行。
outstanding cases of success, in particular
但是呢，我们也有
cities
一
and
些成
urban
功的案例。
settlements that deserve attention and
那么
recognition
我相信呢，这些成功的
so
案例
as to
是非常
draw
值得我们去关注
lessons,
的。
learn from them,
我们可以向他们
and
学
then
习，
look for replication and scaling
然
up.
后把他们的做
We
法
were
在全球
gathered
推广。
yesterday and today
我
to
们昨天和今
understand
天都进行了更
and
多的
act
讨论。
together for
我
a
知道
shared,
携手合作
safer,
来共
and
同分
greener
享
urban
安
future
全和
structured
绿色
around
的城市的最
resilient,
佳做法。
carbon neutral, and nature positive cities.
同时呢，共同
And
的
it
打
is
造
clear
碳
that
中
the
和和
transition to circular
自然
economy
友好
and
的城
sustainable
市，
development
之后呢，能够实现
cannot
循环
be
经济和
done
可持续发展。
without cities
没
that
有
are
城市的
greener,
协助和加入，
safer, and resilient.
我们不可能打
Now
造
let's
更具
come
有
to
弹
the
性、
awards.
绿色和安全的未来。
We did receive many applications from
那么，其实
various
我们收到
regions
了很
and
多的申请
countries,
书，
all of them of great interest.
所
And
有的
all
这
of
些
them
申请的案例都
should
非
go
常的
ahead
有
to
趣，
implement
也
their
做得非常
great
好。
ideas and projects.
我希望他们在未来能够继续推
But we
进
have to
如
select
此出色的
only a
项
few.
目，但是我们必须
The
要让他们
awards
从中选出
evaluation
优胜者，
committee have selected the most
让我
outstanding
们
of
选
them
出了最杰出、最
based
优
on a
秀的项
large
目。
comprehensive set of criteria
那我们是根据
related
非
to the
常全
7
面的标准来
categories
选择的。
considered,
那么一共
which
有
are
7大类
green
别，
technology and green economy,
包括了技术与经济
tourism
类
and
别、
ecological restoration,
旅游和生态
green
类、
villages, planning
绿
and
色村
design,
落、
outstanding
规划
organization
设
and
计，
individual, green modeling building and
那还有组织与个
community,
人、
and
建
finally
筑与社
global
区，
smart green city.
最后还
On
有
behalf of the
优秀和智
evaluation
慧城市。
committee, I
那
hope
我仅代
and
表
wish
我们的评委
that each of the awarded city and human settlement
我要祝贺
will
每一个获
shine
奖嘉宾，
and lead by example for the others
希望
to
他们
inspire
能够为
them
我们树
to
立
do
楷
the
模。
same and scale up.
那么同
Thank
时
you
也
very
希望他
much.
们的做法能够在全球推广。
好，非常非常感谢霍巴拉先生的精彩的致辞，谢谢您。好，那么接下来我们有请的是我们的2021全球人居环境杰出贡献奖的得主，国际佛教青年领袖联盟主席、慈爱公益基金发起人嘉措仁波切致辞。我们一起来看大屏幕。
诸位好，尊敬的刘海峰先生，尊敬的参会人员，全球来自各个国际组织、联合国组织、环保组织和各个志愿者，能够在座的线上线下的所有的朋友们，今天很荣幸能够在17届人居环境奖上，我能够成为跟大家祝福致辞。去年这个时候也是得到了主办方的得奖，后来也是一直在不同的方式来参与人居环境奖的各项组织，包括提倡倡议。那么这3年是一个很不平凡的一年，在这个过程中，我们地球人都经历了很多，我们对环境，我们对尤其是我们对都市的一种环境有了前所未有的一次体会，所以我们能够深深地体会到刘海峰先生带领的这么小的一个环境组织，能够17年前能够看到今天的这样的一个重要性，它作为一个很小的一个社团组织，影响到联合国，影响到国际，也是 影响到我们国内各个城市的人均环境宜居方面，给了很多的宝贵的经验建议、学术发表。那么同时也是得到了更多人对环境方面做出贡献的人得到了各种鼓励、奖状、培训和支持。那么这一次呢，是新冠给予我们一种地球人更深刻的要礼物，都市里面的居住，我们的城市，我们的社区，我们的街道，我们的家，我们的离我们最近的一种体悟。所以呢，是这不平凡的3年过去以后啊，今天也是一个不平凡的1年，在深圳举办人均环境奖。那么这样的一个过程中，它也是行菩萨道一样的来，能够这么艰难的环境下还能够进行，还能够颁奖，还能够去年出版在人均居住方面非常宝贵的资料和书籍。所以在这个我及我们所有的人都是感谢刘海峰先生，也是感谢他的同仁们，也是感谢我们这17年一路上走来，互相相依为命，互相支持，互相协助。我相信未来会感受到，在人均环境这么一个小的公益组织，能够取得提示研究，它的贡献不亚于国际有超大组织及超大的机构，不亚于这样的一个社会新的更大的企业。它虽然像一个蝴蝶一样的，但是蝴蝶效应能够带来更大的帮助。我呢是去过他们的总部，条件很艰苦，人员非常朴实，但是他们所做的所有的事情都极为了不起，极为珍贵。所以呢，是每一个人都能够得到环境奖的这17年走来的人，都希望能够在这个作为一种对环境、对环保、对生物多样性的一种鼓励，一种开始。也是希望你们今天得奖以后，也是成为未来我们刘海峰带领的组织的一种参与者、倡导者，也是播种者。也今天特殊的日子里，能够在线上线下来我们互动，也是明年一定能够所有人都在线下有过去一样的，过去在纽约、在非洲人居所、在曼谷、金舍离市的各个联合国总部办过上3000人的活动，也是希望明年的时候也是能够有更好的一种方式来能够举办，也是在座的所有的人都希望能够得以参与，来支持刘秘书长。也感谢大家，在座的所有的朋友，扎西德勒。
好的，我们非常感谢嘉措仁波切的精彩致辞，谢谢您。那么接下来我们要进行一个现场的发言，我们现在有请广东省人民政府特聘参事、原深圳市政协副主席、有突出成就和贡献的水资源专家。现在我们有请周长湖先生上台致辞，有请。
尊敬的各位专家学者、各位领导、各位来宾、女士们、先生们，大家好！很荣幸能参加第17届这个人居环境的论坛。我想人怎么出现？地球形成以后，它不断的演变，后来有了空气，有了水，出现了生物， 在这个阶段，我们人产生了，本来生物链是一个良性循环，但我们这个人很不安分，是吧？我们按照我们的需求，我们去很任性的做了一些事，这个破坏了这个原来我们宜居的环境。所以我就想起来，习近平有一句话啊，构建人类命运的共同体啊，这个地球的环境是我们所有的人类都居住的地方啊，所以需要大家来照顾它啊。怎么理解这句话？就是不以肤色、民族、国家、地域、宗教信仰、意识形态不同来分隔对立人与人之间的利益关系，而是以人为边界，只要是人，大家在这个问题上就是共同的利益。所以我们一定全世界要联合起来，放弃我们彼此之间的一些分歧和争议。那我们已经搞了17届了，现在应该说是取得了比较大的成就啊，碳达峰、碳中和的目标提出来了啊。所以刚才咱们吕会长提了要从规划上下手，这个很重要啊。这个我们规划上你就没有去把这个问题纳入我们的规划之中，你做的结果一定是反向的。所以从规划入手，我非常赞同。还有一个人性化，这个太重要。人为什么他要做一些事儿，甚至是对他利益不是有利于他利益的事儿？因为人性啊，人性化，人到底需要什么啊？安全、健康、方便、快捷、舒适、美观，获取知识啊，享受乐趣啊，这是人都需要的啊。所以人往往是在这上下功夫去做事，但是必须有一条作为底线，就是低碳环保。没有这个，你那些东西的做法是伤害自己。但是我想再补充这个吕会长的还有一个法治化，就是不仅是规划，我们法治上要去规定哪些事不能做，哪些事可以做。20年前吧，20多年前，我曾经写过一个提案，叫建立包装法。我们的货物的包装是过度包装啊，所以应该有规定，它体积不能大于物品的多少倍，重量不能多少倍，这个原材料应该允许用什么，不允许用什么，还有就是价格啊，不能超过产品的多少。我们现在制造的垃圾太多了啊！现在这个海洋里的这个塑料微粒已经影响到这个我们人类的生活了。所以怎么样把可循环使用的这个材料，可快速降解的，我们今天这个衬衫就快速降解的这个用于包装，我们包装制造了大量的垃圾，浪费了很多的资源，是吧？制造了很多的垃圾，伤害了我们人类的生存环境啊！所以我觉得呢，这个 我就觉得咱们吕会长的这个总结和建议啊，相当完整。我就补充这么2句话，不一定对，供大家参考。谢谢大家。
好，非常感谢周主席的精彩的致辞，也感谢您这么多年下来对我们的大力支持。确实哈，在一个低碳、一个可持续的未来的路上，我们积极努力非常重要。但是呢，有序、有规定、有法律也是必不可少的支持，非常重要。谢谢。那么接下来我们有请的是我们澳大利亚中国商会大湾区分会副主席李康先生致辞。我们 welcome Mr. Nick Wiltshire from the GBA chapter of the OzCham to the stage right now.
喂，distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good evening, good morning, and good day. 各位来宾，各位朋友，晚上好。我的名字叫 Nick， 我的中文名叫李康，我来自澳大利亚。你们应该知道，澳大利亚是一个非常漂亮的、很美丽的一个国家，它的资源很丰富，也很多，它特别多的风能和太阳能。澳大利亚在这10年里一直很努力去制定应对它气候变化的一个新的目标。澳大利亚制定了新的目标，是碳排放目标从2005年到2030年的基础上减小了43%。目标是到了2050年实现温室气体净零排放。那么我们澳大利亚商会已经有一个可持续发展平台，希望大家一起可以上这个台，一起共同合作。我的梦想是希望澳大利亚和中国可以变成2个绿色的经济大国，加强交流。今晚的脱讲者都是绿色经济的榜样，对我们大家实现梦想都有帮助。那么衷心祝愿本届颁奖典礼获得圆满成功，祝各位来宾、各位朋友身体健康，万事如意。谢谢你。
Thank you very much, Nick. 我们非常感谢李康先生的这个精彩的致辞啊。我们认识几年，我没想到他的中文这么好啊，非常棒。同时呢，我们也希望可以携手努力，为中澳的友好，而且为我们的2国的可持续的未来，我们要呐喊，我们要继续努力哈。好，那么接下来我们有请到我们的舞台上的就是中国欧盟商会副会长、华南董事会主席高志豪 Klaus Zenko， 我们现在掌声欢迎。
Dear Mr. Yu, Liu, and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am very honored to be here tonight and to speak on behalf of the European Chamber at the Sustainable Award ceremony here. It's a a great opportunity for us to express what the European Chamber is doing in China, especially here in South, regarding the decarbonization. So the European Chamber of Commerce in China was founded in the year 2000, representing a common voice of the European business across the various sectors in China. 1,800 member companies nationwide, and we have about 270 members in South China. The Greater Bay Area here in Guangdong is one of the most business-friendly places in China, has demonstrated by the fact that Guangdong is drawing in very big investments. New technologies and implementation of new energies will shape the future. So many European companies universally apply high environmental protection standards across their global operations. So with China announcing its intention to be carbon neutral by 2060, and what we heard maybe earlier, it will become increasingly important to leverage all of the expertise that it can. The European Chamber is, and especially the European enterprises are on the edge and well advanced in advocating for the green future. The members are concerned about this issue and are looking for pathways to achieve the decarbonization goals. So high-tech manufacturing and new technologies are required to achieve decarbonization goals and the demand for the green energy. European companies will have an edge, although the goals of China 3060 are ambitious. Our members believe that they can be achieved provided China leverages all the tools at its disposal, including utilizing the proven European technologies. Given that European companies have a strong track record of working towards carbon neutrality in their home markets, deepening EU-China cooperation in decarbonization seems to be like a logical move. And especially we look also in the organization of the European Chamber. We have working groups for the different industries. We also have a working group for the environment protection. This is a nationwide working group, but we will also have a dedicated one for South China. I think in the year 2023, this one will be implemented. So China needs Europe, Europe needs China, working together for a sustainable world. So with that, I wish that today's award ceremony a good success and everybody stay healthy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zenko. 我们非常感谢高志豪先生的非常精彩的一个致辞我们上面听到的这个致辞已经是记入史册了，但是呢，同时呢，我要简短的给大家总结一下哈就是多达1800间会员单位的中国欧盟商会哈，他们的会员单位他们都非常致力于实现一个可持续的一个低碳的一个未来，他们都是在非常的努力的往这个方向来争取哈。那么在这么一个情况下，中国的目标也是非常野心的，就是3060这个目标虽然野心，但是呢，我们也可以说是可以实现的。那么需要为了实现这么一个目标了，肯定就是要利用所有能利用的力量了，包括国外的，包括的欧盟商会的会员单位了。所以呢，在这么一个情况下，我们是他表达的就是希望可以和我们中国的单位、中国的政府中国的人民一起努力，可以实现一个更美好的未来。我们可以说，欧洲需要中国，中国也是需要欧洲。在这么一个情况下，我们也是要一起努力，实现一个更加美好的未来。最后，他也是送上他的祝福，希望我们今天的一个颁奖典礼非常美满成功，也祝福大家身体健康。好，非常感谢高志豪的先生的精彩致辞，谢谢您。
同时也非常感谢麦子的翻译刚才这么多重磅嘉宾的重要讲话，我相信麦子你一定进步不少。这样，我们现场我考你一个问题，看你能不能答得上来。问一下，你知道飒飒是什么意思吗？
飒，我知道这有一个叫做英姿飒爽，是吧？好，听起来很厉害但是呢，到底这个飒是什么呢？我真不知道。
我来告诉你其实飒飒的意思呢，就是飞翔的风。那我再考你一个，你知道飒飒奖寓意着什么吗？
萨萨奖啊，
哎，等一下，台下的朋友们也可以想一想啊，萨萨奖寓意着什么？
寓意着那就是要在飞翔，我觉得是
你猜一下，你猜一下。
飞翔中的奖啊。
飞翔中的奖，我来跟大家说一下。刚才我说了，萨萨的意思呢是飞翔的风，萨萨奖呢寓意着绿色之风遍地球，低碳环保再行动。哇，这么一听真的是好美好美啊！哦，有人在冲我摆手，你是觉得我说的很有道理是吗？可以，谢谢您，谢谢。再这样，我也希望现场所有的朋友可以配合一下我们一起说萨萨，让我们为绿色加油，为今天的获奖者们喝彩，好不好？来，跟着我的脚步一起来，萨萨，萨萨，萨萨，
萨萨。
哎，我觉得声音不够洪亮，同志们，我们现在已经解封了，拿出我们内心的热情，好不好？我们再来一遍啊！来，我看看哪边的声音最大。再来一遍，萨萨，萨萨。好，听到各位洪亮的掌声，我也相信我们的生活会越来越美好。谢谢各位，谢谢。我觉得我们现在的场子已经热起来了，所以呢，接下来要进入到我们今天非常重要的一个环节，那就是2022萨萨奖的颁奖环节。那今年呢，我们的萨萨奖共有7大类别，22个奖项，今晚将全部揭晓，在各位的见证下隆重颁发。
非常激动，我们要来送上多一点掌声，好不好？我们的颁奖环节现在就要隆重的开始。我们首先要表彰的就是我们的技术与经济类的奖项。创新的绿色智慧技术与绿色经济提升了资源利用效率，推动可持续消费与生产，促进绿色城市发展。今年我们有4个范例获奖。那么首先我们有请我们主礼嘉宾可持续发展问题与政策高级顾问拉尔夫·万查福特博士来给我们揭晓我们获奖单位，请看大屏幕。
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator and Mrs. Moderator. It is my pleasure to announce the 4 awardees who were successful and will be awarded the Global Model of Green Technology 2022 Award.
技术和经济方面的奖项。
There are 4 awardees from different continents,
他们来自
including
不同的大
number
洲，
1,
一共有4个获奖单位。
onshore wave energy
一
converter
个是以色
technology
列
from
陆上波
Israel,
浪能发电技术，
also known as eco-wave power. The second one is
那么第2个获奖单位
bioelectrochemical treatment technology by the
是美国
abbreviation
生物电
BET
化
of
学
the
处理
United
技术。
States. The third one doesn't smell,
第
but it's
3个
called
获奖单位
EcoLoo,
是瑞
Sustainable
典
Toilet of
EcoLoo
Sweden.
生态厕所。
And the fourth and final one is the global
第4
new
个也就是最后一
generation
个
of
获奖单
waste
位
lithium
是
battery
中国
safe
全
and
新
precise
在
separation
废旧
solution
锂电安全
from
精准
China.
分离解决方案。
Sasa, success. Thank you.
祝贺大家！
好，谢谢，我们祝贺他们获得本年度全球绿色技术范例大奖。请我们接下来我们来观看获奖单位的视频。
EcoWave Power, based in Tel Aviv, have developed a simple, clean, low-cost and scalable technology that may form part of the solution to the growing energy demand.
When the wave reaches 50 centimeters, the system commences operation. The floaters are going up and down, and they're creating pressure in the system. That pressure is used to turn the motor and generator. We don't go into the offshore. We install on existing man-made structures. The environmentalists are supporting us because we're taking these bulky, huge cement structures, which are not so good for the environment, and we turn them into a source of clean electricity.
The team here at AquaCycle is driven to make a positive change in the world. We are very focused on the impact that we can make through technology. 80% of wastewater that's generated globally is discharged directly into the environment, either with minimal treatment or no treatment at all. And so what AquaCycle provides is a technology that actually removes the carbon from the water, that actually produces irrigation quality water straight out of the gate. And we can do this in a very cost-effective way in a very small footprint. If you can have an on-site treatment facility, which treats the water literally and gives you a little bit of that water back, you don't need a sewer grid. And the way that we treat the water, we actually recover electricity that can be used to power itself. And so now you don't need an energy grid either. So our goal is to be able to now provide sanitation in a cost-effective, accessible, and safe way without a sewer grid and without an energy grid.
High-capacity eco-toilet is not only a hygienic, sustainable way to combat diseases and water scarcity, it also offers energy savings in multiple ways. No infrastructure to pump water to the toilet or to flush waste is needed. No energy for wastewater treatment. No need to use clean drinking water to flush away waste. And no electricity to run the composting process. And the maintenance is low.
It doesn't fill up. The waste is treated by the enzyme and the bacteria we add to the system, so it kills the smell and at the same time treat the waste, the solid waste, and vanish it. And the liquid from the urine become a liquid fertilizer, which is very concentrated. It's less than 10% of the urine, full of nutrition, and the best for the organic farming.
精彩的视频，我们了解到了4个范例，非常精彩，也非常有价值。那么接下来我们要进行的就是一个舞台上的一个颁奖。我们有请澳大利亚中国商会大湾区分会副主席李康先生上台，为我们获奖单位授奖。同时，我们有请深圳青研锂业科技有限公司的代表接受表彰。我们欢迎2位。好，现在我们有请我们的李康先生来颁奖。好，谢谢，请2位合影留念，留下这个非常难忘的时刻。好。好，我们都看前面，看中间这个镜头哈。好的，谢谢，请李康先生先落座休息。我们的获奖嘉宾，我们来聊2句好不好？我们现在就有请您来进行一个获奖感言，请跟我们分享此时的心情。
OK， 好，这个女士们、先生们啊，各位。我说一下，我是清华大学研究院这个清华科研团队。我们清华科研团队率先在国际上提出了这个全球新一代废旧锂电安全精准分离技术解决方案， 创造性地解决了这个新能源废旧锂电不可避免的易燃易爆、重污染难分离等世界难题。今天非常开心，非常感谢第17届全球研究环境论坛组委会给我们颁发的可持续城市与研究环境奖，以及全球绿色技术换类大奖。我们公司的战略是创安全方法、创无废排放、创低碳路径、创精准分离。我们的目标是，我们的使命是安全锂电，呵护地球。谢谢大家。
好，非常感谢，谢谢您。那么再次祝贺。那么接下来我们有请以色列波浪能技术公司代表在线发表获奖感言，请您打开视频和麦克风，谢谢。
Jane, are you there?
Hello, yes, I'm here, sorry. My name is Jane, and today, do you see me, hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Go ahead, please.
Great, great. My name is Jane, and today on behalf of Equwave Power team, I would like to say thank you to Global Forum on Human Settlements and to United Nations Environment Program. We've been working hard to bring our technology to different countries all over the world to contribute to addressing climate change problems and to achieving sustainable development goals. Our technology can help develop energy transition. And with all the challenges that the world is facing today, we don't have the luxury of sitting around anymore. So there is a need for urgent action, and we are happy to continue working to preserve our planet and to make it a more prosperous one. We want also to congratulate the other awardees who won in the awards, and again we are very honored and wish all the luck and success to everyone. Thank you very much.
能够将技术进一步推向更高的层次，谢谢。
好，非常感谢。接下来我们有请美国废水处理公司 Aquacycle 代表发表感言。现在请您打开视频和麦克风，谢谢。
Hello and thank you. My name is Julie, and I'm with Aquacycle. It is an honor for Aquacycle to be selected, and I'd like to thank you to Mr. Lu Haifeng.
能够获得这项大奖，我们真的非常荣幸，也非常开心。
Organizers. Aquacycle provides
感谢专家认可。
wastewater treatment, and
我
we
们
are
公司做的是废水处理。
industrial wastewater, which has a huge contribution to greenhouse
如
gas
果废
emissions.
水可以更好的处理，以更清洁、更绿色的方式来处理，那我们认为我们对于环境保护的贡献是巨大的。
And as we continue to grow, we
我们一
aim
直
to
在逐渐的发展壮大。
the 50 to 80% of untreated wastewater, which today what we're treating contributes to 5% of global greenhouse gas emissions. And
在
our
全
vision
球有非常多的废水没有被直接处理掉，可能有50%到80%。如果我们可以对于这些没有处理的废水的5%左右进行绿色清洁的处理，那我们在环保方面获得的收益是非常明显的。我们希望在未来我们的技术可以进一步去推广处理。
发表感言，请您现在打开您的视频和麦克风，谢谢。
Go ahead, Ivan.
Hello?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you. We are thrilled, honored, humbled, and grateful to receive this prestigious award, which means a lot to us. To begin with, we would like to express our admiration to the Sustainable Cities and Human Settlement Programs organizers for believing and supporting our eco-social innovation sustainable toilet initiative, branded as EcoLoop. We also want to show our sincere appreciation for all of you here with us today. This wonderful award is a sign of gratitude and endorsement that our efforts are not only impacting the people and their health, but also the environment and our valuable water resources. Being an awardee today will empower us tomorrow to give all we have got to implement even bigger installations with more successful results and greater impacts worldwide. We are sincerely appreciative of the acknowledgements of our efforts and for what we strive to achieve. It has given us a fresh start and many fantastic opportunities for the future. The sky is our limit. Thank you once again for your trust in us, and congratulations for this amazing international event. We'll make sure you will always be proud of our work and achievements. Thank you very much.
代表的精彩发言。接下来呢，我们要颁发今天的第2类奖项——旅游与生态类。现场想跟大家进行一个小小的互动啊。疫情已经接近尾声了，大家现在接下来的日子最想做的事情是什么？有没有人跟我互动一下？举个手，来，我们互动一下。有人说吗？哎，就鼓掌的那位先生，来，先生就是您。您告诉我，您大声的告诉我，您不用动，您大声的告诉我。您现在接下来1、2个月之后最想做的事情是什么？到大海里游泳。哎，谢谢您啊，感谢。他说的这个想法真的是跟我不谋而合。其实简单说，我们就是想出去旅游了，想去看看不一样的世界，想去看看那个我们曾经向往的，可以拉着小伙伴、拉着父母出去玩的地方。但是可能我小的时候啊，对于这些旅游景点里的印象就是好多垃圾哦，海水都是脏的，到处都是塑料袋。这是为什么？因为我们没有保持绿色的旅游地方，没有可持续发展，所以我们爱护我们的环境，让它可持续发展是一件尤为重要的事情。那这一次呢，我们也是甄选出了3个优秀的范例。现在我们有请主礼嘉宾中欧大学环境科学与政策系教授拉斯洛品特先生揭晓获奖单位。
Dear organizers, dear participants, friends and colleagues, it is my pleasure and honor to announce the recipients of the 17th Sustainable Cities and Human Settlements Award in the category of Global Low Carbon and Ecological Scenic Spot 2022. First, to Chumbe Island Coral Park in Tanzania. Second, to the Swiss National Park. In the category of Global Model of Ecological Restoration and Protection goes to the Meadoway by Toronto and Region Conservation Authority in Canada. Congratulations to all 3 recipients.
修复项目，请观看获奖单位视频。
What started as an underutilized space beneath the utility corridor has transformed into one of Canada's largest urban linear parks, stretching 16 kilometers from eastern Toronto to the downtown core. Led by the Toronto Region Conservation Authority in partnership with the City of Toronto and the Weston Family Foundation, the Meadowway will connect 7 watercourses and more than 15 parks in 13 neighborhoods. The Meadowway offers a blueprint of how we rethink urban green spaces by replacing biologically barren or low-quality vegetation areas with thriving native meadow habitats. Meadow restoration promotes the return of native plants, birds, and pollinator species and improves connectivity to existing natural habitats with beneficial impacts on neighboring communities, regional biodiversity, and climate change resiliency. Integrating the Meadowway with neighborhoods, parks, trails for a full range of users promotes community connectivity with nature. TRCA hopes this project serves as an inspiration for how we might rethink linear infrastructure corridors and the contributions they make to biodiversity.
当我看到山川、河流、小动物、农场的时候，突然就站在旁边，发自内心的开始微笑，好想立刻到那个地方去。那现在呢，我们有请坦桑尼亚琼贝岛代表在线发表获奖感言。
Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon. So my name is Salim Abdallah, and I'm Chumbe Island's Assistant Conservation and Education Manager. I'm so happy to speak on behalf of the whole Chumbe team today. And I would like to thank the Global Forum on Human Settlements for officially recognizing us as a global low carbon ecological scenic spot. This is a prestigious international award. It is a tremendous honor and motivation for our team here on Chumbe, but also for all Zanzibar as a destination. Here at Chumbe, we are so proud to show the world how a holistic, low-impact tourism project can lead the way towards achieving a sustainable tourism model that actively contributes to protecting and regenerating natural spaces in partnership with local communities. This is the core foundation of a future blue economy. We are so excited to receive the recognition for our work, and we will continue our efforts to show the world it is possible to have low carbon sustainable development in partnership with our communities and the government of Zanzibar, and to share our example with the world. Asante sana. Thank you very much.
谢再次祝贺。接下来有请瑞士国家公园代表在线发表获奖感言。
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure and honor for the Swiss National Park to accept this award today. The Swiss National Park was founded more than 100 years ago to protect nature completely, to enable wilderness, but also to show humans the value of nature. Today, around 200,000 guests visit the Swiss National Park every year, sometimes hiking for several hours or even days through the wonderful area. And they are happy that nature is allowed to exist without human interventions. The opportunity to observe animals like red deer, chamois, ibexes, and meanwhile also, again, wolves, brown bear, or European lynxes in the wild are rare in Europe. I thank the selection committee for recognizing the value of the wild Swiss National Park for tourism and recreation, but also for restoration wilderness. Thank you.
最后有请多伦多地区，我们有请多伦多河地区自然保护局代表在线发表获奖感言。
Hello, everyone, and really appreciate the opportunity to be here.
The Toronto Region Conservation Authority is honored to receive this award and to have the Meadoway project recognized for implementing United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. The Meadoway is a one-of-a-kind ecologically based community building project TRC is thrilled to be a part of. I am incredibly proud of the efforts our team has made to advance this project in partnership with the City of Toronto and with the generous funding support of the Weston Family Foundation. We hope the Meadoway can continue to be a blueprint for natural revitalization of infrastructure corridors worldwide. Thank you again for recognizing the Meadoway with the Sustainable Cities and Human Settlement Award.
感谢，我们再次祝贺获得以上3个旅游类的奖项的获奖单位，感谢你们。那么接下来我们要颁发的就是第3类，就是村落 village。都说最美的人居典范不在城市，而在乡下。村落在促进可持续文化和遗产保护、弘扬传统人居环境智慧和脱贫方面发挥着非常重要的作用。那么今年我们甄选出了1个优秀的范例。现在我们有请主礼嘉宾，联合国大学研究协调员索玛亚·本达乌博士 ，Ms. Dr. Somaya Bendau 来揭晓我们这次的一个获奖单位，有请。
Hello everyone. It's my pleasure to announce that the Global Human Settlements Model of Village 2022 goes to Tantu Village, Wuyi County, Jinhua City, Zhejiang Province in China.
吴博士，谢谢您。好，那么现在我们一起来观看我们获奖单位的视频，有请。
漠漠水田飞白鹭，阴阴夏木转黄鹂。潭头村位于浙江中部武义县吕坦镇境内，1000亩沿江湿地一步一景，18000平米古建筑群错落有致。在这里，千年婺州窑薪火重燃，网络电商落地生根，乡野民宿蓬勃生长。古村焕发了新的生机与活力。这里是诗情画意的宜居潭头，是让人流连忘返的幸福潭头。
通过这个非常精彩的视频，我们更加了解了潭头村的这么基本的一个情况，也祝贺他们获得这一次的一个村落方面的一个奖项。好，那么接下来我们有请中国欧盟商会副会长、华南董事会主席高志豪先生上台，给我们的这次的一个获奖单位来颁奖。同时，我们有请潭头村的代表上台领奖，有请。好，我们有请我们的高会长来给我们的获奖代表来颁奖。现在2位合影留念。Look to the front of the camera here and let's take a photo to remember this very special moment. 我们非常感谢2位，也我们觉得这次也是非常难忘的时刻，一定要留念哈。好，感谢，谢谢。Thank you very much, and you can take a seat. 请留住我们现在来采访一下哈，刚刚获得这次的一个奖项了。对南头村是一个什么样的意义，而且自己的一个心情现在是怎么样的？
感谢各位专家对我们塘头村的认可和这个给我们的这么高的荣誉，我们会再接再厉，谢谢。
好，非常感谢，谢谢，再次祝贺哈，欢迎我们的美丽搭档来哈。
好，恭喜我们的获奖嘉宾。接下来呢，我们要颁发今天的第4类奖项——规划与设计。我记得我在4年前第一次主持这个颁奖典礼的时候，我很纳闷啊。我说，一个绿色的奖项，一个可持续发展的奖项，跟规划和设计有什么关系呢？4年过后， 我渐渐明白了，我们不能等到污染之后再去想怎么治理，我们不能遇到问题之后再想我该怎么解决问题。其实很多时候，我们要把我们的一些预想提前做了，这时候呢，我们就需要合理的规划和设计。那今年呢，我们也是甄选出了7个优秀的规划设计范例。现在有请主礼嘉宾、全球人居环境论坛副主席、世界非政府组织联合会主席泰吉哈马德博士揭晓获奖单位。
Thank you. It's my pleasure and honor to announce the Global Human Settlements Award on Planning and Design 2022 goes to الربع الخالي in United Arab Emirates. 2. Cacao Eco Village, Ecuador. The Rodo Vertical Forest, the Netherlands. The Forestas, Thailand. Zero Carbon Intelligent Industrial Park in Jinan, China. And last, Traditional Chinese Medicine International Eco Tech City, China. And one last one, Lake Manson, China. Congratulations and tahanina. Thank you.
Cacao Village will be the Silicon Valley for circular economy innovators, a space for inventions, startups, manufacturers, producers, and researchers. A destination and co-living space for change makers to connect, co-create, get inspired, and ignite social impact. By adopting 3 modular types, the new village will be highly sustainable, extendable, replicable, and adaptable to different sites, dimensions, and geometries. The cacao waste, result of the chocolate production process, will be reutilized for 3D printing parts of the village. Waste is not only turned into a resource, but into architecture. In the not too distant future, we will be able to design buildings entirely made of natural materials and recycle them at the end of their life cycle, either to create new ones or to return them back to nature.
The experience of designing and building a vertical forest affordable for everyone, while maintaining its characteristic of high-rise building that has hundreds of plants, of shrubs, trees in its facades. It was an amazing experience that brought us to Eindhoven and to realize, thanks to Trudeau company, the first vertical forest in social housing. Well, was really an extraordinary experience from which we are still learning so much. An experience that has led us to propose other versions of affordable vertical forest, accessible also to the weakest section of the urban population. And I really believe this is the future of cities. This is the future of architectures.
又多了几分对美好生活的向往。接下来有请澳大利亚中国商会大湾区分会副主席李康先生上台为他们颁奖。同时有请以下获奖单位代表上台接受表彰。首先我们有请到的是济南先头新地城市开发建设有限公司代表上台领奖，有请。好，请二位合影留念，请摄影师记录下这个非常重要的时刻，因为站在这个舞台上领奖真的是荣誉的象征啊！好，感谢。哎，请 Nick 先生留步 ，Wait a moment, please。然后请我们的获奖代表在旁边留步，谢谢，谢谢。哎呢，我们有请到的是赣江新区科贸置业有限公司代表上台领奖，有请。好，请我们的 Nick 先生为他颁奖。好，二位合影留念。今天我有说过，萨萨奖呢是有一套严格的审核程序，所以能来到我们现场，能荣获这个奖项，非常的了不起。好，我们有请三位共同合影留念，来到舞台中间。让我们把最热烈的掌声送给他们，恭喜恭喜！好，非常感谢 Nick 先生，请获奖者留步，请 Nick 先生到场下休息，谢谢。 谢谢。来，请获奖者我们移步到舞台中央来。我有说过啊，其实得到这个奖非常的不容易。那今天呢，也是我们来到我们的舞台中央，得到这个奖，拿着这个沉甸甸的奖牌，有什么话想要分享给我们吗？
非常荣幸，我们的零碳智慧产业园项目获得了今年的全球人居环境规划设计奖。我代表项目的建设单位，也代表济南起步区，这样非常感谢这个活动的主办方以及各位评委专家，也隆重的感谢这个我们的项目的设计单位西班牙欧萨设计集团，谢谢大家。
好，非常感谢。好，请我们的另外一位获奖者来分享一下感言。
很荣幸获得这个奖，然后感谢各位专家对规划理念的认可，我们将继续努力，谢谢大家。
好，谢谢您，请到场下休息，谢谢。我注意到了一个小细节，我们的领奖嘉宾他的手其实激动的都有一些抖，因为我相信能站在这个舞台上，他一定非常的激动，因为这代表着什么？他们击败了很多人，他们才能站在这儿拿到这个奖项，突破重围才能站到这儿。我也给大家分享一下，其实呢，在座的朋友们可以拿出一个小本子，因为我在半年前就开始做这件事儿了，因为我想出去旅游，但我又不知道去哪儿。今天这是一个很好的机会，记下来，慢慢一个一个去。好了，现在呢，我们有请阿布扎比假日酒店设计单位代表线上发表感言。
Hello. Good morning from Mexico. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. I'm Rolando. I'm co-founder at Idea Studio, Architecture and Design Studio. We're very grateful with the selection committee for having noticed our efforts within the field of architecture to advance green and sustainable agendas. We believe that we are in a privileged position within the fields of design and architecture to put ideas forward, reinterpret typologies, reimagine our cities, and push technologies forward, all while using our aesthetic sensitivity to reach wider audiences and make a bigger impact. These awards means a lot to Natalia and myself, as it comes as validation to the efforts that we have put over the years while practicing in Europe, China, the Middle East, and now in North America, in producing lasting architecture underpinned by the universal precepts of beauty and site specificity. Thank you very much, and congratulations to the rest of the awardees.
来，有请厄瓜多尔可可生态村设计单位代表线上发表感言。
Hello, everyone. My name is Valentino Guerreri. I'm the founder architect of Valentino Guerreri Atelier. Thank you very much for this award in behalf of the whole team, design team that has been involved in this project, and also in behalf of our client, Music Cacao in Avanti, based in Ecuador. So we are really, really grateful and thankful for this amazing recognition, because it's definitely a great recognition for all our efforts. So thank you very much, and all the best for the next phases of the competition awards. Thank you very much.
再来，有请荷兰特鲁多垂直森林设计单位代表线上发表感言。
Thank you very much for this prize to all the co-organizers. It's an honor for us, and Food Tower, it's a very important project. It's the first case in which the vertical forest concept is applied to sustain affordable and social housing. So we think it's a small step forward in order to think our cities greener and to deal with the climate change and the Thailand effect, increase biodiversity. And so thank you again to everybody.
下面请观看中国苏州东望雅苑代表发表感言视频。
我代表大家东望，感谢全球人居环境论坛，感谢各大权威机构、各位评委，对大家东望绿色、可持续人居的高度认可。未来，大家东望将坚持打造多元、复合、绿色、安全的精工人居典范，在苏州吴中太湖新城创造更加美好的未来。谢谢。
最后，请观看泰国芳林城市代表发表感言视频。
Hello from Thailand. I would like to thank you, all the jury that selects the first tier to receive the Global Human Settlement Award on Planning and Design. It is our honor that we would like to commit 8 principles of sustainability concepts. It starts with livable neighborhood, material and resource, nature and animals, education, water, activity, mobility and transport, innovative energy systems, and happiness, health and well-being. We would like to create the first tier to be the community of health and happiness. And at last, I would like to thank you everyone involved into the project, and it's our honor to receive such an honorable award. Thank you very much. สวัสดีครับ
好的，非常感谢，我们再次祝贺以上获奖单位。确实的，我们现在看到了，无论是出去旅游，还是回老家，还是这种未来可能远期想住的地方，我发现我们这边的这么多的优秀的范例，都可以让我们启动各种各样的梦想。我觉得这个非常非常优秀，也是非常难忘。那么接下来我们要进行的就是一个优秀的组织与个人的奖。 我们要颁布的就是一个杰出贡献奖，获得这个奖项的人，或者是个人或者组织，他为城市和人居环境的可持续发展和应对气候变化都做出了非常突出的贡献，展示出了杰出的领导力。 那么，为了揭晓我们这一次的奖项花落谁家，我们现在有请主礼嘉宾、联合国前助理秘书长、国际海洋学院荣誉院长阿瓦尼·贝南博士，现在有请。
Dr. Behnam, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, please.
I've been there all the time. It's a great honor and pleasure to announce the Golden Human Settlements Outstanding Contribution Award 2022 for Professor Jan Gelb from Denmark. Congratulations. Maybe you didn't hear me.
谢谢。好，那么我们现在来观看一下杨盖尔教授这个个人的视频。
My professional career falls in 2 very distinct parts. The first part was that for 40 years I was a teacher and a researcher at the School of Architecture in Copenhagen, and what I studied was how the way we build cities and the way we build buildings, architecture, how this was influencing the quality of life for people. My research over the years have been presented in 7 books, which by now have been published in 41 languages and are found in all corners of the world. The second part of my career has been as a consultant to neighborhoods, communities, and cities concerning how to plan with people in mind. Being an architect and a city planner is a great opportunity because you can do so much to give people a better life.
好的，谢谢。那么通过这一段视频呢，我们更加了解了杨盖尔教授的一个对我们的人居和我们的城市规划和可持续发展的贡献。那么接下来我们来通过视频，我们来听听他的获奖感言。有请。
50 years ago, we hardly knew anything about how the environment would influence the life of people, the quality of people's life. We were told that it doesn't matter what you build, people will adapt, but that was absolutely wrong. We have now studied how the influence of architecture and city planning have immense influence on the quality of life for people. We form the cities, and then the cities form us. We form the buildings, but then the buildings form us. So now we know substantially more about how to make good architecture and good settlements and good cities for people. And it's been my privilege to be one of the people who have written about this and seen my books being distributed around the world. I am profoundly grateful for the forum for this prestigious award, which also is for me a reward to the people dimension in architecture and city planning. But the greatest award I've got in my life is, of course, to see all the settlements and cities where the people now have a better time and a better life because there's more concern for people in city planning now than there were before all this research was presented. Thank you once again for this prestigious award, which I'm very, very happy. Thank you.
接下来我们要颁发的是今天的第6类奖项——建筑与社区。可持续发展的建筑与社区是可持续城市发展的一个细胞，只有可持续它的建筑和社区，才能让这个城市稳定绿色的发展。那今年我们共甄选出了5个优秀的范例。现在有请主礼嘉宾，国际知名可持续发展专家、联合国环境署可持续消费与生产前负责人阿拉布霍巴拉先生揭晓获奖单位。
Global Smart Green City.
The Global Green Model Building and Communities Awards go this year to Sara Culture Center from Sweden, Park Roval Collection Marina Bay in Singapore, Central Mansion by Shanghai Manji Real Estate Development, China, Jinan Elite City, China, and the Global Model of Smart Green Construction 22 goes to Forest City Country Garden in Malaysia. Congratulations to all to contribute to building sustainable cities and human settlements.
非常感谢霍巴拉先生。现在有请大家观看获奖单位视频。
Greetings from Sweden. My name is Robert Schmitz from White Arkitekter. With an extensive culture program and a sustainable contribution in timber, Sara Culture Center has become a destination, empowering the community and gives Skellefteå a new identity that reflects upon the region's long timber tradition. Skellefteå put itself on the world map as a strong symbol for sustainable construction and innovation, leading the large industrial investments for green transition that happens in the northern parts of Sweden. The timber has been locally produced within a radius of 120 kilometers. You can say that Skellefteå has grown the building themselves. Sarah Country Center resonates all over the world and proves that it's possible to build with timber, and contributes to the fact that more people will dare to see wood as a tool for sustainable construction. Thank you.
品尊国际37，集国际3大健康建筑标准为一体，并已率先取得全国 LEED 和 WELL 环保建筑最高标准的设计预认证，追求建筑建材、室内用材的可持续性、环保性、低能耗性，满足 WELL 对室内环境安全性、舒适性和健康性的要求。通过水、气、光、声、热5大方面赋予科技环保手段，打造科技领先未来30年的健康住宅。普陀区首座70万方城市综合体，全自持运营，统一管理，打造上海首个 Block 街区，获联合国科教文宜居社区认定，创上海真如副中心人居标杆。
Finding the fine line between urban development and natural heritage. In order to promote green construction, Forest City optimized its technological resources to build an IBS plant spanning around 417 acres. In the name of sustainable development, Forest City is realizing its green business. In the Environmental Impact Assessment Report issued by the Ministry of Environment of Malaysia, this year, each project are required to impose more stringent environmental assessment parameters during planning, design, and construction stage, respectively. All these measures will lay a solid foundation for sustainable development of Forest City. Forest City collaborated with UPM on marine ecosystem conservation. The funding for seagrass rehabilitation program was provided for 5 consecutive years. The landscape team has formulated a mangrove conservation plan with a dedicated team to protect, monitor, as well as study the mangroves. The creation of Sponge City will realize the effective use of water resources in the future in Forest City. To create sustainable development, we must set a commemorated mission and belief, implement the right protection measures, promote and establish integrated culture, and identify the fine line of balance between urban development and nature heritage. This will be Forest City's focus in its way forward. Forest City is striving to fulfill its green mission and create an environmentally friendly city culture.
现在有请中国欧盟商会副会长、华南董事会主席高志豪先生上台颁奖，并有请以下获奖单位代表上台领奖。首先有请碧桂园森林城市代表上台领奖。好，祝贺，请二位合影留念。好，感谢，请高先生回到座位上，谢谢。请我们的获奖者留步，来分享一下你的获奖感言。
那首先非常感谢 ，OK， 好的，非常感谢主办方和各位专家给森林城市颁这个奖。那么森林城市，可能大家从这个名字里面已经看出来，我们从设计之初的话呢，就是想要达到一个环境和我们的人居的一个和谐共存。那么在过去的8年的时间里面，那么我们也一直秉承着这样的一个理念，在我们的开发和建设当中。那么希望未来的话呢，我们也会坚持这样的一个原则，致力将森林城市打造为一个绿色城市，和智慧城市的典范。谢谢大家。
好，感谢，再次恭喜碧桂园森林城市。下面呢，我们有请瑞典萨拉文化中心设计单位代表线上发表感言。
Okay, hi, my name is Robert Schmitz, and I'm a partner at White Architecture. And together with my colleague Oscar Norelius, we're lead architects for Sarah Culture Center. So on behalf of the entire team, we are very honored to receive this honorable recognition. And thank you, Sustainable Cities and Human Settlements Awards. And this can show you the way that you can empowering a total community and working with a low carbon construction and having timber as a design method. White Architects has a long tradition of working in sustainable architecture and city planning and in international context for current and future generations. And our vision is...
是谁呀？线上发表。
Thank you. Pardon? Hello?
Go on, sir.
尊敬的各位嘉宾、各位同仁，非常荣幸参加本次论坛，感谢主办方、协办方以及专家评委的辛苦付出，给予我们中国绿发济南旅游城项目此嘉奖。旅游城总占地5237亩，总建筑面积543万平，入驻业主超过11万人，是济南市城市拓展的先行者和教育配套的引领者。18年来，我们按照顶层策划、整体规划、分步实施、滚动开发的思路，重点从空间规划与发展、可持续环境、绿色经济、文化传承以及健康人居环境升级不断发力，已经把旅游城打造成为涵盖住宅、商场、酒店、办公、教育、医疗及康养等多产品业态全生命周期的品质大盘。后续我们将持续秉承联合国可持续发展的理念、全球人居环境论坛宗旨以及中国共产党20大会精神，以满足人民美好生活需求为己任，与全球的专家学者一道，携手共创更加安全、绿色的城市未来，建设韧性、碳中和与自然友好型城市，为全球人居环境建设做出更大贡献。谢谢大家。
虽然只听到了一半啊，但是我仍然觉得非常的精彩。现场的朋友如果意犹未尽的，可以回去看一下我们的回放。 接下来有请济南领袖城项目代表线上发表感言。
尊敬的各位嘉宾、各位同仁，非常荣幸参加本次论坛，感谢主办方、协办方以及专家评委的辛苦付出。
对，这个就对了。
Sorry, can we give the floor to the representative from Minjie Group from Shanghai?
不好意思，尊敬的各位嘉宾、各位同仁，非常荣幸参加本次论坛，感谢主办方、协办方以及专家评委。
大家好，我上海民捷置业总工程师王仁甫，感谢组委会的首肯，很荣幸获得这个全球绿色示范处居奖。上海的可持续发展探索为全世界带来特别的中国智慧和经验。品尊国际也亲身经历了，并且参与进这个伟大的城市实践之中。15年深耕，我们怀抱着是对土地的珍视，对区域的情感和对人们生活不断境界的期待。品尊始终不忘初心，坚持践行着我们的绿色理想。15年的坚持，15年的蜕变，成就了今天品尊作为上海绿色可持续社区样本的殊荣。我们也将继续以永续生活的潮流，引领生活方式的变革，为城市未来贡献自己的力量。再一次感谢大会，让我们共同期待美好的未来。谢谢。
感谢上海品尊国际公寓的王伦普先生带来的精彩感言。最后呢，让我们共同来观看新加坡滨海湾宾乐雅甄选酒店代表发表的感言视频。
On behalf of our management and team at Park Royal Collection Marina Bay, Singapore, I would like to express our appreciation to the jury of the Sustainable Cities and Human Settlements Awards for reviewing and awarding us the Global Human Settlements Model of Building Award. At our hotel, we took on a holistic approach towards our green goals to encompass energy, water, food waste, plastic waste, and carbon management. And these are evident in the green practices across all of our hotels' operations. For sustainability to make a lasting impact, it must be collectively embraced as a mindset. I would like to take this opportunity to thank my team's commitment to doing good for the environment. I look forward to welcoming everyone to Singapore and to Park Royal Collection Marina Bay. Thank you.
好的，谢谢。那么我们看到这么多的优秀的范例获得表彰，我们真的是觉得非常非常的激动。但是最激动人心的时刻马上就要到来了，就是我们要颁发出今年的全球智慧城市范例。那么我们都知道，全球各地的城市都在努力的拼搏了，来实现一个更加美好、更加低碳、更加可持续的未来。但是呢，今年有一座城市获得了我们评委会的青睐和关注。那么现在我们有请我们的主礼嘉宾，联合国区域发展中心环境部门协调员乔杜里莫汉迪先生，为了我们揭晓到底是哪一座城市呢？
Thank you, GFHS Secretariat. It is my great pleasure and honor to announce the award for Global Model of Smart City 2022. The award goes to City of San Jose, California, the United States. Congratulations. Keep up the good work. Thank you.
好，恭喜恭喜！我们非常感谢莫汉迪先生，谢谢您。那我们祝贺美国和圣何塞市。那么圣何塞是著名的世界创新之都，被誉为硅谷之心。大家都知道了，苹果和谷歌的公司总部也都在圣何塞，获得了这一次的奖项，真的可谓是实至名归。那么现在呢，我们有请 我们获奖城市的美国圣何塞市的代表在线上进行一个获奖感言，有请。
Good morning from Silicon Valley. On behalf of Mayor Sam Liccardo and the entire team here in San Jose, thank you for this. Oops, I'm still muted.
We can hear you. Go ahead, please.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Thank you. On behalf of the entire team here in City of San Jose, thank you for this award. I like to think that San Jose is an A to Z tech city. We have Adobe, we have Zoom, and 174 tech companies headquartered here. We began our smart city journey in service of the people of San Jose, focusing on them as customers, learning from data, and iterating to improve. During the pandemic, like many of us, we pivoted to use technology and agile methodologies to save lives and save livelihoods. Now we are refocusing our smart city efforts on circular infrastructure, making water a circle and drought-proofing us in California, and making energy a green grid with 95% greenhouse gas-free and renewable energy already, and a 2030 goal to be 100% greenhouse gas-free in our energy and carbon. Thank you so very much for this award. And on behalf of everyone in Silicon Valley and all the innovators across the globe, we appreciate your efforts and encourage everyone to keep going. Thank you.
好，我们祝贺圣何塞市获得这次的一个非常大的一个奖项哈。那我们也祝愿圣何塞市未来更加绿色、更加智慧、更加美好。
我不得不赶快把这个麦克风从麦子的手里抢过来，因为我要先感谢雪儿姐给我们写了很多优美的词藻做结束语，但是呢，现在就想丢掉它，不想说了，想说点发自内心的话。今天在场的各位可能只看到了一个颁奖典礼，只看到了一个总结。但是其实我们整场论坛很长，是从昨天下午就已经开始了。我们有开幕式、主旨演讲、高层对话、市长对话，还有今天结束的几场平行论坛，以及晚上的整场晚会。我想说，所有的工作人员，你们辛苦了。麦子，我想说，抛开我们今天的主持台词，你从整场晚会你学到了什么？
哇，这个问题有点大了。其实我应该说背景吧哈。其实我已经是关注了这个论坛和这个颁奖哈有很多年了哈。那么我也非常荣幸，第一次真的成功被邀请到我们的舞台上来参与这次的一个盛典，我非常荣幸，非常开心。也感谢吕秘书长的一个邀请哈。那么在这个时候呢，我也觉得我通过看过这么多的优秀的范例，这么多的视频介绍，我觉得我可以说啊，这些。真的每一个都值得哈，每一个都非常优秀，而且呢，如果有更多的奖项的话，我相信也有不少的候选的单位、候选的项目在世界各地就等着被揭晓，等着获得认可。所以我觉得在世界各地的人们，如果有这个能力、有这个动力，还应该继续努力，继续实现一个更加美好、更加低碳、更加可持续的明天。然后呢，我觉得早晚也会获得我们这里的评委会，获得我们这里的一个奖项的一个机会。所以我觉得我们要继续一起加油。谢谢大家。
我也说一下我的感受啊，就用几个关键词吧。第一个关键词感谢。之前总是知道环保，看新闻联播说过，但是你让我说我为环保做了什么，我说啊，我不扔垃圾了。之前觉得很狭隘。但是自从我加入了这个大家庭之后，我发现人啊不能只活好自己。我看到吕秘书长这10多年来在为这个奖项一直在拼搏，一直在努力，他做了太多贡献。可能你看到我在看电视新闻联播播出来这个城市很美，说不定那个城市就有我们吕秘书长的一份贡献在，真的。然后也要感谢秘书长带领的一群工作人员，也要感谢一直支持这个奖项的所有朋友，谢谢你们。这是第一个词。第二个词我想说的是敬佩，因为萨萨奖呢确实很严格，这么多年来我陪着这个奖项一路走来，我们的专家呀是真的苛刻，你不行你就真的不行，你就别想走到这个舞台上拿着这个沉甸甸的奖项。 只要你拿着这个奖项，你就得做出个样儿来，你就是榜样，你就要起到带头的作用。所以我也希望有更多的案例可以加入到我们的范例新城大家庭来。明年、后年，这里全是人都挤满了，都坐不下了，那才是我们想看到的场景。好，感谢大家，我们的颁奖典礼到这里就要跟大家说再见了。我们也请所有的来宾来到我们的舞台上，大家一起合个影吧。来，大家来到我们的舞台中央。
好，谢谢我们有请我们的颁奖嘉宾，我们的各个在现场的获奖嘉宾全部到我们的舞台上。同时，希望我们的获奖者，我们的主礼嘉宾，如果可以现在打开自己的视频，我们会尽可能把多一点放在我们大屏幕上，一起来做一个不一样的大合影。有请。我们站2排，我们可以前后2排刚刚好。
Please turn on your camera.
好，现场的嘉宾们，赶紧到我们的舞台前侧，一起来进行一个大合影。哎，我们再缩进来一点，我也上来了。
Thank you. Well, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the host,
好，都看中间的镜头。
Once again,
舞台上的
apologize.
现在我们虽然还在努力防疫，但是这个时刻我们还可以摘下口罩来露脸哦。
Well, that's life, and that's the charm of technology once again. But super, on behalf of the organizers, I'd like to once again extend our greatest appreciation to our partners, to our speakers, our moderators, and commentators, and awards applicants and winners for being an important part of this year's 17th annual session of the Global Forum on Human Settlements. We hope to stay in touch to jointly promote substantial and sustained action on a wider scale to facilitate transformation and drive real changes for better communities, better cities for this generation and generations to come. Okay, finally, just when the people on site are taking a photo, I just want to have a quick announcement. The Sustainable Cities and Human Settlements Awards 2023 is already open for application. So please don't hesitate.
再次感谢各位，谢谢你们。
Excellent climate and sustainability action practices on the ground. So we look forward to hosting the 18th Global Forum on Human Settlements and the Sustainable Cities and Human Settlements Awards 2023.
那个奖牌和范例新城是有盒子的，麻烦到前面来取一下。奖牌和范例新城的那个是有盒子的，如果需要的话，到我这边来取一下。
Thank you all and all the best.
你在哪里？
Thank you, Christine. Congratulations.
Thank you, Taj. Thank you, Mohanty. Thank you, Arab. Thank you, Ra. Thank you, Dr. Behnam. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
For this. We really appreciate your support for being with us for the whole process. It's
Say congratulations to Haifeng, please.
Sure. Yeah.
And we're waiting for you in New York.
Really? Anyway, yeah, I think we will have the next forum on site in person. Yes.
I have a suggestion for the next forum. But the awards are incredible. The quality of the awards and the people there is amazing.
Yeah, indeed, we got wonderful practices and innovations this year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good. Now you go and rest.
You know, I really love the Chambe Island, also the Swiss National Park, and so, yeah. I just, you know, I look forward to visiting those wonderful places.
Yeah, I like that's one the design like a cone, like a dome from I think they said United Arab Emirates, but I believe it's not United Arab Emirates, isn't it?
No, it is. It is.
The Oculus. I mean, yeah, they have a project there, but I'm not sure if the origin
No,
is there.
it's but I think the project is in UAE, but the designer, I think they are based in London and Mexico.
Yeah, that's a beautiful design, incredible.
Yeah, indeed, indeed. Yeah.
Very creative. Yeah. Also, the forest city is getting better and better.
Yes, we have been following their their process of the years, so we are quite aware of the their effort and their investment in a project. They are quite committed to this project. It's a good project, you know. It's a kind of they have been taking a stepwise approach to really do some practical work to promote resilient and carbon neutral city. I think they have done a great job. So yeah.
We should the world should make a tour to go to all these places.
Sure.
guided by Christine.
I hope so. So I'm gonna end this.
God bless you and see you soon.
Likewise. Thank you, Taj.
Bye.
I see Rudy's still there. Professor Gale is still there. Okay, bye-bye. Hello, Yan. Hi. You're still there.
How do I stop this?